Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there's absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancerous fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards! I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. You did fucking Dude, Megaphonics is literally just like hitting.
What's going on, everybody?
Of
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Thirsty Thursday, folks. That's right. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It's Thirsty Thursday. We got the wrong Burgundy, if you know what I'm saying. Looking good, feeling good. New tie alert, also from that TikTok, the TikTok person that was making suggestions, you know. Another vintage tie. Say hello to our cute little Fox interns. Yep, AK-47 tie clip. This is my weapons trafficker from the 70s fit, if that makes sense. This is what I would be dressed up as a weapons trafficker. Anyway. Folks, we're live, we're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. What is this? You're welcome? What the hell is this? What movie is this? Oh, this is the Chinese movie with America invades Afghanistan and a Chinese restaurateur is stuck in Afghanistan in the process, right? That's the Chinese anti-war movie. Their trailer for that. Yeah, I've seen it. Familiar. Anyway, folks. What? Adam Mockler defended you? Hell yeah. Blast off meme. Thank you for the blast off memes. The Socialist, written by Austin. You're a cook, bro. All right. What was I going to say? Oh, this is, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, it is the holy day. It's 8/20. This is the day where I, in 2019, famously said, I strung together the words, America deserves something. I won't repeat it right now, but this was the day. This was the day where that happened. On 2019. A day that will live in infamy. I know a lot of people say 8/21. That's the way we remember it. 8/21 is the important date, and that's because that's when it, became mainstream news. But it's the anniversary. 8/21 is the blowback anniversary. And there's a lot to talk about, of course, not related to the anniversary, but we'll get into all of that and more. But ladies and gentlemen, you know, happy 820 for those who are 820 truthers, and happy 821 for those who are 821 truthers, right? In any case, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to talk about, but before we get into it, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. But as is the case, always, I'm a chud-ass loser. I am a chud-ass loser. You already know. I don't do anything. I don't do anything worthwhile in my life. I am a chud-ass loser. I didn't do anything worthwhile with my life last night. Went to sleep early. Woke up early. Did a couple calls. Played some basketball. Got a little bit of sun on my body. Got destroyed. Slowly but surely trying to improve my cardio. And that's it. That's pretty much it. The broccoli crop is gone. Yeah, this outfit and this look doesn't suit the broccoli zoomer cut, so I had to go with the regular part today. In any case, folks, I'm tired. I'm tired. But we will continue. Abdul got some good polls, even though we don't trust the polls. We don't trust the polls at all. We keep pushing. Candace Owens knows the Kai memes. I mean, of course they do. Here's your homework, Hasan. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. The Kaya memes are the super. It went everywhere. It went supernova. If you are in any way, shape, or form connected to the internet, you've probably seen them. But will you be playing this when it releases? What is this game? Black Myth Zong Kui new boss fight looks insane. Ugh, fuck yeah, I'll be playing this. Are you kidding me? On stream? I played this on stream. I played Black Myth on stream. People forget. I played it on stream. I found you on Bilibili. Why are you posting roach clips on there? Bro is lemoning. What? I don't know what you mean. Curious if you watched all this video about how ground news and things like Ad Fontes are seemingly funded and purpose to be right-wing science for liberals. It might not be a good video to throw on later. Dog, what are you talking about? That's what I watched yesterday. I watched not the whole thing, but a big part of it yesterday. Mark Ruffalo mentioned you in a tweet. What'd he say? Why won't he come on the broadcast? What did he say? Mark Ruffalo. How about Mark Ruffalo me on Twitter? You know? Can you cover the bond market in Japanese yen? Scott is clueless. Yeah. It's Ruffalo like Buffalo. Guys, I know. He's one of the most famous actors of our generation. Why would I not know how to say his last name correctly? Are you crazy? Yes, my op, Scott Jennings, is slated to be the next White House press secretary, which complicates the legal process, I suspect, but we'll see on that. my op, Scott Jennings, might become and more get in now. I have the best luck, man. For years and years, I'm like, I'm never going to sue anyone for defamation. It's like, I've eaten a lot of shit in my day. Okay. And then finally, the one time I'm like, all right, this is a bridge too far. The guy is potentially going to be the next White House press secretary, which will complicate things. Because these guys are very aggressive. Anyway, yeah, here it is. DPRK launch missiles. China jails Evergrande founder. Trump signals economic nuke. Yeah, Mark Ruffalo mentioned me on. Meet Hasan Piker. Why is he the scariest man in America? Progressive streamer Hasan Piker joins Wajahat on the Joanne Reed show to respond to the great establishment freak out over his involvement. Mark Ruffalo says the centrist Democrats should probably start talking about affordability and not Hasan Piker. The voters have had it with their coziness with AIPAC, Israel corporations, the oligarchs, and their attacks on those who are talking about those things. Mark, please come on the broadcast, man. What are we doing? It's so funny because years ago, yeah, I saw the rabbi that said he's voting for Mike Rogers because of me. PSYOP continues, everybody.
Very clear.
Yeah. This PSYOP continues. We'll cover that, of course. The Democrats for Mike Rogers, it is the dumbest PSYOP of all time. It's the absolute dumbest PSYOP of all time. And I think that like the Jewish community of Michigan should probably speak out against this because it's just really, really bad PR. It is really, really bad PR. And it's just not true. You know what I mean? It's just not like Jews have placed defense of Israel or Israel related issues very low in their overall political calculation. And yet now they're making it seem like they're single issue voters. They're making it seem like this is the only thing they care about. It's just not good. It's just not good at all. Anyway, yeah, Mark Ruffalo responds on Blue Sky to Wajahat Ali posting me and says they should stop attacking Hasan Piker. Respect. Waj is the one bringing up Piker again and again. This benefits Waj and Piker for clicks. It's great for MAGA, who can use it against all Democrats. Stevens literally just brought it up as her main criticism of El Sayed. AIPAC is keeping the purchased politicians on this talking point. Good journalists are just pointing out how ridiculous it is. I don't think this is journalism. Waj is mocking fear of Piker for clicks. His Piker videos get the most clicks. Boring subjects like affordability don't, but this is accepting and normalizing Piker, meaning that anything he said in the past can be used as an issue. Thanks, Saul Yusuf. Guy with the last name Yusuf doesn't understand how these are Islamophobic attacks no matter what happens, and he's unironically, guy with the last name Yusuf unironically doesn't understand that you're just normalizing Islamophobia by giving credit to the people who are saying, yeah, this Hasan guy loves 9/11. I should get Reacher on. You know, the Reacher guy is like, he is the OG progressive mind in a MAGA body guy. He's always been this guy. Alan Richson is so interesting to me. I love him. He's always been unbelievably woke, and like woke in the same exact way that people clown on me for. Yeah. And it's so strange because like I have been a fan of his when he was Thad Castle. Like it's such a funny evolution that he's gone through. And it's one that's not dissimilar to my evolution. Like, I watched Blue Mountain State when I was younger, when I was in Turkey. And I watched this man also evolve into this like big brutish guy who's super kind and super woke. I would love to have him on the broadcast. I am a huge fan of his. And I think we need more guys like him who, you know, look like a chud, but think like a woke.
He's scared around me for what I'm going to say. Everybody's saying, my publicist right now is like, oh, I say she's like biting her nails. Her nails she bites her nails down to the cuticles. They're just tiny little cuticles left. And she's like, what is this idiot going to do? I just have to. She actually showed me her beautiful nails right now. It's like people, I think, are a little bit afraid of me because they're like, he's a loose cannon. And I'm not. I'm just saying the shit that everybody should say if they give a shit about humanity, you know? And why am I the exception to the rule? Bitch, right. Everybody else speak up. You are all feeling the same thing, you idiots. Like get loud and stop like kowtowing to the wrong people. Stop bowing down to people that like have power. You got power too, man. And power in numbers, dude. You know what happened if like everybody felt like me? Everybody felt like,
Is Blue Mountain State one of those shows that help you learn American English? Yes. It literally taught me American culture. It's not even a joke. And it's so funny because he is like also very woke as well. Even though a lot of people, I think initially, given the characters that he plays, thought that he was a chud because of the way he looks. And yeah, I love this man. I've loved this man for a long time.
See, I gotta be careful. I left Dax Shepard. I just did Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard. And I went on a goddamn rant that I left like, I was like, that's just not, man, it's just not me. I shouldn't say those things because people are gonna start to get like, he's scary.
No.
You know, but I just like, dude, he goes, I love Dax. I had the best time on his show. And he goes, maybe you should let go of that stuff. And I'm like, let go. I was like, everybody else should have it. Everybody else should feel like I feel.
The world is on fire.
Yeah, like, oh, mad about the way things are and the abuses that are happening. The Epstein files. The fucking Epstein files. God damn it.
He's so cool. He's so cool. I love him. He is the perfect guy. Yeah, he does not, I just checked. He does not follow me, for the record. He does not follow me, but it makes me want to watch Reacher. It's one of my dad's favorite shows. I've always placed Reacher as like a dad show for that reason. He loves Landman and he loves Reacher. Like, those are dad shows in my mind, but I've heard that it's like awesome. So I guess it's time to watch Reacher, man. Wait, there's more to that clip.
People, I think, are a little bit afraid of me.
I love that he's woke King 3000 and comes in a totally different
People are going to be like, how can he say fucking? He's a Christian. This dude, and bitch, move.
Reacher is so autistic coded. It's a dad show. Anyway, I love him. Yeah, Kang had Jay Caspian had a really good take. Said, look, I don't want to be Mr. Scoldy, but there's a responsibility to ask real questions about real things and not just spam every candidate with questions about Hasan Piker in 2020 tweets. The Hasan Piker question is actually, do you like the U.S.? And the 2020 tweet questions are about whatever issue the 2020 tweets are about. Okay, well, if they need to ask that, then they should ask it that way. If Hasan says America deserved 9/11 and loves Lenin and Mao, why are you campaigning with him? Are you going to campaign with him? Doesn't sound like that to you. Then the topic doesn't just interest you that much. Yeah, I think there are other more important things than Hasan Piker and what he said in the past. Sorry. I think there are a few more important things than the movement he's promoting right now to destroy America in tandem with the same efforts in China, Russia, and Iran. Now, this guy says liberal, democracy, pluralism, regulated markets, messy compromise, no ideological spiraling or populist myths. He likes Abdul al-Sayed, so I don't want to shit on him too much. So maybe he likes Abdul al-Sayed. Maybe he's not one of those guys. Maybe he's not one of those guys. I'm not gonna immediately say that. Because nowadays, for the longest time, it was a lock. It was a lock that, like, anyone who chirped like this, anyone who said that this is their number one issue, they were usually big Israel fans, okay? They were big Israel fans, and this was their entry point to not say that this was an issue around Israel, but instead it was an issue around the illiberal nature of Hasan or some shit. You know? Nowadays, I think there's enough boomers who have lost their minds or who have been fearful, who have been made to fear what I represent, what we represent, that it could be an anti-DSA guy as well. For what it's worth, Zero, I decided I shall support Blue no matter who, but I am keeping Piker and DSA itself on blast, and I'm dissenting as measuredly and non-passive aggressively as I can from nominee policies which seem perverse to national security, isolationism, disarmament, and technophobia. Swan Marcus, no law, that ship has sailed. I'm voting for literally any Republican over politicians who campaign with Hasan Piker. You guys know he's an advocate of terrorism and the murder of innocent people. If you want me to vote for you, tell him to go fuck himself. Yeah. I've decided Hasan Piker is pro-terrorism, which is why I'm voting for the people terrorizing America right now. You got brought up 3 times by Jared Moskowitz on media. Yeah, that's not surprising. Yeah, he's doing a Fox News tour right now. Did you see this? Michael Cohen heel turn? Yeah, Cohen conned so many liberals. I'm glad I was one of the few cable hosts when I was at MSNBC and Peacock to have actually grilled him on air and not just uncritically accept his bullshit and fake conversion. Scoop, Trump to appear on podcast hosted by Michael Cohen, his former fixer and one-time foe. The interview scheduled to air Thursday on Cohen's podcast, according to a White House official granted anonymity to describe plans that have not been publicly announced. This is my favorite type of thing that these guys do where they're like, I'm a moderate liberal. I'm a never Trump Republican. Here's why I'm voting for him a 4th time. It's like, it's so awesome. It's so awesome that these guys literally do it all the time. And there are so many dumb fuck Democratic consultants who hug and kiss these guys. Okay. And will literally say, no, these are our allies, not people like Hasan, not people who are in the DSA, not people who have spent their entire lives fighting against all reactionary forces and have always voted Democrat. It's fucking awesome. How many of these guys are going to con the MS Now liberals? Okay. How many? JD Vance was one of these guys. Michael Cohen is another one of these guys. It's so funny that MS Now will constantly prop up never Trump Republicans and Trump critical Republicans. They love falling for it. They love falling for it. They love yelling about their left flank. They love getting attention from these guys. They love to make it seem as though these are the guys that are their allies, that they will win with this coalition and not with their left flank. Now, of course, goes without saying he has a banger. His intro song goes unfathomably hard for no real discernible reason. If we're being honest, I mean, it's unbelievable how good this podcast intro song is. You guys know I love this. This is one of my favorite songs. Like, it's not even a joke. wait for the moment. Wait for the drop.
If you dance with the devil, it's gonna go down. Tell the truth. It's now or never. Oh, baby, don't you lie to me. Oh, baby, don't you lie to me. This is my miracle. It's
Grab the gun.
and you know where I'm gonna bring it on down, bring it on down, bring it on down.
It goes so fucking hard, man. It goes so hard. Is this a Sopranos ripoff? It doesn't matter. It's just awesome.
If you dance with the devil, it's gonna go down. It's now or never. You can feel it all around. You can feel it all around. This is my miracle.
This is my miracle. Why? Why does it go so hard? Why did you have to do this to us, Michael? Grave miscarriage of what is this? The DOJ is now looking into criminally prosecuting Dan J. Sullivan for challenging U.S. Senator Dan Sullivan. Oh my God, brother. Jesus Christ, dude. This administration will not let up. They are so insane. Anyway. MS Now liberals should probably stop promoting guys like this, especially so much has transpired since Michael Cohen. It took me a hot second to remember who he was. How could you forget? I've done his podcast, dude. It's really, yeah, I did his podcast back in the day. Instead of expanding their tent to their last time a Republican got this much airtime, he became Trump's VP. Propaganda overload. We are cooked. Ainsley says she hate watches your broadcast.
You said the party that also hates Thanksgiving, right? Yeah. Well, El Sayed, he's out in these tight T-shirts. You have AOC with her pretty smile. She's beautiful. She's got the red lipstick. You have, who else? You have Mom Donnie, always smiling, always singing, seemingly positive. But it doesn't make their philosophy any less dangerous, right? You can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. You can put them all over TikTok. You can put them all over Instagram and all over Facebook, whatever their platforms are. But socialism always fails, even with lipstick on, even with a tight T-shirt. It's socialism and it fails. And they want to take everybody's money and make everyone equal. And in every country where they have tried to do this, it has failed and the countries have gone downhill. And if this is coming to America, I never listened to Hasan Piker until this week, and I logged on and I listened to one of his shows, and he's like, everyone's so upset that Francesca Hong lost. Oh no, she got very close to winning. We should all be celebrating because we're getting closer and closer and closer. And that's what they're doing. Republicans need to take a page out of their book and go younger and do what they're doing. Get all over TikTok, get all over social media, because these young people believe when you tell them we're going to pay for everything in your life, they think, oh, that's.
Now we know Now we know why Sean Hannity won't have me on the broadcast. Now we know. Cause he caught his wife watching the show. Ainsley, if you're in here, tell your husband, I'm not dangerous. It'll be ratings gold. Okay? We need to solve this tension that we have. Ainsley, it's crazy.
Wonderful. We can do that. They're not educated enough to know that socialism doesn't work. We run out of money.
Now we know. Now we know why Sean Hannity, who initially wanted to debate me on a show, will no longer have me on the broadcast, but will only talk about me. Ainsley, I'll go on your show if you want me to. I'll do it. He caught her debating. Yeah, he caught her watching. He caught her watching in the other room. And Scott Hannity was like, "What the hell are you watching?" And she turned it off. She immediately switched to porn and was like, "I'm just watching porn. It's not. This is not what it looks like." Sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you're caught watching something worse than watching pornography. And you quickly switch over and you say, no, you don't understand. I was just watching. Don't worry, I was just watching porn. A little bit of porno. A little porno-rooney. And by that, I mean she switched over to Northern Lion. Little porno for your mind. For those with enlightened tastes. A palate that is elevated. That's right. She's like, "No, Sean, you don't understand. I love these quirky games that this bald Canadian man plays. It's like porn of the mind." Anyway, let's get into it. There are a lot of Democrats now, former Democrats, people who call themselves Democrats, who are saying they're not going to vote for Abdul Sayed. We'll get into that. We'll talk about the economy and how it's in freaking tatters. We'll talk about my number one op, Scott Jennings, possibly getting elevated to White House press secretary. There's so much to talk about today, folks. So much to talk about. So much to cover. What are your thoughts on this take about why people vote right wing? What is, it's Gary. Right? Gary's economics. Gare Bear. So we'll get into that too. But yeah, Adam Mogler goes on Kara Swisher's podcast and defends your boy. Let's take a look.
Should Al Sayed separate from him? I think that when it comes to Hasan Piker and Abdul, there doesn't need to be a disavowal. I think that's fruitless, and I think it's just conceding to these right-wing frameworks. I genuinely think that Donald Trump surrounds himself with people that are just as like radical as Hasan Piker on a daily basis. The way that Stephen Miller is always screaming and frothing at the mouth on Fox News every single week. I mean, Donald Trump surrounds himself in campaigns with many extremist radical people. The Republican Party is like uniting around Max Miller after he allegedly broke his 2-year-old collarbone. I'm not trying to compare any of that to Hasan Piker.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I'm just saying that the Republican Party holds themselves to one standard and then holds Abdul al-Sayed to this impossibly high guilt by association standard. No, we shouldn't disavow it. Keep campaigning, keep moving forward, keep laser focus on Mike Rogers. I'd say that's my framework.
That's your framework.
No, he's not doing the horseshoe theory. He's literally saying, like, it's ridiculous to concede on oppositional framing when it comes to these like cynical attempts of trying to catch Democratic politicians, on the back foot to be like, oh, you have to disavow Hasan Piker when they're hanging out with some of the worst figures of all time. He even said, it's not even a comparison. Like, I'm not even saying like Hasan and Stephen Miller or Max Miller are equivalent with what they've done. This is good. It's it's moving the conversation in the right direction. The next step is to basically say what I've been saying, which is, you guys have lost your damn minds. Okay. Adri, you got to delete this tweet. What are you doing? Like, not everything has to be blasted on the timeline, Adri. You know? Not everything has to be blasted on the timeline, Adri. Oh my God. Leave my girl alone. Come on, please. You just don't have to put everything I say on the timeline, Adri. It's your fault? How was... Okay. Why did you mismatch your jacket and pants colors? What do you mean? Yeah, I saw the TikTok. Is it a Bible verse or a socialist quote? I actually really like it. Look at this.
Is it a Bible verse or a quote by a socialist leader? Cursed is anyone who denies justice to foreigners is Deuteronomy. It's from the Bible. Your surplus should supply their needs so that their surplus may also supply your needs, that there may be equality is from Corinthians and not the Bolshevik Revolution. Anyone who has 2 shirts should share with the one who has none, and anyone who has food should do the same is John the Baptist is communist scum. Always be capable of feeling deeply any injustice committed against anyone.
Okay,
is
this got to be socialist. This got to be socialist. This got to be Karl Marx.
Cuban revolutionary Che Guevara. It would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their necks and drowned in the depths of the sea is Matthew about the people who hurt children. Just gonna let that one hang there for a second.
Hasan should do more discussions and talks with these people instead of just reacting to videos, kind of one-sided to react to a video. Brother, do you live on the planet Venus or Mars? What are you talking? You think I don't want to have a conversation with Sean Hannity or any number of different like high-profile mainstream media figures that talk about me every fucking day? Yeah, I know, man. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Great point, man. Great point. You tuning in from dial-up? What's going on? What's next, dude? Glad we agreed. Time to get to work. Okay, take a day off. Yeah. What's next, man? Should I have Donald Trump on the broadcast to really give him a stern talking to? I agree. It's just not happening. It's not it's not within the realm of possibility for me. I would like to. It's just not up to me. Anyway, Jared Moskowitz went on a tear. He's doing the rounds. He's doing the Fox News rounds, and he's positioning himself as the anti-DSA guy. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Jared's district is a conservative district that became even more conservative. It's very rich. There are a lot of people who are pro-Israel in his district. So it kind of makes sense for him to separate himself from the DSA or whatever. But what doesn't make sense, what is a dangerous gamble in my opinion, is how much he is trying to push away, cast aside a decent chunk of the voters who voted for Oliver Larkin. You're going to need those voters, buddy. Very dumb. Very dumb of him to do this. And I don't really understand why he's doing this, because a lot of these people, they're going to vote Republican. If you keep saying no, the Republicans have a lot of great ideas, why are they going to vote for you? They're just going to vote Republican. It's a +9. It's an R+9 district. You got to strike a balance. And I think he forgot that he has an upcoming general election. So
crazy.
Here it is. He's just, talking about how he's not a socialist, he's not DSA, whatever, all this shit.
Is he just saying it?
Well, you got people going on the campaign trail saying, the Soviet Union wish they won the Cold War, dressing up as Mao. He only killed 50 million people. That is not how we're going to win the House. It's not how we're going to win the Senate.
So,
dog, what are you saying, dude? Yeah, dude, yeah, I'm running around being like, you guys should praise Mao in your campaigns. Like, it's such a stupid fucking position that nobody made. No one is saying run on a pro-USSR ticket.
Any chance in Michigan?
Oh, I don't know. I'm looking at the polls. Obviously, he's behind.
Well, whoever.
He's not. I don't think he's running too bad. I think he's running to get a job with AIPAC. Yeah, I kind of feel like Jared Moskowitz has basically burned the district. He doesn't care about winning the general at all. And he's just torpedoing his own run for a potential media opportunity, potential consulting gig, maybe. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Kind of feels like he just doesn't care. I'm not expecting him to hug and kiss the DSA, by the way. It's a very conservative district, right? But there's probably a little bit more delicate of a way to deal with this, especially after you got 65%, but that means like 36% of your district voted for the DSA guy. Immediately casting them aside, assuming that those voters are going to come for you and take granted that left flank as you actively campaign against them is a big mistake, in my opinion. Who's more likely to vote for you, the Republicans in the district or people who are lifelong Democrats that you're yelling at?
Wins that seat, they're going to vote the way Piker tells them to vote.
Is that true?
Well, look, I obviously know the senator. He was a governor when I was a state rep, signed a bunch of my bills. And so, look, I think the governor should stick to talking about jobs. He was very good on that when he spoke about that in Florida.
Are you afraid of Hasan Piker?
No, I'm not afraid. Hasan hates me. He talks about me on his stream. I mean, Rick doesn't know what he's talking about there. Nobody in my district believes.
Dude, he's so panicked. No, I love Jared Moskowitz. He is a Hasan Piker Democrat, folks. It's true. He is. Rick caught his ass, dude. I hate Rick Scott and I love Jared Moskowitz. He's constantly in my DMs. Of course, I've endorsed him. I'm very excited. He's my best friend. He seemingly talks about me all the time. It's funny. It's funny. It's this like silly back and forth game that we play, you know, where he goes on television and it's like, that's so Jared. That's so Jared. It's classic. We're besties. No, he gets his notes. I told him, you know. I told him, listen, in order to do the communist revolution in Florida 25, if you need to yell about me in the general election, you can go right ahead. But once you win, we're implementing full Sharia communism. Yeah, clip it and ship it, boys. It's real. He thanked me before his family. He loves me. Okay? He loves me. He actually reverted to Islam. He's doing taqiyya. Yeah. I don't watch Hasan enough to know if he's being sarcastic here. Well, don't worry. Clip it and ship it, dude. He's doing gay, woke Sharia communism.
That I'm a Hasan Piker guy. Hasan would want nothing to do with me. I want nothing to do with Hasan. And so at the end of the day, Rick just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, I believe that you are nothing like him, but would you love to see Hakeem Jeffries just say, look, there's no room for socialists in our party?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Democratic leadership needs to speak out against the DSA agenda. Well, I mean, here's what I would say.
Yeah, Jared Moskowitz and Fox News host Brian Kilmeade agree on positions regarding DSA and is on the hunt. Let's see what Jared followed up on. You know, that's Jared Bear. That's my Jared Bear. You know? That's my Jared Bear and that's my Brian Kilmeade.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
If you look at the amount of members that are coming to the House that are DSA, it's 5%. They're not the Democratic Party. But I think the Democratic Party needs to step up and speak out. I mean, look, you know, Democrats are upset about what happened in the last election. They have every right, and they're upset what happened over the last 18 months. But that doesn't mean we should start embracing things or a movement that in their platform says, you know, no prisons, no borders. Oh, we're going to get rid of the Senate, by the way, just Article 1 of the Constitution. You know, there are people going on.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't it sound crazy just saying it?
Well, you got people going on.
I love boosting the salience of like ridiculous right-wing lines of attack and framing shit in the most negative ways possible. As a Democrat, by the way. That's my Democrat. That's my Hasan Piker Democrat.
On the campaign trail saying, you know, the Soviet Union wish they won the Cold War, dressing up as Mao. He only killed 50 million people. That is not how we're going to win the House. It's not how we're going to win the Senate.
So,
yeah, that's my guy. That's my goat. Love him. He was also on Abby Phillip as well. Jared Moskowitz talking about how Soviet Union fought in the American Civil War instead of Cold War. He says Civil War.
An oversimplification that this is about socialists winning?
Well, look, let me first say I know Angie, obviously, because she's currently serving in Tallahassee, and she outworked Vindman. She deserves credit. She's from Florida. Vindman is not. And she just flat out outworked him and built a coalition. By the way, not really a DSA coalition, right? She built a coalition with African Americans. She built a coalition from people from low income. So not like what you see the DSA doing in other states. And so she deserves credit for that. That being said, look, my grandparents, okay, you know, escaped the Holocaust. My grandmother was part of the Kindertransport. America saved my family's life, took us in. Like, this country gave us all we have. I got people in my district that escaped socialism, right? We're part of the boat lift from Cuba. And so when they see the DSA just the other day, right, embrace 100 years of Fidel Castro, okay, as a celebratory thing, and they see, you know, people like Hasan Piker talk about how Soviet Union should have won the Civil War.
Look at Trump's next press secretary, Scott Jennings, nodding along too. He's like, yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. I said the Soviet Union should have won the Civil War. What civil war in the United States of America? I think he meant the Cold War, which is not something that I said anyway. I said the dissolution of the Soviet Union was unbelievably devastating, not only for all of the countries, the Eastern Bloc in its entirety, Russia certainly, but also it had a negative impact on us. And this is not a controversial opinion. Francis Fukuyama has basically admitted as such. Mr. End of History. Mr. End of History. No, he's a trot. He thinks Trotsky should have waged and won a civil war on Stalin. True. Oh, he's just he's a Spartacist. That's what it is. No, he's Mr. Socialist Alternative. He's a big shawarma savant fan. Okay. And that's what this is. He's saying like he's a expressly anti-Marxist Leninist, anti-Stalinist. He's a trot. Makes sense. That's what his disagreement is with me.
And that he's not patriotic, and that he dresses up as Mao, who, you know, killed 50 million people. We deserve 9/11. Look, Democrats have a right to be angry. We lost the election. We lost every swing state. Right, we lost the popular vote, and they don't like what happened when Joe Biden, you know, got out of the race and Kamala came in. They blame us for that, and they're right. But people just want normalcy. They look at Donald Trump yesterday or 2 days ago talking about, hey, we're going to stop the exercises with South Korea.
Have they not invited you on one of these panels? I love that every time one of these panels happens, everyone always asks the same question. No, of course not. Okay, of course not. If they were to invite me on one of these panels, they would very quickly come to terms with the recognition that I am not the silly version that these guys are presenting me as. And that would suck for them because they're trying to present DSA as this like dangerous radical force, this toxic force in American politics. That's it. First of all, I would love to have a conversation, a reasonable discussion, maybe even a debate on the issue of Israel, right? Because it's super simple to just be like, Hasan is a terrorist. He loves terrorism. Look, he's Mr. Hamas. He's HasanAbi. You can say that from your ivory tower, but it's a very different conversation when we're, sitting next to one another, and all of a sudden you have to address some of your positions. So that's the real reason. That's the real reason why they won't have me on, because they understand that if they were to bring me on, rather than blacklist me and talk about me, their audience would probably be far more receptive to what I have to say, and they don't want to deal with that problem. Yeah, and I repeated this earlier today. I said, if you see a media outlet or prominent commentator on the timeline or in mainstream media ask silly questions like this and make a bigger deal out of my involvement when they never made a peep about Charlie Kirk, you can guarantee they're pro-Israel, by the way. They want to discipline electeds. I didn't raise your gas prices. I didn't hang out with war criminals or waste your tax dollars murdering children overseas. These people have no problem with those in power who do. Remember who they portray as an enemy. Because that's what it is. No amount of explaining your position is going to change their mind. Buddy, it's not about changing the minds of those who are paid to present a certain narrative. It's about changing the minds of those who are tuning in. Because right now, their goal is to tell their audience over and over again that I'm this malign force, this malignant force on American politics. You have to shy away. Don't ever look in his direction. Don't listen to him. He is a bad guy. You should freak out about him. And also, you should make sure that the electeds, you should demand that your electeds actually stay away from him as well. The reason why they do that is so that the next time there is a insurgent campaign, they worry about the barrage of negative attention that they're going to get. They worry about the media, the earned media that is negative that their campaigns are going to receive. Not every elected representative is capable of dealing with that line of attack. They are trying to make this association as costly as possible. Now, why are they doing that? Isn't this exactly what they wanted? Isn't this exactly what they wanted? They wanted young men to get more involved in political campaigns. They wanted young men to get more involved in the Democratic Party. Now that they are getting more involved, they're like, no, not like that. You understand? Because they never really wanted a quote-unquote Joe Rogan of the left. They just wanted someone who is a party apparatchik. They did not want to actually face the voters. That's the reason why this process started with Zohran Mamdani, and it really elevated after Abdul al-Sayed. It turns out when voters are more involved, when young men are more involved, when there's a platform out there that elevates their concerns, that repeats their frustrations, and then actually connects with politicians and campaigns that are far more responsive to the demands of the base, that they're going to start asking some questions about our involvement with Israel, our relationship with Israel, the relationship that politicians and campaigns have with corporate PACs, why certain politicians aren't like Zohran, why certain politicians aren't like Abdul al-Sayed. Why do they shy away from taking a stance on Medicare for all? These are the questions that many Democrats don't want to address. These are the questions that many campaigns don't want to address. And that's the reason why they do everything they can to run this intimidation campaign, to defang a prominent anti-Zionist, to defang a prominent fixture of left media, because they would rather win or lose with their own methods. They would rather win or lose with their own coalition without having to address any of these points. Whether it be their inconsistent position on data centers at a time when so many people are demanding a moratorium, at a time when so many people are demanding a stop, an end to data centers being built in their backyard. At a time when the overwhelming majority of Americans are questioning our loyalty and support to Israel as it maintains an apartheid, as it continues to do a genocide, as it continues to behave in this belligerent manner in this region, killing children over and over again with no accountability whatsoever. And that's the problem. That's the issue. That's something that they don't want to address. Right? List of foods getting recalled due to FDA cuts. Nice. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine? I mean, look, it's so silly to constantly repeat this, but like if the Biden administration fucked up this hard, do you think liberal media would let him get away with it? I mean, they covered for him pretty aggressively. They covered for his dementia pretty aggressively. But they were, you know, fairly critical of some of the things that he did. Some of the good things that he did, really, like the Afghan pullout, right? Which I stand by, and I defended him vociferously over and over again. The following foods have now been recalled. Frozen blueberries, possible E. coli contamination. Iceberg lettuce, possible cyclospora contamination. Shell eggs, salmonella. Mixed berries, possible E. coli. Pistachio nut butter, salmonella. Green powder supplements, salmonella. Jalapeno containing dips, salsa, and guacamole products, salmonella. Soup kits, listeria. Salad dressing, salmonella. Granola, salmonella. Dog food, salmonella. Jalapeno peppers, salmonella. Pizza cheese bread products, salmonella. From July, dried herring fish, botulism risk. Jesus Christ. Requesón cheese, listeria. Soft ricotta cheese, listeria. Infant formula, botulism risk. Multiple cheese varieties, listeria. Cottage cheese and ricotta products, listeria. Organic moringa capsules and powder, salmonella. Smoked whole herring, botulism. Enoki mushrooms, listeria. Parmesan ranch seasoning, salmonella. Cheese and garlic croutons, salmonella. Tahina, salmonella. Specialty beverages, salmonella. Multiple green superfood supplements, salmonella. Powdered beverage mixes, salmonella. Infant formula, Bacillus cereus, toxin contamination. Potato chips, salmonella. Pork rinds and seasonal products, salmonella. Snack mixes, salmonella. Sour cream and onion cheese curds, salmonella. Flavored popcorn seasoning, salmonella. Coleslaw products, microorganism growth risk. Pita chips, salmonella. Chocolate bar, salmonella. White cheddar seasoning, salmonella. Kippered herring, botulism risk. Peeled garlic, botulism risk. Raw milk cheddar cheese, E. coli contamination. Brain tonic supplements, botulism risk. Dried croaker fish, risk of harmful bacteria and toxins. Salmon products, listeria contamination. Cream cheese and tofu spreads, listeria contamination. Yellowfin tuna, Clostridium botulinum contamination. Chicken dog treats, salmonella. Organic chia seeds, salmonella. Green superfood supplements, salmonella. Tamales, potential listeria. Shrimp paste, lead contamination risk. That's a funny one. Chocolate bars, salmonella. Sea moss gel superfood, botulism risk. Cheese products, potential listeria contamination. This is a crisis. This is what happens when you believe and you abide. Sorry. This is what happens when you abide by corporate interests and engage in deregulation. Follow through on the deregulatory agenda of the Trump administration. It's getting down to a point where you just can't eat anything, really, unless you want to get salmonella. That's where we're at. This is what happens when you don't believe in science. This is what happens when you think that the CDC and the FDA are bad. Corporations find these regulatory agents to be these regulatory agencies to be dangerous to their bottom line. So they petition the government. They lobby the government over and over again. And then sometimes they strike gold. They strike gold in the Trump administration. That's where we're at. People made great hay about the Green New Deal, thinking that it was going to take away their cattle, take away their burgers. Well, Trump is doing that right now. Trump is doing that right now. I can't believe you're repeating this nonsense. You can eat plenty of salmonella. Jesus Christ, dude. They are poisoning our food supply, man. They're poisoning our food supply. We warned about this for years. For years and years, we warned about this. If you don't have a competent state, if you don't have a competent regulatory state, the things that we take for granted, like the idea that we can go shopping at the grocery store and purchase foods knowing full well that it's not going to poison us, is going to go away. But how about Hasan Piker? How about transgender athletes? How about NS Contact running and trying to play in the WNBA? That's what we should be talking about, right? We are a third world country with a Gucci belt on. And now we're seeing that the Gucci belt itself is fugazi. We have nothing. We have nothing. But yeah, keep focusing on people like myself, who, by the way, I'm not alone in this. Even David Hogg is getting cooked. This is an interesting development. Georgia State Rep Esther Panich, who represents areas of Fulton County, pressured the Gwinnett County Democratic Party to remove David Hogg as a speaker for their upcoming event. They complied. He was talking too much about kids getting sniped. So it's not just me. David Hogg is now seen as far too radical of a figure. If David Hogg is far too radical of a figure, who isn't? In the eyes of the Democratic Party, the only acceptable spokesperson is one that unconditionally defends Israel. It's that simple. That's it. This has obviously happened to me with the University of Washington, as you guys know. It's happened to me with the United Kingdom in its entirety. And now it's happening to David Hogg as well. Why? Because he appeared alongside myself in that CNN documentary where he made the appropriate comparison. He said AIPAC and the NRA. For those of you who don't know, David Hogg is one of the survivors of the Parkland shooting. And for many years, he was a gun violence, anti-gun violence advocate. And he went through this transformation where he wanted to get more involved in politics beyond simply doing anti-gun violence advocacy. And he even got elevated within the DNC. He was the former DNC vice chair. He got cast aside because he made the mistake of saying we need younger talent in the Democratic primaries. We need to push some of these older incumbents out, sometimes by force. He got ripped apart. There was a woke 1.0 weaponization campaign against him. I remember, where the DNC said, oh, we actually need to have a non-white person in that position. Now, I'm favorable to representational politics. I'm not immediately antagonistic, but it's ridiculous not to recognize what the DNC was doing in that moment, right? They were saying that, David Hogg David Hogg should be replaced, not because he was against running younger incumbents or running younger politicians against incumbents, but instead it was because the bylaws dictated that there needed to be someone who wasn't white as the vice chair or something or other. It was bullshit. It was a bullshit reason. The real reason was because he was rocking the boat. David Hogg identified that one of the major problems within the DNC and within the National Democratic Party was their seniority process. Far too many old people were dying in their position of power, and that we had to bring more life back into the party. He was right. He was so right that James Carville turned around and agreed that David Hogg was right as recently as like a couple of weeks ago. But David Hogg also had a separate issue. He had a separate issue. He had a separate problem. He also understands that AIPAC is subverting American democracy. AIPAC, just like the NRA, something that I've said many times as well, something that a comparison that I've made as well. AIPAC, just like the NRA, is backed by MAGA billionaires. And just like the NRA, AIPAC works to continue the slaughter of children at schools and all around the region in the Middle East. And so from his perspective, it makes total sense for him to be against the NRA and against AIPAC as well. But his fault was making this apt comparison on a CNN documentary that I appeared on as well. And now they're saying he is far too toxic of a figure. And it's entirely about Israel. Okay? Some of these guys are insane. Fred Gutenberg is one of those guys. He's the father of someone who was killed in Parkland. Jamie Gutenberg was murdered in the Parkland school shooting. He's also from the same, anti-gun violence advocacy network. Shannon Watts is another one as well. Not the same. David survived. My daughter did not. He fundraises now off of what happened. My daughter can't. I have been supportive of him for years. He is now chosen to use his voice to spread anti-Semitism, and I do not need to accept that. He could have chosen differently. Fred Gutenberg needs a mental health evaluation. That's what he needs. David Hogg wasn't kicked out because he was white. He stepped down before the elections. Look it up. I know. What I meant was they were using the bylaws in this sinister fashion. They were once again trying to take out someone that they considered to be toxic because he was speaking truthfully. And they were going to redo the election. So we stepped down before that happened. Again, when people talk about woke 1.0, this is the type of stuff that we're talking about. A cynical weaponization of standpoint epistemology to defend unbelievably toxic and dangerous and reactionary ideas. The notion that anyone who is Jewish themselves, I believe David Hogg is also Jewish, is actually engaging in anti-Semitism because they're critical of Israel's genocide, because they're critical of Israel's lobby that demands the continuation of death and destruction in the region with unlimited tax dollars from the United States of America. Yeah, David Hogg to exit DNC after backlash to his primary plan. Mr. Hogg said he would not run again for vice chair after the party voted for a new election. Democrats have been furious at his plan to challenge this party's sitting lawmakers in primary races. It's unbelievable to me that they are now doing the exact same thing to David Hogg. We don't agree on everything. David and I don't agree on everything. I would say that I'm definitely a more radical, quote unquote, radical person than he is. And yet we both understand what Israel is doing to be completely untenable, completely illiberal, completely unacceptable. And we demand an end to it. We want to bring about accountability. And that is a bridge too far for a lot of these institutions. A lot of people in positions of power within these institutions consider that to be toxic, dangerous, radical, scary, because they oppose democracy. I'm sorry. Here's the reality. It was an apartheid before October 7. Before October 7, 2023, Israel was still an apartheid state. And many people had not come to that conclusion. They did not recognize it as such. So at least back then you could say, oh, this is far too toxic. Even if it's truthful, you could have said this is, mentioning this is electoral poison, right? But you can't even use that as a reason anymore. It still would have been the truth. But now, it's not just the truth, it's also the popular sentiment. So they're running out of options. They're running out, the Zionist movement in the United States of America is running out of talking points. So the only thing they can do is try to prop up through sympathetic media outlets this idea that if you speak out against Israel, you will be humiliated, you will be attacked endlessly, you will be victim to endless intimidation campaigns with the hopes that they can stop people from speaking out against it. It's ridiculous. And I hope David, much like myself, will not succumb and will not stand back and allow this intimidation campaign to win. And I know he won't. This is not his first rodeo, I presume, with antagonistic media. However, it might be the first time that he's receiving this level of enmity from liberal outlets. And I'll tell you something. As someone who has been smeared and slandered by establishment Democrats and the entirety of the Republican media apparatus for many, many years, it does hit different when you see liberals do the same. It does. It absolutely feels a little bit different when you got CNN and MS Now also taking a critical stance against your commentary. When you hear from people who are like, I am a lifelong Democrat, and this guy Hasan, he's out of his goddamn mind. You're like, what are you talking about? You think you and I are that far apart? Or has someone convinced you that you and I are far apart? If you were to take a more charitable stance to what I have to say, if you were to just venture over to these parts on your own, perhaps you would find what I have to say to be perfectly reasonable. CNN sure does share your foreign policy. They definitely don't. Shut up, commie. It's funny. 25-month subscriber. But that is what it is. People are even defending you on Blue Sky through negative polarization now. Dave Against the Machine says, I'm not sorry, but the level of derangement by the media over a guy 98% of the country has never heard of. If you actually care about this guy, that you think every Democrat should disavow him, whether they campaign with him or not, you are a fascist, Mark. It's affirming a fascist narrative. It's 100% Islamophobic nonsense. Even if this guy never existed, the fascists will find something else to complain about. Too many Democratic politicians and consultants just surrender to every fascist narrative they hear. Thank God people are waking up to this, by the way. Because that's exactly what this is. What is this? Fascinating cultural moment. A Virginia couple didn't want their kids disappearing into their room, so they spent $2.8 million building a house with a sports room and a swimming pool. Jesus Christ. What is this? Democrats describing Hasan Piker?
ما دنسوا لي حمانا لو طوقته الضراغم.
Al Kulu Kulu. Yeah. Dude, Islamic Robespierre is fucking awesome. Yeah, Mohammed Robespierre. That is the OG. That is the OG Nasheed. Yeah, it's no longer Islamabad. It's Islamagod, folks. Too bad he is a grifter liberal. He the goat for real, but he ain't all that. This is legit how centrists talk about Hasan. Hasan, if he was actually a lion, if only he was this based. I think the fever will die out and more people will come to terms with the reality that Democrats are conceding far too much because there's only so much hypocrisy that the average liberal will take on from mainstream media until they go, dude, what the fuck are you guys doing? People don't hate Donald Trump because he's just a Republican. They hate the entire Republican apparatus. They hate the double standard. They hate the inconsistency. People can disagree with him all they want, but this is clearly a fascist Republican op meant to divide the Democratic politicians and voters. And it's wild to see so many people play right into the fascist pedophile president destroys the country. Also, a lot of this is about calling out Israel's genocide of Palestinians. They want to put a stop to any criticism of Israel whatsoever. It's a centrist fascist disciplining operation. I think he's a not so subtly bigoted dumbass, and his China boosterism is genuinely contemptible. Yeah, people can disagree with him all they want, but this is clearly a fascist Republican op meant to divide the Democratic Party. 100%, and it drives me insane. Losingest idiots of the century having no discipline or even theory of mind around the difference between campaigning with a literal Nazi and campaigning with a shock jock. No one gets this mad about Bill Maher. Wonder why. His China boosterism is genuinely contemptible, and I still don't give a fuck if politicians campaign with him because he brings money and volunteers and isn't a meaningfully more toxic than any other shock jock type. Is such a transparent attempt at control. I can't believe this blue sky guy thinks I am a bigoted dumbass. You got to be nicer to Blue Sky now. How mainstream media presents IDF soldiers.
May I introduce my son, Ramsey Bolton.
It's an honor to meet you, my lady. Come, my lord. You're a long way from home. Winter is coming. My beloved wife, I've missed you terribly. She really is lovely. I hope I can make her happy.
I hope so too. She's suffered enough.
I'll never hurt her. I'm a man of mercy. Run to your brother. The sooner you make it in, the sooner you get to see him in. That's the game. Easy.
What a nice young man. What a nice young lad. Post this on Blue Sky for PR. True, dude. I like that you also changed my pants color too. Does Blue Sky love Kamala? Is it Kamala liberalism at Blue Sky? I don't really go there, so I don't know. I am a girl boss. Red Shambhala edits, more like maroon Kumbala edits. Average liberal agrees with the Washington Times. In purple swing states, however, association with Hasan Piker is very likely to be political poison, which clown car Wisconsin gubernatorial candidate Francesca Hong discovered the hard way on August the August 11th primary. Peter Parisi explains. Yeah. They're trying to do everything they can. They're trying to do everything they can to say, like, oh, this is campaign poison. It's bad. Please shy away. I am, and I think people need to understand this, like, I am just a megaphone for your anger. Okay? I am just a megaphone for a lot of frustrated Americans who see right from wrong and they want changes. And they're willing to not cast aside their civic duty, who are willing to actually participate in the democratic process. These guys hate that. It's that simple. They would love for you to sit at home. They would love for you to shut the fuck up. The liberals would love for you to vote blue no matter who without making any demands whatsoever. But that's not how democracy works. It's that simple.
Hasan Piker, if you can't distance yourself from Hasan Piker running for the United States Senate with all the things he has said, something's wrong. And I think Mr. El-Sayed's going to have some challenges. Never compare yourself to Jesus. I don't care what your title is. Jesus was radical because he loved so much. He loved so much, he forgave people, he healed people. Institutions of the church didn't want him there because they couldn't understand why on the Sabbath and things he was willing to go beyond the words, their words.
Yeah, look how quickly they swapped to a disingenuous line of argument. The Hasan thing is just one point. If you ever agree with a Fox News talking head on any issue whatsoever, you are a fucking rube. You are a goddamn sucker. Okay? Because it's a package. Just because you find yourself agreeing with one element of that package doesn't mean that you're not playing a role in elevating these ridiculous lines of attack. Okay? Yeah, Democrat Harold Ford Jr. on Abdul El-Sayed. Democrat, sure. If you can't distance yourself from Hasan Piker running for the United States Senate with all the things he said, something is wrong. Buddy, if I saw Fox News do a weather report that it was raining outside, that a hurricane was imminent, I'd probably still try to check with my own damn two eyes to make sure that it was valid. Okay? That's the level of partisanship that I demonstrate. That's the level of enmity that I have for everything that these guys are presenting. And if you find anything on Fox News to be valid, you should be concerned. Because these people don't just oppose American democracy. They don't oppose, good things. They oppose reality itself. You understand? That's why I fucking despise the liberals that lean into this shit. And that's what we're going to be talking about right now. Self-identifying liberals coming out in support of reactionary Mike Rogers in the Senate race. It is insane. Putting in writing that you're trying to kamikaze a swing Senate seat to shift the narrative for 2028 is clinical behavior, says Hamid Bendas. And he's right. This is something that we looked at yesterday. Matt Cassell reported on it. Michigan Jews against extremism. This came out before the Michigan Jews for Mike Rogers, or Democrats for Mike Rogers, held a rally earlier today. Michigan Jewish leaders are circulating an open letter urging Jewish Democrats in the state to sign their names in support of Mike Rogers over Abdul El-Sayed for Senate. The letter is led by Eric Bronstein, a Detroit Jewish leader and businessman, among others. Now, this was a tiny rally. It was a minuscule rally. It's another one of these operations to say that Michigan Jews are united against Abdul El-Sayed. What a lot of people don't realize is that Michigan Jews are not united against Abdul al-Sayed. It's just a fucking made-up media narrative. It's totally artificial, totally made up. Many of these people are lifelong Republicans that are simply presenting themselves as Democratic Party voters to try to get other suckers on board. And what they're doing is playing a very dangerous game. Okay? They're saying that they're willing to entertain reactionary, racist fascists because that's how much they care about Israel, a foreign country. Now, all readily available data shows a very different reality. Israel is the top 9th concern amongst American Jews. You understand? It's the 9th concern, the 9th priority for American Jews out of the top 10 priorities. Now, one could say, oh, well, that's because both parties at the time of this poll were in support of Israel unconditionally. Okay? That's an argument you can present. American Jews have historically voted by overwhelming numbers for the Democratic Party. This is something that Mehdi Hasan actually brought up when talking to Eli Clifton, the Quincy Institute guys that wrote the new book, Israel's Lobby. I wonder if anyone has a clip of that, because I thought it was very interesting, the way they were purposefully referencing AIPAC as Israel's lobby and not the Jewish lobby, which is how many people falsely present it as. As the 9th concern, is it specifically Israel's a topic or desire for support? Yeah, here it is. Now, of course, Chris Manahan is saying, no, this is a Jewish thing. Let's keep it a $1.50. So pay no mind to Chris Manahan's assessment. I just want to use this clip.
Give me for asking this question. I have to ask this question because it's relevant to my next question, which is, are you guys Jewish?
Yes. Yes.
You're both Jewish?
Yes.
Okay. So good to hear, because the cover of this book, a lot of people in your community in this country will look at it and say, that's anti-Semitic. It's a flag of Israel and America. America in the grip of a foreign power. These are anti-Semitic tropes. What would you, as the two Jewish co-authors of this book, say in response to that critique?
I'd say what is the most common thing to be said in Israel when somebody makes a stupid argument, that is, the opposite is the truth.
Okay.
And that is because what is helping fuel anti-Semitism in this country, and it is a real problem, is the notion that Israel is the collective Jew, and therefore any criticism of Israel is an attack on the Jew. Yeah. And that allows the lobby to try to suppress debate by calling any criticism of Israel or any attempt to even talk about Israel publicly anti-Semitic. On the contrary, we are, by showing the actual mechanics of a regular American interest group rising to demand what it wants and having an undue success, really superabundant success, that changes Israel in a way that even the lobby didn't want, we are showing that it's not some vast, mysterious Jewish conspiracy behind this. Yeah. This is the way American politics operates that Washington warned about. Yes. if it's deployed in foreign policy.
So when you see people critiquing Israel, how often do you have to say, look, I'm the author of a book about the lobby, but that doesn't mean that we should go completely the other way and start indulging anti-Semitic troops?
Well, I think this is made particularly difficult because the lobby itself uses these tropes very carelessly, and I believe intentionally. Yes. AIPAC would like nothing more than to conflate American Jews with Israel.
Yeah.
And they have done so over the past couple months, claiming that criticisms of AIPAC are an attack on Jewish Americans. And that is simply untrue. But what it is doing, when they say that, let's be very clear here, and the Anti-Defamation League does it as well, is they are endorsing an anti-Semitic trope, the dual loyalty trope, which says that Jews can never be loyal to the country, fully loyal to the country they are in, because they will always have a loyalty to themselves and to Israel as well.
Yes.
And there's nothing
I'm
matter
not
with
disagreeing with you. They completely weaponize it, abuse it. They're hypocritical when it comes to conflating the two.
So I think the important thing we can do here is, as Ian pointed out, that we are trying to pull it apart and say, well, the vast majority of Jewish Americans, actually, when you look at the issues, ranked issues that they vote on, Israel is very low.
Yes.
And as the Republican Party has moved
very critical of Israel.
more pro-Israel, Democratic voters have stayed pretty much the same. Jewish Democratic voters have stayed at roughly 60-something% of every ethno-religious group that gets polled. The Jewish vote is one of the most stable. It simply doesn't
You know who's
change.
really mad about that? Donald Trump. He said openly he's annoyed that Jews have not rewarded him for being pro-Israel. He says the evangelicals love me, but Jewish voters don't love me. And I noticed that you called the book Israel's Lobby. You didn't call it the Jewish Lobby, which was a phrase that used to be a common prise, both on right and left for critics. But just to unpack briefly, one of you, why you went with Israel's Lobby as the title.
Well, we don't think...
I need you guys to understand something, okay? Before people immediately go, oh, dude, this is like a fucking PR operation or whatever. What's really frustrating to me about this is like, this has been my demand for prominent American Jews who have connections to the state of Israel to varying degrees to come out and loudly declare Zionism to be a separate thing from Judaism. So I'm not going to cast aside people who do that, okay? It is totally ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous to just turn around and attack folks like this, to be like, oh, dude, you're right. You're wrong. You're lying. Okay? Because it is very important. It is very important to break through. It's very important to break through this media framing device that has been used to defend Israel over and over again, that all Jews are united in their defense. All Jews are united in their defense of Israel, that Zionism and Judaism are inseparable. It's bullshit. No one is monolithic. Jews are not a monolithic people in their defense of Israel. There is varying degrees of Zionist indoctrination that plays a formative role in American Jews and their understanding of Israel. Okay? No offense to these two, but it does seem like a last-ditch effort to save the Zionist state. Yeah, you're a fucking moron, okay? Because they're not defending Israel at all. They're not. This is just one element of the conversation. It's an entire book that they wrote at the Quincy Institute to criticize not only Israel, but also Israel's toxic influence on American democracy. And you're still turning around and going, oh, I don't care, man. It just kind of feels like they're saving the Zionist state. Please, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up to the reality around you. Here's one other additional reality that I've mentioned over and over again, especially post-October 7. If every single American Jew came out and said, we are all anti-Zionists, the American government's calculation on Israel would not change. Okay? The American government's calculation and its allegiance to Israel would not change. It would make it a little bit more ridiculous. Okay? But the American government's goals with Israel is to operate a satellite for American imperialism. Now, of course, in the last 3 years, Israel has absolutely engaged in actions that are at odds with American foreign policy. Okay? But this notion that Jews behave in this tribalistic manner, all they care about is Israel, you're falling for the media propaganda. Okay? You're falling for the media propaganda. To me, I'm not going to listen to Jake Tapper on this issue because he presents it in the same way as Nick Fuentes does. They both believe Jews operate in a monolithic manner and that they have a singular investment in the continuation of the state of Israel. Of course, Jake Tapper also simultaneously would say that's very anti-Semitic when Nick Fuentes says it, but he says it himself. I don't agree with that. No one is irredeemable. Everyone can change their attitudes on issues. And if Jews were a monolithic force, if this organized Jewry was a real force to be reckoned with, then there wouldn't be so much investment in Zionist indoctrination for Western Jews. Okay? There just wouldn't be this much money being spent to ensure that every young American Jew that goes to Jewish camp or goes to Jewish school was getting unlimited amounts of Zionist propaganda, Zionist indoctrination. And yes, this doesn't mean that there aren't otherwise liberal American Jews that lean into illiberal ethno-nationalism, crude, tribalistic ethno-nationalism when it comes to Israel. Of course there are. Okay? Aren't you simultaneously doing the Mersheimer and Chomsky argument at the same time? Yes. I have always been a centrist when it comes to this issue. Because one, in my belief, doesn't exist without the other. Okay? Israel doesn't get to create this lobby. Israel doesn't get to create these Zionist institutions on U.S. soil without fair restrictions if Israel doesn't play the role of a reliable ally during the Cold War against the rise of pan-Arabic nationalism. Okay? If Israel doesn't play the role of an American satellite for American imperialism in this resource-rich region, Israel doesn't get to have this sophisticated propaganda apparatus working on U.S. soil as aggressively as it has for the past 80 years. It's that simple.
In terms of, and would never use the phrase Jewish lobby. There is no such thing as a Jewish lobby. There is an Israel lobby. That's the problem.
Which has evangelical Christians in it.
It has evangelical Christians and it has
military-industrial complex.
It has all kinds of, it has hundreds of organizations that are parts of it. Yeah. Many of them.
The fear that I always have is this. It's far easier to teach Americans tribalism. It's far easier to get Americans on board on opposition to Israel through an anti-Semitic framework than it is to teach them about anti-imperialism, anti-fascism, to have a morally consistent anti-genocide position. That's the problem. And if you don't actually develop this framework, then you are never going to be able to fully comprehend why what America's doing is also wrong. That's the problem. Americans, the entire world, dude? No, for sure. For sure. What is this joint statement from the leaders of the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, and Canada? The Israeli government's decision to push construction tenders for the E1 settlement project is unacceptable. Oh, here we go. Oh, man, you got grave concerns about the settlement project once again. Yes. Yes. Brother, Islam has been around for 1400. What is this? They have been warring with the West for literally over a millennia. Terrorism is a loaded and false term. The literally spreading of Islam. Look, toilet paper. I'm a Muslim, by the way. Propaganda. Literally the opposite. Jewish historians believe Islam is the reason Judaism survived today. I'm so confused as to what argument you're trying to make. As an anti-Zionist Jewish person whose temple is reform and deeply Zionist, it's difficult to even approach trying to change their minds. No, I understand that. I understand that. I mean, look, to the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you. Well, you have to go back to your communities and try to get your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions, okay, is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is a dangerous, because look, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. At the end of the day, American Jews do not prioritize Israel, but they do prioritize anti-Semitism. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of this propaganda that is facing the American Jewish side from a lot of these Jewish outlets, right, will tie the two all the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right? When the host asked Angie Nixon, like, oh, well, don't you think we shouldn't stop giving weapons to Israel at a time when anti-Semitism is exploding? Where's the connective tissue between these two events? American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So every single time you have prominent Zionist Jews come out and be like, no, this is anti-Semitic. To oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. You're teaching people the trope of dual loyalty. That's what you're teaching people. After you teach them that, you can't turn around and say, oh, well, this is dual loyalty. This is anti-Semitic. Because at a certain point, people are not going to give a shit. And we're already past that point. It's that simple. I read this not as an actual retreat from anti-Semitism charges, but enhanced preparation for pressing on Islamophobia, given the plausible rise of voting publics less beholden to the power of every errant anti-Semitism charge, chipping away at the offices of anti-Semitism czars. That's precisely what's going on, yes. They're not going to give up on, claiming that people are anti-Semitic, of course. They're going to keep doing that because there's a lot of institutional value. There's a lot of... there are a lot of institutions that will still take action once the anti-Semitism allegation is brought up. But what they're doing is the Israeli Foreign Ministry has recognized at this point that there is no way to defend Israel. So they'll take the second best thing, which is to foment Islamophobia. Who's fighting against the hordes of Muslims, the dangerous Muslims that are destroying the Western world? The Jewish state is, of course. This is a battle between the Western forces and the scary Eastern hordes of Muslims who are barbaric. That's the way they present it as. In Israel, you might not like them, but at least they're a bulwark against the scary hordes of Islam. And they'll take that. That's the next best thing for Israel, at least. Knowing full well that they can press that Islamophobia button over and over again. Not realizing that those who oppose Islam in the West, those who consider Islam to be a dangerous, toxic force, that's destroying Western civilization, also find Jews to be a dangerous, toxic force as well. Anyway, yeah, Jeremy Moss, the Democratic nominee for U.S. House, Michigan 11, says, this is the person who won Haley Stevens' seat, by the way, says Abdul's going to have to demonstrate some serious outreach to Oakland's Jewish community. I wonder what he has to do to gain the support of Oakland County's Jewish community. Yeah, he has to drop his critiques of Israel. That's what it is. Now, is Oakland County's Jewish community in unison making this demand of Abdul al-Sayed? No, of course not. But if there isn't opposition from Jewish figures in this community that are loud about the divergence between this representative and their own desires, then the media narrative will set in. Even if they don't realize that this media narrative presents Jews as single-minded and singularly invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS, and you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. Republican U.S. Senate candidate Mike Rogers is endorsing a one-year moratorium on new data centers. Look at that. Look at that. They are positioning themselves and reacting to the popularity of our policies, our positions. Look at that. Yeah, Ben Jacobs says, Ben Jacobs reports on Jeremy Moss's take. Adam Johnson says, I'll translate for those unfamiliar with these serious outreach threats. Moderate on Israel, support apartheid and the arming of genocide, albeit some mild scolding about Netanyahu, or else I will withhold my support and help Rogers. This is a variation on Hakeem Jeffries' further conversations thread. There are pro-genocide uncommitted movements everywhere for those with eyes to see. That's precisely what is going on here. These guys are shamelessly saying that they are uncommitted. They're uncommitted to Abdul al-Sayed because Abdul has an anti-genocide position that is broadly popular, and these guys can't contend with that reality. They want Abdul to take a less popular and immoral position, a position that he does not hold. It's totally ridiculous, and we should not let these people forget. We should not let others forget what shameless positions that they are holding on to in this pivotal moment where the Senate majority hinges on this seat, and they are casting that aside. Because while not all Jews in Michigan are single-handedly or single-mindedly in unison holding up the continuation of Israel's apartheid as a major reason as to why they will withhold their support, there are those who are doing that. And we must not let people forget that reality. Okay? Now let's get to this idiotic political rally that took place. Michigan Democrat State Rep Karen Whitsitt on her support for Mike Rogers.
I do not think people really realize what is on the line. You will lose your health insurance if the other candidate gets in office. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is what Medicare for All means. So if you enjoy going to ER now and sitting for 6 hours, get ready to enjoy that a whole lot longer because you may be sitting there for 6 weeks. That means you will be in a clinic, in a hospital, wherever they say that you go.
Disgusting. Disgusting. Big pharma backed healthcare provider, for-profit healthcare provider backed charlatan. Okay? This is a Democrat that's joining forces with Mike Rogers. Yeah, finally we see a centrist Twitter liberal in the wild. Now, let me tell you something. I think Democrats who hear this kind of shit, they're not going to go, you know what? Maybe I'll give Mike Rogers a vote. Instead, her political career will be over.
Once again, you say you don't want government in your business. Well, the government will be controlling your health care. They will control your doctors.
This psycho ain't no centrist law. Yeah, it's progressives. If progressives did this kind of shit, the state party would do everything in their power to strip funding, strip committee chair assignments, and relegate that person's position to the same level of power as a dog catcher. By the way, this fucking idiot is an actual Republican. Whitsitt credited President Donald Trump in his personal support of hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin treatments with saving her life, stating if President Trump had not talked about this, it would not be something that's accessible for anyone to be able to get that right now. It would not even be possible. In May 2020, Whitsitt announced she would sue Governor Gretchen Whitmer over a censure pertaining to COVID-19, alleging that the governor and the 13th Congressional District Democratic Party organization were attempting to deprive her of her right to engage in protected speech after she publicly supported President Donald J. Trump. In June 2020, Whitsitt dropped the federal lawsuit. In 2023, Whitsitt was the sole Democrat in the Michigan House Health Policy Committee to vote against the Reproductive Health Act, an 11-bill package pertaining to abortion access. When the entire House Republican caucus boycotted the remaining days of the legislature, Whitsitt walked out of the House chamber, denying House Democrats the ability to pass several remaining bills. Whitsitt returned to the Capitol building but refused to enter the chamber. She cited concerns about several bills which were voted out of committee to the House floor. Speaker Joe Tate eventually adjourned the House to December 31st, ending the ability of the chamber to pass any further legislation. This is how the Republicans operate. And they can only operate like this because we have snakes amongst us. Okay? And no, she's not rerunning. Whitsitt and her family live in Detroit. She's practicing Christian and credited her faith as a reason for not seeking re-election in 2026. We do. We have Republicans that run as Democrats, and the rest of the state Democratic Party do not cast them aside. It's that simple. What do they have on her? It's not blackmail. It's not. She is just a fucking psycho. She is just a Republican moron. The problem is the Democratic morons allow Republicans to run as fucking Democrats. And then they give them committee assignments. Kirsten Sinema, Joe Manchin. How many times has this game been played over and over again? How much did I yell when Joe Biden did not punish these pieces of shit in the party? Throughout the Biden administration, I freaked out about this over and over again. Take away their committee assignments. Start whipping these fucking votes. Take away their power within the party. Do not elevate them to a position of prominence if they're not going to fucking play ball. Obviously, those clips don't make it out of this community. And therefore, those are not the clips that the stupid liberals see on their timeline. I'm sure if they were to hear me say this kind of stuff, they'd be like, you know what? We should be punishing these fucking rotating villains. We should be behaving like a real party. I am far more pragmatic and far more invested in making sure that we actually push for progress than a lot of centrist liberals give me credit for. Okay? I have been yelling about this for years. Dems who make the topic of everyday Hasan or DSA being oddly anti-Abdul should be drawn and quartered for either being legit traitors or for being so politically inept and incompetent that they would prefer to disembowel their momentum rather than build on it from shit like this. So that's the one lady. There's more. She even has a pic with Donald Trump. It's great. These people are not our allies. Do you understand? These people are ops. These people are enemies. Yeah. Here's what Karen Whitsett also said, by the way. Democrat Michigan State Representative Karen Whitsett won't be seeking re-election, says Democrats' radical social policies drove her out of politics. Abortion, LGBTQ, things are children that are just imperative, where parents no longer have control. How does she even get to run unopposed in 2024 when she endorsed Trump in 2020? Her district is super blue plus 85 Dem. No one was paying attention because it's a state seat. It's a state House of Representatives seat. That's it.
Representative, great to see.
Here she is. Here she is talking about this, by the way. Why she's leaving the Dems.
You tonight. What was the final straw, if there was a final straw for you?
Well, I won't say it was a final one. This has definitely been something that's been over the 8-year time period. But the last 3.5 have definitely been telling. And those are just some basic issues that just do not line up biblically Christian values. And that is just abortion, LGBTQ, things to our children that are just imperative where parents no longer have control. And it's just that I just do not see the ability to be able to stay within somewhere where I cannot stand up against a party. And
I'm sorry. If you're an establishment Democrat, if you're a consultant, if you're a Democratic Party politician, if you're a centrist Democrat, if you're a right-wing Democrat, and you think she has something worthwhile to say, but Abdul can't be a part of your coalition, you're not a fucking Democrat. You're a moron, okay? You're an absolute dullard. You are a fucking sucker. You are a fascist collaborator. It's that simple. It's that simple. And this is why we fucking lose to the most incompetent, petty despots of all time. And they keep stealing everything. Democrat for Mike Rogers. There needs to be a little bit more fucking party discipline, and I hope in the future there will be, when we have real competent fighters. It's so goddamn annoying. There are sincerely people who say, we got to listen to her, not HasanAbi. Hasan is a bad guy. Why? Because he's demanding that we actually fight for the fucking constituents. Fight for the base. Fight to save American democracy. It's insane.
And vote my district at the same time. And so when it comes down to it, I have to look at God. And that was the final straw for me.
It's disgusting. It is fucking disgusting, dude. And it doesn't end there. There's more. Okay? There's more. Okay? There was also this moment from the same rally, Democrats for Mike Rogers rally. Let's take a look at what this guy had to say. Right after her, this guy is a rabbi in the district.
They will control your medication. They will control your visits. They will that Mike.
Rabbi. Thank you so much. Really, it's an honor to be here. I'm Rabbi Asher Lopatin from Huntington Woods. I usually vote Democrat, but I'm going to be voting for Mike Rogers. And I want to start out by saying, it's a little off script, that he's an incredible man. And the number one reason to vote for him, his policies, but who he is as a character, as a person, as a caring, sensitive man.
Dinos, all of them. Dinos. Get the fuck out of the party then. This is not a real movement. There is no real momentum here, okay? This is a psyop, simply put. It's a shittily put together psyop to try to present the idea that there are a lot of Democrats who are expressing discontent. We showed you the first person who's been a Republican since 2020 because COVID zapped their fucking brain, who openly stated that they left the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party cared too much about, queer rights or whatever, who has been a spoiler in the House, the state House, over and over again, right? So just remember that when you hear these folks talk about how they, Abdul al-Sayed is a bridge too far for them.
I am voting for him. On the other hand, and I'm sad to say this, that Abdul al-Sayed has made one thing very clear. We cannot let him anywhere near the U.S. Senate. Sadly, tragically, he's shown contempt for the Jewish community and, frankly, for American values by making Hasan Piker a vicious anti-Semite and racist, his campaign surrogate, and someone he buddies up with before the primary and after the primary.
Bro, you got to get Israel's dick out of your brain. I swear to God. I'm sorry. There's no other way to fucking put it. It's insane. To say that you're voting for a Republican as a lifelong Democrat, insanity. Okay? Yes, it is a 100% psyop, but it's also devastating to see it unfold that there are genuinely people out there who are so unbelievably invested in America's loyalty and allegiance to the state of Israel that they are going to vote for a Republican. It's so funny to say Hasan Piker is a vicious racist and an anti-Semite, and that's why I'm voting for the vicious racism and anti-Semitism party. Republicans have tried this so many fucking times, the hashtag walk away movement, right? Oh, I'm a lifelong black Democrat and I am walking away. What did they call it? The Dem exit? Blexit? They said. None of this shit fucking works. Every single time these guys do shit like this, there's like 8 other people involved in it, but then the media spends an insane amount of time. The media spends an insane amount of time talking about this as though this is a sincere movement.
Primary. He's never disavowed Hasan's anti-Semitism, a man who's called Orthodox Jews like me inbred. When Abdul al-Sayed was asked about the terrorist who attempted to blow up a synagogue right here in Michigan with hundreds of children, like Sailor, hundreds of children, all he said, hurt people, hurt people. Sadly, Abdul al-Sayed has shown only contempt for Jews as a people and called my people bloodthirsty, and the reason Michigan, our great state of Michigan, doesn't have the funds it needs. So sadly, Abdul al-Sayed is completely unfit to represent any piece of Michigan. The Jewish community, the African-American community, the
What is this? Jewish rabbi? Jewish rabbi? Yeah, it's a rabbi. That's crazy. Rabbi Asher Lopatin says he's willing to undermine American democracy so long as Israel continues to receive unconditional support from U.S. taxpayers. What? Yeah, Muslim rabbi. This is a different rabbi.
I absolutely can support Abdul, and the fact that he showed up with Hasan Piker is just the least of it. He's not qualified for the job. I think Haley Stevens is.
Bro, this is... Oh my God. Lady, you are hysterical. You are a hysterical person. You are a fucking hysterical person. Yeah, go ahead, clip it and be like, oh, Hasan is being so ridiculous about the feelings of this person who is bringing up a valid point. It's not. It's not a valid point. It's not a valid point at all. This is targeted hysteria, and it's set in. I have spent my whole life fighting against anti-Semitism and will continue to do so. Okay? It's just Islamophobia. We saw this with the Zoran campaign as well, where so many people came out and embarrassed themselves with this racialized animus that they actually couch under what they claim is anti-Semitism. That's what this is. And unfortunately, given the current media environment, no one gives a fuck about Islamophobia, and it's not only institutionally permitted, it's also welcomed. It is welcomed. And therefore, nobody actually talks about this from the adequate lens that this is just racialized hysterics. That's all this is. Mike Rogers appointed campaign outreach team members who spread misogynistic comments and defended a group chat filled with praise for Hitler, racial slurs, and rape jokes. Rogers' campaign brushed off their remarks as varying viewpoints. These guys are actually anti-Semitic. Okay? They don't just oppose Israel. As a matter of fact, many of them don't oppose Israel at all. They're just anti-Semitic. You've said it a million times, but if you said I'm a lifelong Democrat, but I'm voting for the Republican because the Democrat isn't pro-Mozambique enough, people would look at you like you had 10 eyes. Exactly. At this point, the people who are pro-Israel wouldn't vote for any Democrat anyway. It's a bunch of delusional people hallucinating anti-Semitism, even if people like Booker, even in people like Booker, I really don't think this smear will hurt Abdul. I don't think so either, but it's very frustrating because I'm like thinking about, the reason why I'm frustrated about this is because I'm thinking about the media narratives and how they will present this as though these are like sincere people and not fucking psychopaths, right? Oh no, these are kind, well-intentioned, lifelong Democrats who find Abdul al-Sayed's anti-Semitism and Hasan Piker's anti-Semitism to be bridged too far. We should really address this controversy. It's fucking bullshit, okay? And they already set, the media already set the reasonable grounds to address this controversy over and over again without actually looking at what's going on here. This is Islamophobia. The idea that Muslim candidates and Muslim political commentators who have spent their entire fucking lives and entire professional media careers opposing all forms of bigotry, including anti-Semitism, are actually anti-Semitic because of their opposition to Israel's genocide or their opposition to Israel's apartheid is just rank Islamophobia. That's all this is. That's all this is. It's fucking ridiculous. The idea that every Muslim, every scary Muslim is a dangerous anti-Semite is Islamophobia. You have never heard from a single Muslim candidate, Muslim mayor, Muslim politician speak about Jewish people in the way that these kind-hearted, tender, supposed lifelong Democrats speak about Muslims. Okay? Never. And part of that is because every Muslim person in the Western world has already experienced this form of otherization, so they're a lot more sensitive to it. They're a lot more aware of how this sounds. They know from their own personal, intimate, close relationship with bigotry to oppose it unconditionally.
Bought by PACs. I don't really want to vote for her. But I will tell you, in November, whoever wins that primary, I will vote for. I will not vote for Mike Rogers.
I think we'll have to work with...
Oh, thank God. Jesus Christ. I spoke too soon.
Whoever wins, though if Abdul al-Said wins, it'd be a disaster, it'd really be bad. On a personal capacity, I will vote for Michael Rogers.
This is who I was talking about. Jesus Christ.
Abdul al-Said wins, it'd be a disaster, it'd really be bad. On a personal capacity, I will vote for Michael Rogers.
Oh my God. Baited you so hard. I mean, it doesn't matter. This guy is the one who's like, I'm not fucking voting for Abdul al-Sayed.
Or even Arab Americans. So as someone who votes Democrat usually, I am proud this time to support Mike Rogers, and I encourage everyone to do so as well. Thank you.
Gross. Voting for the straight up fucking Nazi Party of America. Gross. Unacceptable. Completely and utterly unacceptable. Real chickens for KFC moment. These guys will say like, oh, like queer people in America that are pro-Palestine are doing chickens for KFC. No, this is a chickens for KFC moment. Leaning in any way, shape, or form into the growing fascist movement, offering any credence to the growing fascist movement in this country, thinking that it will preserve the interests of a foreign country is completely unacceptable.
I am Chelsea from West Bloomfield. The last week since I came out as a lifelong Democrat voting for Mike has been quite a whirlwind. I have gotten a lot of reactions. A lot were empowering, but mostly they were judgmental and cruel. We don't have to agree on everything. We don't have to agree on most things, but we need to agree on the basics. America is the greatest country in the world, and we have to protect our freedom. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I voted for Obama. I voted for Hillary. I voted for Biden. I voted for Slotkin. I heavily supported Haley Stevens throughout her race. And now I'm voting for Mike Rogers because sometimes the election calls for us to look at something bigger than lines. The Democratic nominee that we've been given does not share my values, and he does not agree with a world that I want my children to grow up in. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. I'm a mom. I'm a proud Michigander.
I'm noticing she didn't say Kamala Harris on that list. Perhaps she already swapped to the other side because she was one of the folks that got brain broken by Fox News propaganda that kept repeatedly saying that Democrats were insufficiently pro-Israel's genocide.
I am a Democrat voting for Mike because I know that he shares the values that I do, and I know that he will work hard for.
Oh, God, the guys, it's just so ridiculous, man. It's just so ridiculous. Like, you have straight up people on the Mike Rogers camp that are open Holocaust deniers, and you turn around and you're like, I'm going to vote for that camp because they might be Holocaust deniers, but at least they're pro-Israel. You're a fucking psycho. You do not understand the dangerous waters that you're treading in. It's nasty. Peter Barnard reported on this, said how the American Jewish establishment gave up on democracies from the Jewish currents. The American Jewish establishment, which in the last century helped expand American liberal democracy, has now largely given up on it. Instead of responding to this moment of democratic peril by helping to assemble the kind of multiracial, multi-religious alliance that defeated Jim Crow, it has chosen a different approach, curry favor with powerful bigots in the hope that they don't turn against Israel. This go-it-alone accommodation to an authoritarian rule has deep historical roots. It is the strategy of the court Jew in early modern Europe. Yes. It's crazy because like a lot of Zionist Jews will say horrifically anti-Semitic shit about anti-Zionist Jews. They'll say they're capos and whatnot. But this is ironically what historically the Jewish courtship of Adolf Hitler looked like. Business owners who thought that he would be good for the German economy and that Adolf Hitler was simply using anti-Semitism as a populist narrative, as a populist device, as a vehicle, because at the time anti-Semitism was very popular. I remember, I read the New York Times reports. If you remember, I've read the New York Times report on this from a early Hitler rally where they went. And the New York Times itself at the time reported on Adolf Hitler as simply leaning into anti-Semitism in an effort to curry favor with the broader masses, right? That it was simply too popular to not lean into. He wasn't being sincere about his anti-Semitism. That's the way that they wrote about it on the New York Times. And part of that was because they asked Jews that were at the rally in support of Adolf Hitler. And that sentiment was shared. The idea that these people were actually engaging, or the idea that Adolf Hitler and this movement was actually engaging in anti-Semitism because it was broadly popular. Yeah, she's literally wearing an Israel necklace, but including the West Bank. Come on. Yeah, Greater Israel necklace. $10 million people in Michigan and only 130,000 are Jewish. This is very unserious. And out of the 130,000 Jewish Michiganders, the overwhelming majority will most likely vote for Abdul al-Sayed. Because American Jews have American problems. They are American. American Jews are not Israeli. Which is why I'm very frustrated when I see Jewish institutions and people like that rabbi who is basically, claiming that his entire community, his entire synagogue is in line with his perspective, using his position of prominence as a prominent Jewish Michigander to claim that all Michigander Jews agree with him. It's disgusting. Some of these folks have legitimately been captivated by the hysteria, if we're being real. They have been. They've read too many articles. They've seen too many news hits that declare that I am a dangerous anti-Semite. Abdul al-Sayed is a dangerous anti-Semite. It's nasty. It's nasty business. But it's very important for you guys to, if you are a Jewish anti-Zionist, it's very important for you guys to speak to your own communities, to speak to your elderly relatives that might have been swept away with this hysteria. It's never too late. Yeah, this letter is led by Eric Bronstein, who just donated $1,000 to Max Miller, for the record. Eric Bronstein, AIPAC. That woman you showed earlier is my aunt. Wait, really? I would love to hear her perspective after you have a conversation with her. The one who said Hasan Piker is the reason why I will not vote for Abdul al-Sayed, but I will inevitably vote for... Yeah, the one who said I will not vote for Abdul al-Sayed, but I will inevitably vote for Abdul if he wins the primary. I'm calling bullshit. Why? Her sister canvassed for Mamdani. This is what I'm saying. The Haley Stevens voter who said she'll vote for Abdul al-Sayed. Like that person is much, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that person is far more convincible than the rabbi who is prominently saying he's a Democrat for Mike Rogers. Quick apologize for calling her hysterical. No, I think she was hysterical. She's being hysterical. She thinks I'm a fucking anti-Semite when her sister herself is like promoting Zohran Mamdani. Read his logs. You read their logs. He explains more. That is my aunt. That is actually my aunt. Brainwashed. Thanks, chat, bro. I ain't asking her about politics. I have plenty in my family. I've tried with her and I'm working on it, but we ain't that close. Not sure if you saw my message earlier. This is my aunt, Aunt W. That woman you showed earlier is my aunt. That'd be interesting. Yeah, the sister is my aunt too. That rabbi isn't registered to vote at all in Michigan. I just checked. Wait, really? I will say that our temple has a lot of younger members of the congregation since October 7th. It is largely the elders that are still there. Oh, you said lost a lot of the younger members. So you are correct in saying that you should talk to the elders. Also, it looks like he's from the Jewish Federation. It adds a certain layer to things. That woman you showed earlier is my lover. Okay, calm down, dude. All right, we're gonna check back in with this chatter. I would love to hear your attempts at talking to your aunt and see if she's comfortable. Jews are not a monolith, and Jews in Michigan will vote for Abdul because Jewish people aren't Islamophobic jackasses. Zio bitches, however, are Nazis, so of course they will support one. Fuck them and fuck Israel. Spend money on America's healthcare, not Israel's healthcare. Spend money on schools, not bombing them. Spend money on roads and trains, not firing rockets at them. Abdul's one more vote to scale back Trump's war on Iran and his molesting of the entire world. Yep. Anyway, here's the other side of the story, by the way. Here's the other side of the story. Let's get to that. And this is Peter Beinart. Michigan Jewish leaders urge Jewish Democrats to prioritize the unconditional flow of weapons to Israel over safeguarding American democracy from Donald Trump's efforts to build an authoritarian state. The other side of the story is that our policies are broadly popular. And Republicans are desperate. They're desperate, and they recognize that our policies are broadly popular, which is precisely the reason why. Look at Mike Rogers backing a data center pause at a campaign stop in Detroit. This is the new strategist for Hosbris or the... Wait, what is this? We must flood social media with fake news to defend Israel. Israeli politician Eli Hasan says the truth no longer matters. Israeli officials confess. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it's desperate. It's desperate.
And I credit George Bush and his administration for a assembling this new intelligence community. They passed the Patriot Bill that allows and takes the handcuffs off our intelligence services. Policymakers back here use words like illegal wiretap, the domestic surveillance program of the NSA. It could be abused.
We're already seeing pressure on the Patriot Act that maybe we don't need it now. Couldn't be further from the truth.
The bulk telephone metadata program is legal and effective. Provisions of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act expire at the end of this month.
Pervert, dude. Bro is a motherfucking pervert. He wants to see you cranking your shit, okay? He wants what's going on in your phone camera. He wants to monitor every single thing that you're doing. Pervert ass Mike Rogers, baby.
We need to rapidly reauthorize these provisions, and we need to work toward making these tools permanent as a part of our arsenal. Self-restriction, big problem in U.S. intelligence collection. We're the only intelligence service in the world that is forced to go to a court. But we always joked in the intelligence space, we would love to get 1/10 of what Google has on you. I supported these programs when they were classified, and I support these programs today.
Thank God Republicans are dog shit with their policies and also obviously with their candidate selection. When someone tells me the data center backlash came out of nowhere, yeah, this movie is so, dude. I talked about it at the time, but it was so prophetic. Okay. It was so goddamn good. We will look back at Eddington as like a pivotal movie that really identified the mass anger at the time. I liked Eddington even more than One Battle After Another. I think One Battle After Another was a better movie overall, but I think Eddington's politics were better than One Battle After Another. It had everything in it. It had Woke 1 versus Woke 2.0. Ari Aster fucking just did the damn thing, dude. I think Ari Aster's politics are better than what's his face's politics, the one who did One Battle After Another. Come on, bro. Lol. No, it was great. Paul Thomas Anderson, yes. I'm forgetting his name now. Yeah, Eddington is actually political. One Battle After Another was aesthetically political. You can hate on me for saying that. And I greatly enjoyed One Battle After Another. I think One Battle After Another was like more watchable than Eddington even. They're both great movies. I prefer Eddington to One Battle After Another for having a stronger political message, a better political message. I said it at the time. I think we can all agree, though, Civil War was the worst of the three. If we're putting like, top political movies up on the leaderboard, Civil War is just like shouldn't even be mentioned in the same fucking conversation with either of these movies, right? I did not watch Beau is Afraid. I was unfamiliar with Ari Aster's game. If you like Baki, or if you like politics and media, you'd watch Baki. I already did. The samurai one you're talking about, right? Baki always has the American presidents heavily featured, at least in one episode in every season. Anyway.
Hilarious to see all these mid-wit Western dudes lecture people about Mao Zedong or Chairman Mao.
It is especially funny because 90% of the time, this particular type of dude is constantly wishing war, economic collapse, or disaster on China. Yet, suddenly we're supposed to believe that you care about Chinese life expectancy in the 1960s? First of all, you don't have the moral high ground to have this conversation. This empire run by the American dollar kills millions. It has filthy islands, and its own citizens know they are worse off every single year. You don't get to lecture a country that's lifted 800 million people out of poverty without invading anyone. 2. De-Stalinization was the beginning of the dissolution of the Soviet Union. A complete disaster for the quality of life of the
Told you, this is like the classic. This is the classic Chinese take.
Average Soviet citizen. That doesn't work for China. So we're not going to drag his name in the mud for no reason. Thirdly, Mao was a guy who walked the walk. He spent most of his life fighting in mountains. His own son.
By the way, it's funny because liberals love Deng, right? They love Deng Xiaoping. They venerate him. They say he's like a figure worthy of respect. He turned China around. He liberalized China. And this is the Dengist position as well. Like this is why it's so fascinating to me that a lot of people just like do not understand. Do they? They always talk about Tiananmen. Yes, liberals respect Deng, regardless of Tiananmen Square. What do you mean? Liberals literally liberals talk about how China is capitalist because of Deng Xiaoping and how his market reforms are what saved China. I think if you were to ask the average liberal, they think Mao did Tiananmen Square, by the way. Like most liberals don't realize it was their liberal hero that did that. Like, and I'm talking about like the more educated liberals who even know who Deng Xiaoping is or who Mao Zedong is at all. That's actually a really interesting question. I wonder how many liberals think it's actually Mao that did Tiananmen Square.
Died in Korea fighting for China. That is a lot more than any of your draft dodger leaders could say. And finally, most educated Chinese people have read his work. We have our own opinions. Most of you probably don't even know why he was famous in the first place. Mao predicted the details of how World War II would play out as early as 1938. 1938 is very early. In fact, it was so early, most of your grandpas haven't decided which side they were on. So please, save your lectures and improve your own lives. It is so
Anyway, Mao's mismanagement is a dog whistle. Motherfuckers think he had a SQL database and Excel at the time to track each human in grain. I'm pretty sure 2 million old ass motherfuckers die from old. Okay, dude, chill. Okay. Atrioc, resident Twitch liberal, said Deng was top 3 China leaders of all time, maybe even top 3 overall. Yeah, I mean, dude, liberals love Lee Kuan Yew, right? They love him. Which is crazy because he had a lot of interesting opinions about like land use and housing in general. And he fucking loved Deng as well. He said Deng Xiaoping was an amazing leader. Libs love Hu Jintao. No, now you're talking about you're ridiculous. It's so weird to find Deng Xiaoping back in discourse. As a child, I knew of him because of the Shining Path, a Maoist group in Peru, which hung dogs from nooses and street lamps with signs reading Deng Xiaoping, Hijo de Perra, Deng Xiaoping SOB. Yeah. This was me responding to Not Potato Bolsheviks, who said, Hasan is interesting as there's a lot of people in American left who are his sort of social democratic market socialist-y type. However, he's the only one who has seemed to realize that what he wants is just modern day China. And so he has become pro-China. Hasan is a Dengist. And I said, I'm only a Dengist in the sense that I believe in pragmatism, black cat, white cat, Dengism. And then, of course, this guy who hates me, Pragmatism, who's in the chat all the time, too. He's like a 58-month subscriber, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. One of my old HasanAbi heads who constantly chirps at me on Twitter. Pragmatism in the imperial court just means settling for social democratic empire, police state, aka treatlerism, like what we're seeing in New York City right now. Deng was at least operating under a global capitalist siege, and even in that context, many concessions he made were inexcusable. Who is your guy, man? Like, what is appropriate from your estimation? Any kind of pragmatism is met with tremendous amounts of anger and resentment. Anyway. All right, let's get to the news. Trump is going to do Couldn't you call liberalism pragmatic as well? No. Because liberalism centers around the protection of private property. Okay? Not the advancement of humanity, or at least as a progressive historical force, it's outlived its usefulness. Okay? And liberalism in its current formation, it's like eroding and making way for authoritarian fascist control, is unbelievably dogmatic, not pragmatic at all. You understand?
Into the war with Iran, President Trump once again trying to ramp up the pressure, overnight announcing the U.S. will enact the most crushing economic operation ever taken, saying it will be an...
It's the kind of guys who only support the MPA, Indian Maoists, Shining Path, or the Filipino Maoists too, but eschew literally anything else. I knew one guy who literally thought the shade of red on a flag was an indicator of revisionism and liberal thought. They love Mao but hate Deng and get a little too kooky from there. Yeah, there are guys like that. There's like 15 of them. In America, at least. It is an utterly irrelevant political force in this country, and there is no reason to take anything that they say seriously. They're just kooks. A lot of people forget that like just because someone is on the left ostensibly doesn't mean that they're fucking correct. Yes, the Gonzalo thought Shining Path defenders are exactly who I'm talking about, like the unwashed ultras who are just fucking nutty. Okay, it's fine. They read too much, and then somewhere along the line, their brains broke.
Economic D-Day. President Trump warning any country that allows its financial institutions,
Gonzalo thought is crazy. I mean, yes, people lose their dang minds. Look. This is the reality with heterodox schools of thought, I guess. Because socialism is completely outside of the structure of permissible thought, it ends up being a crank magnet sometimes, okay? It ends up being a crank magnet, and some of those guys go, they fall off the deep end. There are many of them in this community as well. I try to fucking rein them back into reality all the goddamn time. It's partially because people engage in crankery. And then it's also partially because I think people get too dogmatic in their beliefs. You know? That's why there's like loads of socialist infiltrators and cults, subversive groups. You know, people trying to find like which values, which previous historical ideological tendency represents their values better. I'm not so silly that I will present to you the like perfect path forward. I don't think so. I think you have to be more dynamic. You have to be more fluid, and you have to also be endlessly critical of previous attempts of socialism, right? Learn from its mistakes. Seek truth from facts, and always say the truth. I'm open-minded. I recognize the failures of previous socialist experiments, previous communist experiments, ongoing communist experiments of transitional socialist states. I'm critical of them because I want to, in the same exact way that the Baltimore Maoists say, we critique socialism to make it better. Okay? We critique socialism because we want to make it better. That's why we make a critique of it.
Reports or government entities that help Iran evade sanctions will face tremendous economic consequences. The president did not announce any specific sanctions or call out China, Iran's top trading partner. This morning, the Iranian foreign minister responding, calling the so-called economic D-Day a diversion from America's own crisis, unprecedented debt, and surging interest costs. It all comes as President Trump struggles to bring an end to the war he started. A new poll shows his approval rating at a record low, just 33%. But the president was focused on something else, bringing cameras and reporters to the White House South Lawn.
Nice job, fellas.
He wanted to show off the construction, a new helipad for Marine One, which he says could also be used for events.
They can have events on it. They can have people go there for cocktails and then walk to the ballroom.
The president spent nearly 40 minutes talking about the White House renovations, which the Washington Post reports will cost more than $900 million. The president has said the ballroom would be privately funded by donors.
It's kind of funny that I feel like capitalism and shitification has like deteriorated American institutions to such a degree that he can't even be like a regular fascist. Because a lot of the stuff that he's doing reminds me of what like previous fascist administrations have done. You know, all the living hagiography, all the personal boosting that he's engaging in, the beautification initiatives. It's like all this gaudy shit absolutely played a formative role in previous fascist developments as well. It's not the end all be all. I'm not some liberal who says like this is fascism, only this is fascism. No, it's just he's doing a lot of like real he's engaging in a lot of the same fascist tropes of the past. It's just because it's so enshittified, because everything is so enshittified, even this is just not working. Like he can't even get the beautification initiatives off the ground appropriately.
Owners. But the Washington Post has said the contractor expects close to half of the costs to be footed by taxpayers. He brushed off a question about whether peace talks with Iran will resume.
Maybe at some point, but right now, I think the situation is so good, but maybe at some point.
And with the midterms now 75 days away, the president's endorsement record also taking a hit. 3 of the candidates he backed lost their elections last week, and some Republicans sounding the alarm.
I'm worried that I'm not seeing the clear message from Republicans. What is the plan of why you should stay in the majority? What is your economic plan going forward? What are you touting as the successes that you've had already?
Meanwhile, another breaking headline here from the White House. The president says he plans to meet with North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un by the end of the year. It comes as the president says the U.S. will now scale back military drills with South Korea, calling it hostile and inappropriate toward North Korea. Also comes as North Korea has been launching and engaging in more ballistic missile tests, 3 alone in this just past month, George.
Yeah, including one last night. Okay, Rachel, thanks very much.
Now, a tanker has reported being hijacked off the coast of Yemen. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Centre says the tanker was travelling off Yemen's coast when it was boarded by 6 armed individuals who took control and diverted it towards Somalia. The UK MTO says it received a report of the incident 136 nautical miles east of the Yemeni city of Makala. Well,
Ain't no way the Somalis are back in action.
Joined now by our military analyst, Sean Bell. So, Sean, this is an area with high tensions, of course, with the Iranian conflict going on. But this tanker has been hijacked and taken towards Somalia. Now, I don't remember the Somalians being involved in the Iranian conflict.
No, good evening, Sean. Yeah, I mean, the details are scant. Let's be quite clear up front. The vessel apparently is the Cebu one. We understand it's some sort of bulk carrier. As you say, seized by 6 armed individuals, then heading for Somalia. That's the MO of the Somali pirates from many years ago. I think what's interesting is Somalia has been famous for piracy, but actually we haven't seen that for some time. I was digging into the stats. Between 2005 and 2012, just a 7-year period, there were over $400 million worth of ransoms held. Over 1,000 vessels were intercepted as piracy. But ever since 2013, for the next decade, only 2. And that stark decrease was because the coordination of military vessels and activity and escort, and more personally, lots.
Oh, shit. This could be another byproduct of American military supremacy diminishing. Because it's far too overextended in Iran. So now you might see opportunists taking advantage of it. Yep. Everybody say thank you, Israel. Shouts out to Israel for, pushing for this. Who knows what other tragic events may unfold as a consequence of this now.
Of security details on board the vessels, which actually just dealt with it themselves. So the question is, why has this happened now? Well, as you say, the Iran war has made the whole area at the bottom of the Red Sea much more volatile. We've got another map up which actually shows another one of the ports as well, that there's a Bab al-Mandab Straits, but just up literally on the left, just north of Bab al-Mandab Straits, there's another little port, Mocha port, which has been closed down because the Houthis have been attacking it. The Houthis have also been attacking vessels which are bringing out Saudi oil, because they're trying to work, obviously, as with Iran, and global traffic that normally goes through the Suez Canal, down through the Red Sea, and then out as a shortcut. That's been disruptive, and a lot of it's now going around the Horn of Africa, which is much further, adds another 2 weeks as well. But all this disruption, you have to look at, what else is going on here and why? And the dark shadow of Iran does seem to be behind a lot of this.
So if that's true, why would Iran be getting involved with Somalia and Somalian pirates?
Well, I reiterate, we don't know very much here, but my antenna when I first heard this news went, I don't believe in coincidences, and given what's happening here, from the Iranian perspective, Houthis are a proxy of the Iranian regime.
I don't think that's the case. I'd be more inclined to believe that this is opportunism rather than coordinated effort. Rather than a coordinated effort between Iran and the Somalis.
Regime. When I've been away for a few days break, when I came back, we've still got this situation where the US.
Also, which part of Somalia? Because here's the thing. There's another actor in play here, another country. Depending on which part of Somalia this vessel went to, it could be not Iran, but a totally separate country that's also in the region that might be doing this sort of thing. Because if it's Somaliland, then it's Israel. I don't think that that's the case. I don't know where the ship went, but I'd be very interested to find out where the ship actually went to, because that would give us a clue in on who could be more involved.
In Iran, at the end of their 60-day ceasefire, that's all finished on Monday. President Trump said, we've no prospect of talks, and by the way, we're going to put economic sanctions on Iran. All of that's building pressure, and Iran, therefore, would be piling pressure on the Houthis to start closing up the Bab al-Mandab Straits, and also, therefore, the Somalis. Why would they suddenly pop up unless they were also the fanning the flames by Iran and the Houthis to actually make this happen. Because by increasing the threat to international traffic, by reducing Saudi's oil exports, all of which will ramp pressure up on President Donald Trump to re-engage, to find a negotiated settlement to actually bring the conflict to an end. And therefore, we don't know any of that is true at the moment. But as I say, I'm old enough to look and say, I don't believe in coincidences here.
That's really fascinating. And I've known you for a while now, knowing that military people don't believe in coincidence.
Look, my first inclination is it's opportunism. My first inclination is it's opportunism, like a group of Somali brigands decided to take matters in their own hands because the American military, the American Navy is far too busy, and the entire like Western forces are far too busy dealing with the Strait of Hormuz. So they were like, this is a great opportunity. It could be a Somali militant group. The ship was carrying a Turkish weapons shipment bound for Mogadishu. Oh. Yeah. Cameroon flagged cargo ship off of Somalia's Puntland coast earlier this weekend took the vessel, which was carrying Turkish weapons, towards the region's Nugal coast, a Somali official said Thursday. It was seized on Monday, about 3.2 nautical miles off of Maraya in Puntland's Ale district, the officials told the Associated Press. The ship owned by Polar Movement Shipping was carrying weapons bound for a Turkish military training facility in Mogadishu. Ooh. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, this makes it interesting. It's like what I don't know if it's opportunism.
That's one thing you taught me, and many other things as well. Sean, thank you very much indeed.
Could be Israel.
Normally, when you go to war, you do rotation, then you know you're coming home.
These days, Erica Vandermeer rarely puts her phone down. It's the only lifeline she and her son-in-law have to their family member, a sailor aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln.
I keep hearing, well, they signed up for this. They didn't sign up to be on a ship in the middle of the ocean with no port calls, no feet on the ground. That wasn't in the brochure when they signed up.
The Lincoln was due home from the war in Iran in May, but it's now past 260 days at sea. Sailors haven't made a port visit in more than 7 months. More than 200 family members brought concerns about reports of deteriorating conditions to a Navy town hall on August 6th. Officials said sailors have access to counselors and doctors and that more mental health staff are on the way, but shared little about other conditions on the ship. President Trump was asked about their complaints last week.
U.S. service members are concerned about the conditions on board the USS Lincoln.
Well, no, that ship is moving. No, they're not.
The deployment's gone on too long.
No. Not nearly long enough. Thank you, everybody.
When the war kicked off, Erica second-guessed her vote for Trump.
I support him, but I don't support that remark because he doesn't have loved ones out there. When this is all over, he should take a tour and then let him reflect on that comment.
Bye, guys. Love you.
Most families of the crew haven't spoken publicly, afraid it could mean trouble for their loved ones aboard the ship. Erica and John agreed on the condition that we not use their sailor's name.
She's been struggling. I think the only thing that helps her is when she gets videos from me of the boys. That brings her spirits up.
It's been 9 months since John last...
Did you catch the story? Trump voter got duped. Well, you know, I'm shocked. Personally, I'm shocked that there's a Trump voter who got duped. I I thought he was the peace president too, you know? She still supports him, by the way. Oh, even more shocking. I mean, look. How many times we got to say this, man? It's a cult. It's a motherfucking cult. These people love getting duped.
Saw his wife.
To infinity and beyond. Mama loves you, Gunny.
She recorded this for the boys while she's on deployment because she misses them so much. I haven't gotten as much sleep because I have been nervous about her. And I'm also nervous about the boys because I don't have my partner here to help me with them. So I'm always nervous that I'm not doing enough for the boys.
Another carrier, the USS George Washington, is sailing toward the Arabian Sea to replace the Lincoln. But the Navy hasn't said when it will arrive or when John's wife will finally come home. A Navy veteran himself, John served on a deployment like this one, which is why he's not buying the reasons his country went to war.
I don't agree with the war. I don't agree with this war at all. I voted for Trump in 2016, and I would continue to vote for him in 2020.
Just fucking moo. Just moo like a livestock at that point. God damn, man.
And 2024. So I'm nervous for 2028. We don't know if we're going to vote for. A war in Iran is pretty much like the biggest thing that we asked not for him to do. And he did that.
The Department of Defense did not respond to our request for comment. With no clear exit strategy for the U.S. and its latest...
Dog, this is borderline unsalvageable. I don't know what to say. Brother, he's fucking you. Like literally. Your family, your wife. What are we, I mean, what do you say to a guy who's like, you know, I'm really confused as to who to vote for next time around? Like, I really, really want to be kind. I really want to be kind. I want to be courteous. I want to say like, no, you don't understand. Like, these are working class individuals. We gotta talk to them. And like, you straight up experienced it. Trump's dick is in your butt right now. And you're still like, I just don't know, man. Bro, you broke Denver with getting Mayla elected. What's going on there is full communist. Hugo Chavez Ray, vice chair of the Denver Republican Party, has resigned rather than face a removal vote tonight after he refused to back GOP gubernatorial candidate Victor Marx. Dog, Victor Marx is literally a psychopath. Victor Marx is the arms trafficker, right? Isn't that the one? Victor Marx is like, I'm a bad man. I've killed and I'll do it again. And I can't tell you how many I've killed. That's the guy, right? Hugo Chavez would never betray Marx.
This war in the Middle East, John is grappling with more than just the concern for his wife.
Since this war has started, it has shown us one thing, that America is sadly not the strongest country in the world, as we still thought it would be. It's very disheartening, because my father, he fought in the war in Iraq. And now it seems like this, like Iran's off for nothing too as well.
President
Dog.
Trump may rekindle his friendship with North Korea's Kim Jong-un later this year. The president said Wednesday that he'd like to meet again with the country's leader as U.S. forces wrapped up joint military exercise.
I mean, what do you fucking say to the guy who's like, wow, I can't believe it. We went and waged endless war in the region for plunder and profit. And that was a mistake, which is why I joined the Navy to engage in resource wars for absolutely no reason other than plunder and profit once again. I guess he's salvageable. I just don't know. I don't. Roop Raj asked Haley Stevens about you again. This time she has a different answer.
News all across the country. Now we have you here in your hometown. I want to ask you a question about
Roop, my goat. Don't ask her about me. Roop, come on.
Al Sayed, and you've made some comments about maybe how he could back away from Hasan Piker a bit. The way Jesse Jackson backed away from Louis Farrakhan, the way Laura Loomer was separated from Donald Trump, or the way Ted Nugent was separated from Mitt Romney. Is it wise for Al Sayed to separate himself from someone like Hasan Piker?
Well, look, I think Abdul clearly knows what he's doing. You know, he won this election and, you know, he's running to win for November.
But would you suggest that he separates himself?
And look, our disagreements were aired out during the primary. And, you know, it's okay to not agree with someone on everything. You know, one of his supporters.
Bro. Roop. Why are you comparing me to Ted Nugent, man? He's a pedophile. Why are you comparing me to Louis Farrakhan, man? What are we doing, bro? These people, in an effort to lean into a decent example, they end up making like genuinely unfathomable comparisons. Like, the idea that I'm like Louis Farrakhan is so wild, dude. Roop, you're my goat. I hate to see you wash like this.
Who's actually a constituent of mine. She supported him in the primary. She kind of came out and said, hey, you know, maybe we back off of this internet personality. Who is he really? And that's probably the right thing. I mean, this is a Michigan moment. And, you know, look, coalitions are changing. The Democratic Party's a big tent. You know, we don't want a trade war with Canada. We want to make sure that people have affordable, accessible health care. We want to lower costs for Michiganders. Mike Rogers is not gonna do that. I'm sorry, he just wants to rubber stamp Trump and gloat about. I don't even know what his plan is. But, you know, we had a really spirited race. You got a lot of energized people, and they're gonna be.
In the past, we had said, Haley Stevens, she's growing on me. But perhaps now we're growing on her. Perhaps now we're growing on her. What gives? HasanAbi comes to her in her dreams now, not Israel.
Rearing and roaring to go to the polls in November.
Have you ever read Hakeem Jeffries' letter as a college student defending Farrakhan? No, but that's awesome that exists. What the fuck? Oh, is what Ryan Grimm was talking about, right? On free speech grounds or whatever? Isn't that what it is? Abdul v. Flog ad is fire. Yeah. Yes, I have seen that Van Jones is doing more fucking pro-genocide slop, and I'm a part of it, okay? I know. Who is Louis Farrakhan? You know what? Don't you worry your white self about things like that, okay? It's okay. Not everything needs to be discussed all the time. Don't worry about it. Actually, don't worry about it at all. Who cares? Who cares? It's fine. Let's just say Louis Farrakhan walks so Candace Owens can run. But even then, it's not actually an adequate representation of his, albeit very complex worldview, let's just say, because I don't think he would vote for a Republican. Yeah, Farrakhan actually likes black people. Big difference, bro. No, I agree. That's why I said. He praised Trump in 2017. I don't know if he's talked much about him since. I remember only that when I was a child, my very Republican parents didn't like him, nor did conservative talk radio. Yes, of course. First of all, Farrakhan has always been considered a Democratic operative by people on the right. And his relationship with the Democrats or influential leaders in the community that are maybe Democrats themselves have also been complex because he commands a lot of attention and wields a lot of influence. It is tough to parse through what he represents, what his... I don't know. I don't want to dive into it. Let's not do Nation of Islam today. Let's not do Nation of Islam today or any other day, really. Let's just not do it. I don't want to get another fucking thread about, you know, I am a fan and forever will be a fan of Malcolm X. Malcolm X is who I admire, who I believe is and was always right. That's all I'm going to say about that story. Let's just move on. Okay? Wrong speaker for the wrong audience. True. You are not wrong, Afro Nooch.
With South Korea. Just days ago on Truth Social, the president said Kim Jong-un was unthreatening. This morning, North Korea fired 10 ballistic missiles into the sea. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with more. Ed, good morning.
Vlad, good to see you. The president's sudden shift to Asia comes as he bragged about his relationship with Kim Jong-un and said he wants to scale back joint military exercises with longtime ally South Korea because he's, quote, friendly with the North Korean leader.
I know Kim Jong-un very well.
President Trump says he expects to meet with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un again later this year. They've met 3 times before during Trump's first term. He even took this symbolic step into North Korea at the DMZ. But their summits yielded virtually no agreement to scale back North Korea's nuclear program. Since then, experts believe it's only grown. The president on Wednesday revealed how big the U.S. thinks Kim's
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. When Donald Trump turns around and says, we got to denuclearize a country, you know what that means. My man, you don't have exactly the best track record with denuclearization by force. You know what I mean? Especially strange to do it to a country with nukes already. So, here's what I'm going to say. Yeah, sure, why not? It's gone so well with Iran. President Trump is pushing aides for a meeting as soon as this fall with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. U.S. officials said, seeking to revive a dramatic diplomatic quest. Now, I have a controversial opinion on this. Controversial for NATO Atlanticists and the NatSec people who want a permanent militant posture all around the world because they're fucking stupid. Now, I said that Trump actually de-escalating and not having any like military expeditions, any sort of U.S. Republic of Korea military exercises in the Korean Peninsula is actually good. And I still stand by that. And there's a couple reasons why I stand by that. And that's because South Korea is basically saying it's good. Now, you won't hear that a lot in Western media. I don't know where I was reading an article earlier, but I think there was a Reuters report. Yeah, China urges South Korea not to take sides, blames U.S. policy for Korea tensions. And you're saying this for no reason? He didn't say anything about denuclearization? What? You didn't finish the clip, bud?
Arsenal really is.
He has 57 very powerful nuclear weapons.
South Korea's defense minister said it believes the count is even higher, 80 to 120. But Trump this week announced plans to scale back the number of U.S. forces participating in joint military drills with South Korea based on my very good relationship with Kim. As the president keeps focused on foreign relations, there's renewed focus on his work with aide Natalie.
Come on, man. Really? Really? You had to put a fucking Natalie Harp mention in an article that's 1 minute and 30 seconds long, and immediately they had to slam a Natalie Harp mention. God damn it, dude. Lip slop is so powerful. Lip slop is the most powerful mode of propaganda. I swear to God, it's crazier than even like Republic slop. Anyway, I have a, I guess, somewhat unique position on this because I am a firm and committed believer that South Korea and North Korea have the capacity to actually move in the direction of unification, you know, or potentially move in the direction of ending the war. This has been an ongoing effort, both from the South Korean side and the North Korean side as well. Obviously, the economic dynamic or the economic reality has shifted in North Korea's. Now, I wouldn't say North Korea's favor, but like North Korea has been able to develop tremendously in the last decade or so. So at least they have a little bit more leverage in the process. So they might be moving a little bit differently. Anyway, dude. Sorry, I just saw this. Anything I say on fucking Twitter. I hate being straight bit is moderately annoying for women and deeply unsettling from a man. And immediately everyone's like, it's I strongly dislike Hasan, but I'm pretty sure he's just being facetious here. He has to keep the gay guys who huff his farts. I guarantee you it's not that deep. That's his negative, horrible aura you're feeling. This is clearly a joke about heterophobia not being real. Your ad is very appropriate. I can't even make a fucking joke, man. I can't even make a goddamn joke without fucking people writing a dissertation about it. Oh my God. Everyone on fucking Twitter is so unbelievably autistic, dude. No. a person that an e-celebrity that I kind of dislike is incapable of humor, laughter, or cracking a joke, I will take everything that they're saying seriously as though they are being 100% sincere. Anyway, getting back to fucking DPRK. Hold on, let me see if I can find the... Here's a good thread I read this morning. Oh yeah, this is a good thread. Yeah. Been seeing a lot of confusion and misunderstanding from both anti and pro-Korean folks on this, so I want to put some things in perspective here with a short thread about why Kim said what she did and how Trump isn't being accidentally anti-imperialist either. 1, Kim said nothing has changed because that's literally true. The U.S. still maintains wartime command over the U.S., UN, and ROK militaries. This is a very important part of the story, for the record. In all of its existence, the ROK military, Republic of Korea military, has never been commanded by a Korean. That is a fundamental issue. Okay? The Republic of Korea does not control its own military. It is controlled by the Americans. Okay? It is another relic of American colonialism. Both sides have sued for peace at multiple points over the decades, sometimes even at the same time or even jointly. So this isn't a new development either. The U.S. has blocked it every single time via its aforementioned authority on wartime command. Notatal says, until that happens, the siege of DPRK under sanctions. Wait, where is it? Oh, here. The U.S. is also hostile to the inter-Korean peace process. 2018, DPRK and ROK signed the Panmunjom Declaration, committing to officially ending the war. Months later, the U.S.-led UN command blocked development of the inter-Korean railway. So this is what I was talking about when I said that at the time, Donald Trump did the exact same thing under Trump 1, where he was like, we are de-escalating. We are no longer going to do military exercise in the Korean Peninsula, right? So at the time, I was in defense of this because I was like, good. This allows the South Korean and North Korean leadership to get together and potentially manage some kind of peaceable resolution, or at least start implementing some kind of peaceable resolution with the hopes of unification eventually. The problem is, of course, America, the American NatSec side never allowed that to happen. The State Department had no grand ambition, no interest whatsoever in allowing this to happen. Okay? The slogan for reunification has always been, Korea is one, and while the country originally was one, after both sides underwent post-war reforms in opposite directions, the official unification plan has been one country, two systems type. Okay? Trump says this is costing the United States billions of dollars. Democrats are saying he's shaking down Republic of Korea demanding payment. Both sides are wrong. Republic of Korea has always owed for U.S. presidents, not a Trump thing, and it's always been profitable, not costing billions. So Trump is lying when he says it costs us billions of dollars. And I guess liberals are lying when they're saying it's a shakedown. You know who else did that shakedown? Joe Biden, as a matter of fact. In a lot of these circumstances, people, and they did this with NATO, they were like, Trump won, Trump demanded more, a higher percentage of European countries' GDP to be spent on American military gear, right? American military hardware, or at least their own domestic manufacturing. And everybody was like, oh my God, he's trying to destroy NATO. He's trying to destroy NATO. This was under Trump 1. You know who else continued that process? Joe Biden did. Because foreign policy is fucking uniparty, okay? What Trump was saying and what Trump was doing was entirely different. And the same goes for this. The U.S. not only is getting money from Korea for hosting their, for keeping their tripwire force of more than 30,000 soldiers there, okay? But also on top of that, Trump has demanded more payment from the Republic of Korea, and Joe Biden also did it. Do you think people will still talk about Trump after 2028? Yes, he will be a Hitler-like figure, 100%. So yeah, that's the situation. It is a colonial holdover, and any kind of de-escalation from American involvement, American direct involvement, is good. Now, you might be wondering why we're doing it right now. That's because we're out of bullets. And the Asia-Pacific theater and the pivot to China dreams are fucking over. This is the one element of Trumpism and Trump's era of foreign policy that bit off far more than it could chew in the Strait of Hormuz, but then recognized the importance of strategic retreat. Liberals must also recognize the necessity for strategic retreat and must set the conditions for how this strategic retreat will take place. It should be left up to us on how we reduce our military, our military footprint around the world. We should have a say in this process. But anyone who looks at the situation in front of us right now and still thinks that American military supremacy, American hegemony will continue is delusional. They are delusional. Now, Trump's attitude here is to hyper-focus on the Donroe Doctrine, Latin America, the entire continent of the Americas, all the way from Alaska and Canada, all the way down to the southernmost tip. America wants to retreat as well and then reinforce its hegemony in just the Western Hemisphere. For me, from my attitude, from what I believe, I think that we shouldn't be doing that either. We should be retreating across the board and focusing on rebuilding our nation. Hermit Hwarang said that as for the reduction of the U.S. ROK joint military drill abruptly announced by the U.S. president a few days ago, we regard it as one unworthy of comment and have no interest in it at all, said Kim Yo-jong. But basically, what's important to recognize here is that America retreating from South Korea is being presented by a lot of liberals as a terrifying prospect and about how like North Korea is going to fucking invade militarily South Korea and destroy South Korea. I am not so certain of that reality. I feel like it's more so liberal fear mongering, and I see it as reinforcing jingoistic sentiment. But once again, shouts out to Israel for accelerating the demise of American military supremacy around the globe.
Natalie Harp. Earlier this week, Georgia Democratic Senator John Ossoff, who's running for re-election and is seen as a potential 2028 White House contender, said this.
He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace.
Trump hit back.
You mean Pee Wee Herman? Pee Wee Herman look-alike?
But during the 2024 campaign, some in Trump's orbit nicknamed the 35-year-old harp the human printer because she follows the president with a portable printer to print out articles she believes he should read. Trump's been known to call her something else.
The president didn't call her the human printer, he called her my conveyor belt because she was constantly able to feed him the things he wanted.
Axios White House reporter and CBS News contributor Mark Caputo notes Harp also has access to the president's Truth Social account.
Natalie Harp has the closest access.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Trump is piping. One, because in my headcanon, as I've said over and over again, Trump is a gay man. He only has sex for power. He is a bisexual, or no, he's an asexual biromantic. He is asexual biromantic. And I think that if you were to ask me, is Natalie Harp coming around Trump's nether regions? Like, is she physically in the premise of Trump's bussy, for example? I would say yes. Not for some sexual reasons, but to change his diaper. That's my assessment. My assessment on this is they're not fucking. He's not piping. He's not hitting that. And they are in a non-romantic, well, Natalie might actually have romantic feelings for him because she is a fucking whole-ass freak. But anytime she's coming near his nether region, it is for a very specific purpose, and it has nothing to do with sex.
Oh, too many, thank you.
It's about 20.
There must be 35.
Traveling from India
That's
to
good.
California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime.
He's not proposing a single policy, not one policy.
Harris's biography won't lower your prices at the grocery store.
Or at the pump.
Out there putting veterans out on the street, so
33,000 homeless veterans. Got you. Okay, say these out. The things of which she complains. The things of which she complains.
In many ways.
This video is so funny because it's like they're in the Situation Room and what they're doing is just live tweeting Kamala Harris. And what's even funnier is that things have literally not changed. Like, Trump is president now, and this is still all he does. It's kind of wild, man. What a fucking ridiculous world we live in. This guy is the commander of the military, okay? He's the commander-in-chief. He is in charge of one of the world's largest nuclear arsenals. He did January 6th, and we still elected him back into office. And now he spends most of his time talking about how grass is alive.
Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Oh. You hear that, folks? It's great, right?
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
Ready? These prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponents. Me. Get that out right away.
Have of caravans heading to the border, people showing up to the border with Biden-Harris t-shirts. Everything we have of people swarming the border.
She paid bail for rioters in the Minnesota Freedom Fund.
She paid and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent rioters in Minnesota out of jail.
Tim Walz let Minnesota burn. Kamala Harris bailed out the ones who
love
lit
it.
the matches.
Put it in there. Put it right in with the stuff, right?
With that post, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
You could do it either that or separate.
Dude, look at the way she's looking at him. She's likely why Jennings got picked. Turns out Scott's little meltdowns over Ossoff saying Trump travels with Natalie were audition tapes. Jennings sends us clips of his media appearances defending Natalie Harp to the White House as he auditions for the press secretary job. Oh my God. My ops. The Trump-Natalie talking point is just a culture war issue. Conservatives love that Ossoff is talking about it because it gives conservatives something to pretend to be angry about while it keeps Ossoff from talking about policy. No needle move, just endless criticism. Yeah, I mean, I can't stand that conservatives even feel like they have a leg to stand on, like they have any room here to complain. Like, oh, you're using... Oh, how dare you say that Natalie Harp is possibly having sex with the president? Like,
Say more lies, lying about the Project 2025.
Oh, lying against Project 20.
This Trump slop sells on YouTube just from one liberal channel. New update, Trump's female aide rocks Washington. Major update on Trump's young female aide surges into news. Uh-oh, Trump confronted with question on young female aide. Bombshell, Natalie Harp update stuns the country. Yeah, I got to do this. I got to do lip slop. I have to do lip slop, man. What am I doing? I'm going to keep talking about Natalie. I'm going to keep talking about Natalie Harp. Oh, my God. Savage burn! Everybody knows Donald Trump having booty sex with Natalie Harp.
25, which she knows, and so do all Democrats, that I have absolutely nothing to do with.
She says we all know what a Trump second term will look like. We can say yes, no inflation, secure borders, the best economy in the history of the world, and peace.
She said chart a new way forward. She's turning a new way.
Chart a new way forward.
She's done nothing but harm.
Natalie jumped into a trunk just to be close to him. I know, dude. I know. I know the fucking stories. I've been reading. I've been following the lip slop as well. Natalie Harp is a total freak show. Okay? A complete nutter. Just a totally psychotic individual. Don't know how else to put it. She's out of her dang mind. Okay? She is. Her story starts with, I guess, like, her claiming that Donald Trump saved her life with the right to try, that, she had like some kind of unique bone cancer, or she claimed she had some kind of unique bone cancer, and then right to try helped her, right? That she like got the experimental drug that saved her from this otherwise like unfixable bone cancer style disease. Then, where can I find a freak like her for me? Okay, dude, that's crazy. She's like the chick in Obsession. You don't want that kind of smoke. Anyway, so let's continue. So after that life-saving medical intervention, her obsession with Donald Trump grew even further. And she went on One America News, right? She became an anchor on One America News, and she was like aggressively trying to become a part of Donald Trump's inner circle. Yes, Keith Edwards is correct. It literally is the same picture. He saved your life and you're mad that you just want to wipe his diarrhea ass? Yeah, I am not. And there was an article written about it in the New York Times. Several videos shared with the Times show Miss Harp sprinting across great distance to keep up with Mr. Trump's golf cart as it putters across his course in Scotland. I also am sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland, she wrote in a letter to the president that was viewed by the Times. So this is the other thing. She writes little letters for Donald Trump all the time. The letter goes on to say, I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days and even forgetting to sleep and only catching a couple hours at a time. The letter concludes, with all my heart, Natalie. And it's so funny because all of these stories, in every single one of these stories, there is always a new photo that I had not seen before. Okay? And all of these photos look more insane than the last. She's always creepily standing by him. She always has that creepy smile. She's always looking at Trump or looking in his direction obsessively. It is actually an insane story. It's like, I know it's lip slop, but it's actually damn good lip slop. I was annoyed that Jon Ossoff was like, yeah, you're flying around with Natalie. And then everyone was talking about how like Jon Ossoff is the greatest orator of all time and blah, blah, blah. But then most people were like, what the fuck is Natalie? Who is this guy talking about? I'm actually extremely online and I didn't even know it. I did know who Jon Ossoff was talking about because I'm fucking insane. It turns out she was also responsible for the Obama as being portrayed as monkeys in the AI video. She was the one who retruthed that truth. Okay? She never takes a day off, not even on Sundays. She works out of the Oval Office, and she's gotten a regular seat on Marine One. She texts with world leaders on the president's behalf. She stays up late with him, drafting social media posts. She rarely speaks on camera, and yet she's never not there, ever present with a wide smile, her eyes fixed on the president. She is Natalie Harp, the 35-year-old West Wing aide who is the utmost gatekeeper to President Trump, a one-woman conduit of information operating entirely outside of the usual chain of command. The public's interest in Ms. Harp exploded after she was revealed last week to be one of the few lucky folks who joined the president inside an airplane catering container to be whisked out of Turkey under the threat of attack by Iran. So she had a higher priority, in Trump's eyes at least, than Marco Rubio did. This week, she became the subject of a political attack line delivered by Jon Ossoff, the Democratic senator from Georgia, who said the president, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar. By the way, I'm going to repeat my statement one more time for all the freaks who think I am, I love Jon Ossoff. I want to hug and kiss Jon Ossoff. I want to be in a relationship with Jon Ossoff where we have sweaty, hot sex all the time. This is not the case. Okay? I'm simply saying that Jon Ossoff has figured out how to do liberal sloppyism. Okay? Constantly hitting Trump on corruption, constantly hitting Trump, never backing down. This is another one of those incidents where he is so tuned in to the frequency of liberal wine moms that get all of their news and information from MS Now. Like, he is such a blue sky liberal. He is such an MS Now liberal. He is hashtag resistance liberalism 1.0 from 2016. Okay? But liberals love him. I would go so far as to say this. He is like the bizarro universe AOC, where his legislative track record is abysmal, whereas AOC's is fantastic. But on the comm side, he is capable of presenting himself as this like bold anti-Trump fighter Whereas AOC, unfortunately, at times, is not. She doesn't come across as like. She doesn't come across as like as bold. Like AOC's strength is her legislative track record, which is as close to unblemished as you can possibly be in American Congress. Jon Ossoff's legislative track record is the exact opposite. It is so bad. He does liberal sloppyism, however. I lived in a district where Ossoff first ran for Congress, and when he first ran for Congress and nearly won outright in the special election jungle primary, every single one of my high school friends' mothers was flicking their beans to Jon Ossoff. He's always been this smooth. Yeah. You're asking Hakeem Jeffries with Riz to change his policy, Lamont. Yes. My real dark horse in the Georgia race, if there is to be a senator from Georgia who runs for office, I say, go Raphael Warnock, go. Okay? But the Raphael Warnock of 2018, when he was a liberation theologist, anyway. Sloppyism plus Obama nostalgia visionary plus electability argument makes him dangerous in the primaries. Not saying he would win, but he can't be underestimated. Yes. Anyway, so he did that little tweak, and one word, that one mere mention of Natalie unleashed a firestorm. Okay? And the senator singling out of Ms. Harp triggered a particularly ferocious response from many corners of Trump world, White House aides, lawmakers on Capitol Hill, conservative influencers, and at least one cabinet member took to the ramparts on X to defend Ms. Harp's honor. There were accusations of sexism from the right, cries of snowflakery from the left. Mr. Trump deflected when a reporter from CNN asked him about Mr. Ossoff's comments, but a social media account run by the administration then attacked the reporter in unusually personal terms, invoking her children. But the furor intensified, okay? However, this is also, while the furor intensified, I think there was a good reason for why the media decided there was blood in the water and went on a feeding frenzy. And we found out some insane things about Miss Harp in the process. She collects a taxpayer-funded salary of $150,000. Her double-barreled title is Special Assistant to the President and Executive Assistant to the President. At work, she can be a bit of a loner, even in his West Wing, in which loyalty to the president seems to know no bounds. Ms. Harp's displays of devotion have unnerved some of her colleagues. I'll give you some examples. Natalie Harp was not allowed to have permanent residence in Mar-a-Lago. So I believe at some point, let me see if I can find it here. Is it in this article? Like she has ran behind she has run into Donald Trump's car and put herself in the trunk. She stayed not in Mar-a-Lago, in Bedminster. She stayed in the women's locker room. She slept in the women's locker room in Bedminster. It's not in this article. God damn it. Her unlimited fealty and devotion knows no bounds. It was in the MS Now article. Sorry. Okay. She also worked in the White House without security clearance for a year. Her lack of security clearance is one of the several red flags raised about Harp internally by Trump's top aides. Anyway, There's also a her brother, her family have all kind of like disowned her a little bit, or not her entire family, but her family have been her brother is like some socialist stoner guy who lives in Latin America, and he also called her out as well. CNN broke the trunk story. Meet Natalie Harp, the aide so close to Trump, she once rode in an SUV trunk to accompany him. But we will carry on with this story with my next guest. We have a special guest in the building. Okay. Her name is Madeleine Somerville. You might recognize her from the Will Cain interview that she conducted, where she talked to Will Cain and even defended me. But then she turned around and apologized for it. So we brought her in the building. And we're gonna have a hopefully productive and interesting conversation. Hello. You can come right in. Oh, thank you. We're live already. I'm trying to see which microphone is which. Okay, this is the right one. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Hi.
you. Hi.
So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for having me. This is for Kaya.
Okay. Oh, thank you so
and then
much.
these are for you. I got some.
Okay, hell yeah. All right. All right. So we are currently in the process of covering the Natalie Harp story, and I thought maybe you can have some insight into this as well. Are you familiar with what's been going on with Natalie Harp?
I am.
Okay. Oh, also let's bring this closer to you.
Thank you.
That, and then that's. I think you're in the frame, right? Yeah, you're perfectly in the frame. All right, we're perfectly in the frame. Okay. So yeah, I've been looking into this Natalie Harp story, and I'm interested to hear what your perspective is. She is a little bit of a kook, it seems.
Yeah.
And it's taken up the MSNBC, MS Now world by storm. This is what
so dumb.
This is what they're hyper focusing on, which is fine. I mean, it's an interesting story because she is actually strange. Guys, stop saying it. Give her water. She has her beverage right here.
Oh, that's so nice. Your fans are the nicest.
No, they're not. They're
yes, they are.
awful.
You're wonderful.
They're awful monsters.
They're wonderful.
Don't acknowledge them. They're terrible.
They were so nice to me.
Yeah. Also, wait, introduce your guest. I already did. Madeleine Somerville. Madeleine, how would you describe your experience and your background to our audience?
Yeah. So, hi. I'm a lawyer. I was a trial attorney for like 7 years, and then, but when I was in law school, I mostly did child welfare and child policy. But at the time, when I was in school, I was dating a guy with 2 kids and no job, so I needed to get a job that was going to pay me more than a public interest salary. So I was a trial attorney, and then once I didn't have to provide for a whole family anymore, I decided to go back to politics. I worked as a speechwriter for the Senate Democratic Caucus in Georgia. And I wanted to rip my hair out the entire time I was there because I was begging them constantly. What does my camera? Right here?
Yeah, that's your camera.
Yeah, right there. Hi. I was begging them constantly to listen to me, and nobody did because I had my own strategy, and I'm happy to talk about that because I think that you and I agree on a lot of how the Democratic Party should have been handling these things, and they didn't. And then after that, the Trump trial came to Georgia, and my business is called, because I'm a jury consultant as well. It's called Georgia Trial Consulting, and it's just got really good SEO. So news stations started calling me to ask about what kind of jury would be good for the Trump trial. And I wanted to kind of scoot into politics. And one of my best friends was a reporter for in Minneapolis when George Floyd happened. So she just hooked me up with some local stations, and it just went from there. So I don't work for anybody. I'm just a lady that lives in Atlanta, and I like genuinely care about people understanding the truth, sincerely care about it. And I'm just obsessed with, like, when I was writing speeches, I Googled how to deprogram a cult. Like I was just obsessed with figuring out how this happened, because it's really the same thing as a jury consultant does. You know, like it's persuasive language. It's a one-way conversation that you're having. And I just really wanted to try to reach people that they weren't reaching. So That's me.
All right, perfect. So question for you right off the rip. So let's talk about the Natalie Harp situation. So let me wrap it up first, and then we'll talk about some of the media hits that I saw you do, talking about Abdul Al-Sayed, talking about myself with Will Kane as well.
Sure.
But yeah, what do you think is going on with this Natalie Harp situation? Do you think because my speculation is, I'll just right off rip, I'll tell you what I think. I think Trump is asexual, biromantic. He does not have sex for personal pleasure. I think he has sex for power in the same way that rapists do, and he is.
Sure, that's right.
Yeah, he is a at least like court ordained rapist as well. So
yep.
I don't have a problem saying that.
Adjudicated as such.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's what I think when I think of Donald Trump. So I don't think he's like having sex with Natalie Harp, even though some people are speculating that.
Yeah.
I think she is picking up his diapers, I think. Like diaper cleaner, human printer. That's what she's been called.
Yep. I think that was when Maggie Haberman said that she was sort of his binky. I think that was her clue to telling us that she was cleaning up his diapers. I think that was like a linguistic kind of suggestion.
Yeah.
Like baby language.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense to me as well.
Yeah. I take that I took that seriously. But yeah, I think look, he's a serious narcissist. He has like a classic type narcissistic personality. And it makes sense that somebody would attach to him like that. That's a young girl who probably has, I don't know if she has daddy issues or not. It's not for me to say, but it's easy for somebody to fall into that and to write notes like you're all that matters to me when you get trapped by a narcissist. And honestly, so John Ossoff's one of my senators. I love Warnock. If that tells you anything, but John Ossoff's comment about her, I really don't think was that bad. He was talking about it in the context of like he's going off and enjoying himself, and she is called the printer, right? As you said, because she prints off stories that make him feel good about himself and hands it to him. So I think that
I think he should have. I think John Ossoff could have come out and been like, "Oh, you're piping Natalie," and I still wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Because the reality of the matter is, and maybe you'll agree with me on this, I think that there is an unbelievable double standard that is not only demanded by the Republican side of media, but then also on top of that, this double standard is carried by liberal outlets as well, where like there was a lot of defense of Biden's senility by mainstream outlets, and I think this like tarnished their credibility or what remains of it. But by and large, I think like liberal media was far more critical of Biden overall, with some notable exceptions like I just mentioned, than Donald Trump at this point. And I know this sounds strange because they cover Donald Trump all the time, but Donald Trump is a perverse force that is unlike anything else that we've ever experienced, because it's not that he's just corrupt as other presidents have been to a certain degree. Like this is a level of corruption that we've never seen before. And I even repeatedly say it's the type of flagrant corruption and abuse of power that you don't even see in authoritarian governments. Like you don't even see this with like Vladimir Putin or Erdogan, because like at least they still try to hide their assets. They try to hide their wealth. They try to spread it around their friends and family. And they don't just like run around being like, I'm taking all of this money and I'm giving it to my son. Donald Trump does do that. And it's remarkable that his cult at this point, it's nothing else but a cult, still continuously shows him unbelievable levels of admiration, support. It's remarkable. It's sad. But I do think that the media has really dropped the ball and focuses on idiotic things, silly things, or at least, as I like to say, allows the Republicans and Twitter to be its news desk editor.
Yeah.
And this is a real issue.
Yeah. Which is funny because they do the exact opposite when it comes to persuading people of things. Like their focus every day on the media is very different than what the DNC ends up focusing on their, like it's so inconsistent.
Yeah. And I find it very frustrating because, like, a big part of what I do is obviously media criticism.
Yeah.
A big part of what I do is also identifying misinformation, disinformation campaigns, and like addressing it. And I actively try to de-radicalize people. So this is like media analysis is a big part of what I do. So when I talk about this stuff, it's not just like I'm being critical because now I'm in the crosshairs or anything. I've just always been critical of what the media is doing. But yeah, I think like the Natalie Harp story is fine. I just really despise when Republicans get to cry bully as though we haven't been around for the last 10 years of Trumpism in this country.
Like, no one cares that Trump's immediate response was, "Oh, you mean Pee Wee Herman?" Like, nobody talks about that anymore, that he gives like schoolyard bully nicknames to people because as Steve Bannon said, he has flooded the zone. So it's just hard to focus on one thing. And obviously the media is going to focus on the thing that they think is going to get the most clicks and the most hits rather than the thing that's actually going to satisfy their audience long term, right? Which is seeing the bigger picture. And if they help them piece together a story that will allow people to make sense of reality by helping them piece together the bigger picture, that will be ultimately satisfying in the long run, but they have no patience. So it's just whatever. And I think you're right. I think they play along with whatever's on X, which again is funny because none of their actual persuasive strategies attack any of the Republicans' talking points. And what's funny about what you said too about the corruption piece is that the fact that he does it out in the open is like a point that the Republicans use to say, well, at least he's transparent about it. And Trump does that. Like, he'll flip it on its head, like with the ship that's traveling home today. When the reporter said, "Don't you think they've been out long enough?" He's like, "Actually, I think they haven't been out long enough." He'll take that and he'll like flip it the other direction because it's very linguistically manipulative.
Yeah, no, he's very good. He's very clever at playing the media game. That's why he was able to dismantle the establishment of the Republican Party and really feed into the unlimited appetite that mainstream media had in terms of like drama. And he gave them everything they ever could have wanted.
Yep.
And that's part of the reason why he won in 2016. And then he was able to do it again. But one thing that you mentioned that I actually 100% agree with that I find really interesting is Republicans set up narrative devices ahead of time for some of their most odious policies, some of their
100%.
most like toxic, most damaging, sometimes often violent policies. They never stop campaigning. They campaign year round on issues, specifically issues that they oftentimes will go back to the drawing board on and like recalculate their sloganeering around.
Yeah.
One example that I always point to is the clever ways in which they attempted to make transphobia a salient issue in 2016, failed to do so with the bathroom bills in North Carolina. So much so that Donald Trump himself came back and said, "You got to drop this. This is ridiculous. Caitlyn Jenner can pee in any bathroom she wants to as long as it's in Trump Tower."
I forgot about that.
Yeah, Trump was openly pro-trans.
Yeah.
Trump was running as openly pro-trans, and this actually played a role in people's perception of him, where they were like, "Oh, he's a heterodox thinker. He's a bit of a moderate, as a matter of fact."
Like, he was fine with abortion.
Yeah.
Right. Like, yeah.
So what's interesting about that is that when the trans issue failed at that point, they Republican think tanks went back and they strategized and they focus grouped and focus tested their message. And they found that if they tie transphobic or trans panic to children and also sports, that they could have a far more successful message. And that's how we arrive at transgender athletes in children's sports as like a primary vehicle for Republican campaigning. Democrats have no response to it whatsoever. And Democrats don't even do anything as far as like go on the offensive with their policies, which the Republicans would inevitably have to
That's exactly what I meant.
fight back against.
Because there's ways to do it that would be so effective that, like, when I was working as a speechwriter, I begged them to do, because I knew that the state senators, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I knew that the state senators were just preaching to the choir, right? They're standing in front of each other and they're already going to vote however they're going to vote. So who you're really talking to is the media. And the whole point is to try to get the majority, because we live in a minority, like the state where the Democrats are the minority. And so we can't do anything. We don't have any power until a Republican leaves office. So my goal was to get a headline, right? The goal was to have somebody stand up there and say something that forces Mrs. Jones, who lives in a Republican district, who votes Republican, to say, hey, I didn't know that this guy was doing that. Is that what he's doing? And then you call and say something, right? That's how you make, that was the only thing that I could think of to try to turn things around, and they wouldn't do it. I had such a good idea. It was, Raffensperger, like the whole issue with him.
Yeah.
So they were trying to kick him off of the election board. And I had the idea of, rather than everybody getting up and telling a story about how their sister's cousin's brother voted one time, right? Come up there and just each person that goes up there, 6 senators, just say, we refuse to punish people for telling the truth. Next person. We refuse to punish people for telling the truth. Next person, right? Rather than standing up there and saying a bunch of nonsense, because then what can the newspaper write? It's one headline. It's one sentence. Right? That's all they can take, and the message gets sent home. And they told me they didn't want to do it because they were afraid of pissing people off. And so I lost my shit. And actually, I'd love to tell you the piece that I think really caused the shift into the DSA, because I think I saw it on the local level, and I really wanted your opinion on it. We could talk about it later, but I definitely wanted to ask you about it, because it felt like it was the first glimpse that I got.
Yeah. So obviously there's a lot of momentum on the side of the Democratic Socialists of America. It's a grassroots movement. I think it's activating a nascent base that's always existed at the heart of the Democratic Party, of people who have never actually like self-identified as socialists necessarily, but actually identify with a lot of these values, a lot of these policies. And I think it's even more captivating for the broader base of Democrats in the country, especially if you go down to like issue specific, like policy specific things like Medicare for all. It's a 90-10 issue in the base, right? And it's got cross-party interest as well. Another one is, of course, Israel and demanding accountability over Israel genocide. It's apartheid and refusing to send tax dollars to Israel. This is a very, very popular issue, but due to the unbelievable amount of corporate interest with Medicare for all and the interests of the Israeli lobby, AIPAC, and all these other subsidiaries, Democrats look at yet another 90-10 issue and refuse to endorse it, refuse to recognize it, and are actively and are actively trying to find a way to message around it. One of the things that they've also kind of leaned into, and it goes back to what I was talking about with the double standard in media, is the idea that there are odious, toxic figures out there in independent media, people like myself, that are.
I don't think you're odious.
Yeah, well, thank you for saying that. But that's but they're basically doing that right now. I mean, Moskowitz went on Fox News immediately after his victory, went on CNN last night, and then Fox News this morning to talk about how he hates me, he hates the DSA, he thinks that some DSA candidates should not even get their security clearances because of, I guess, their differences in opinion on American foreign policy. I find that kind of stuff really dangerous.
I find it dangerous.
Yeah, especially at a time when the Trump administration is like actively putting people like myself sometimes and certainly a lot of DSA folks as well in their crosshairs. So leaning into that is very dangerous, but I think once again liberal media has also played a role in this.
So I have a very specific view about what the parties are doing to Jewish people right now, because I'm Jewish, and I haven't heard anybody else say this, and I'm really sorry if it's offensive to people, but this is truly what I believe. I think that the Republicans said, okay, 50% of the.
Sorry, you gotta
no,
get
it's
just
good. It's good.
Real
Okay.
close.
Yeah,
to the
sorry.
mic.
I'm a singer too, so I'm used to holding it. 50% of the Democrats' donor base is Jewish, and if you're Republican and you're strategizing and saying, how do we cut them off at the knees? then getting the Jewish vote is exactly what a good strategist would do. And the establishment Democrats are dumb enough to fall into that trap because they don't stand up for anything. And I can tell that story too, about healthcare specifically. But as for Israel, I really think that the Jews are straight up getting bamboozled. Like they're getting manipulated into buying this falsity that is allowing their vote to switch, right? And it's going away from the thing that's actually going to help them, because the establishment Democrats aren't going to win. I'm sorry, like you do this for a job, they're not going to win. They're not going to win. And part of the major reason why is because of healthcare. Like, I think that, when I was writing the speeches, the senators all did this summer camp where they had to write their like mission statement. They had to all work together to do that. And they wrote something like, we believe that everyone should have food to eat and a bed to sleep in and a house to live in and healthcare. So I wrote it into their speeches. It was my first day. Like I took their words and I put it into the speeches. And the caucus director took it and she crossed all that out. And I was like, why did you do that? And I was like, I'm quoting verbatim. And she said, it's too much. It's too harsh. And I didn't get it at the time. And I'm neurodivergent, so I want to know why immediately, right? And it's making me crazy. But then I see what's happening now with the DSA, and I know that people don't care about the socialist label. I've known that forever because Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z don't care, and in fact want to do something different because we understand that we've been propagandized specifically about socialism and about any movement that the United States has rejected, right? We understand that, and so we're open to it naturally. And the problem was, I don't know if they didn't want to get called socialist or what, but the issue was that they didn't have the courage of their convictions. They weren't able to stand up for what they actually believed in, because I know that's what they believed in. They wrote it on the sheet and they took it out. And I've seen so many people say, yeah, I don't know what it says on the DSA website about, prisons or the Senate or whatever, but I just think everybody should have healthcare. And I keep telling people this, like, when you have this is the only generation alive that's had this much exposure to people across the world, and war and lack of human rights is a very difficult sell to people who have grown up seeing that people on the other side of the world are people. Like that is a direct threat to the military industrial complex, right? Because if everyone's human, then there's no need for war, right? Then we don't want it. So it builds into a lot of different stuff, but ultimately what I'm talking about is human rights. And I think that something that your platform shares actually with the Pope, I know this is getting kind of out there, but it's about human dignity, right? That's what you guys consistently talk about. And I think that if people wanted to form a...
And being woke. The Pope is woke.
Pope is woke. I love the Pope. Ooh, I love the Pope. He's wonderful. I love the Pope.
I was more of a fan of the previous Pope, but this one's fine too.
I love this Pope.
He's been outperforming my expectations, because I was like, I don't think the Pope should be American. Like,
you know why they did that though? And it's funny because Trump took credit for it, and we're like, yeah, it is your fucking fault.
Yeah.
Like, because they were like, somebody's going to need to talk to him. Like, somebody's going to need to temper him.
Yeah, but he clearly doesn't respect the Pope. But
no, he doesn't.
He doesn't respect anything. But
yeah, he
anyway,
believes in nothing.
So what I was going to say
Sorry,
is,
yes.
So there's been you brought up a very interesting point about 50% of the donor base of the Democratic Party being Jewish. I don't know if those numbers are correct. That sounds crazy, but
yeah, I just checked it.
It's believable. But what I was going to say is, I don't think they're actually going to successfully get, and you might have a different opinion on this, I don't think they're going to successfully get like a lot of American Jews to vote for the Republican Party. There will be a decent amount. We've seen some shifts already take place with Ana Lilia Mejia. But then again, there was an Orthodox neighborhood in Livingston, so there was more of a conservative voter base there to begin with. But we've seen some shifts in New York as well with Zohran Mamdani.
Yeah,
but
I love him so much.
Yeah, but by and large, I think even if they're not. Yeah, 50% of donations come from Jewish donors. It's not that 50% of donors are Jewish. Okay. Well, regardless.
Sorry. Yeah.
By and large, I don't think Jews are going to swing wildly in the direction of the Republican Party. Perhaps I'm wrong about this. But I do think that a lot of Jewish donors that might just forego their donations to the Democratic Party might end up doing that. But that's not necessarily like I don't think that's necessarily reflective of the Jewish vote or the majority of American Jews and their attitude about the Democratic Party.
I would agree with you. I think that's right.
Yeah.
And I think that the study that, or the poll that they took about Bibi being less popular than Mamdani was real. I think that the generational divide is real. And I also think that Trump knows very well, and the Republicans know very well, that energy is real. And the more I, exist in Jewish circles where people are telling me that I'm a traitor or calling me a capo, the more I hear that because I'm speaking the truth, they're trying to discourage it. And I view it as my job to continue telling the truth in those spaces. But there are a lot of people for whom that's not their job, and they're spending their energy doing other things, and that's okay. And so, I worry because I don't want them to be manipulated. I don't want them to be taken in by something, because you're getting bamboozled. You're getting taken in by a narrative that's trying to control you to look away from the truth. That's really what's happening here. So Mehdi's my favorite journalist, and I just go on his website and I made a list of sources that I can just send Jewish people now who call me names. I just send it to them. I'm like, please go see for yourself that they're shooting children in the head.
I don't think that's gonna. I mean, does it work?
Yeah.
I would go so far because
not every time, but it does sometimes.
I talk to I have a lot of Jewish anti-Zionists in my community. I even have Jewish anti-Zionists from Israel in my community. They're not exactly there's not exactly many of them in Israel, unfortunately, but
there's kids burning their conscription papers.
Yeah. But what I was going to say is their experiences with their family and their communities is, it's tough. It's a conversation that they can't get across. And one of the other elements of this is, and I had a disappointing experience with the Jewish Telegraphic Agency when I went down and I talked to them for 2 hours, and then they basically did an ADL press release in the front end and then took 3 quotes on the back end and added that.
It hurts me.
I think that there is definitely a level of hysteria, not dissimilar to what took place with Jeremy Corbyn in the UK. At the time, I think it was David Graeber, rest in peace, who wrote about this and spoke to it extensively about the hysteria surrounding Jeremy Corbyn being an anti-Semite when he is not and was not, and he simply opposed Israel's apartheid.
Yeah.
Of course, it was a very different time back then. I think if that happened today, he would probably be objectively the most popular politician in the UK. But, what do you think about a lot of the Jewish press, with the exception of Jewish Currents or the classic outlets? I believe the editor-in-chief of Forward recently left as well, and she was taking the magazine in a different direction.
Yeah.
And I guess it didn't work. There's a lot of internal pressure from some older and maybe more influential voices within the community that tries to keep the community in line and to make it seem like it is this monolithic force that is singularly invested in the continuation of Israel's apartheid.
Spot on. Yep.
Yeah.
Spot on.
So how do we penetrate that is my question.
Yeah.
Because you
made that my job.
Yeah. So you have had conversations with Batya.
Yep. I talked to her today, actually.
And she, not a fan of mine, of course. And I saw this conversation that took place between you and her where you were defending Abdul.
I love Abdul.
And then she kind of comes out of nowhere and just starts lying about what Abdul is saying.
I know.
And tries to bully you to change to change your position on him.
Yeah.
Does anyone have that clip? I don't know if
there's a better clip of me defending him later that night, actually, on Leland. I really like that clip because they showed a clip of him speaking about Sharia law, and my therapist says that Islamophobia triggers me, which makes sense because all hate should trigger everyone, but it's close to anti-Semitism, whatever. All hate should trigger everyone. And it just made me sick And I lost my shit because I was like, no, the entire point of him talking about Sharia law in this speech was that they didn't need to outlaw it where they did because it wasn't a problem.
Yeah.
It wasn't an issue. You've taken this clip out of context. And the clip where they were talking about him not showing the Quran in the background, I was like, the reason why he can't show the Quran in the background is because you're going to accuse him of wanting Sharia law. Like, it just, yeah. I really love Abdul. I'm like, his wife is a medical doctor. She's a medical doctor. Do you think there's some sort of like crazy Islamic conspiracy going on with this human being? It just makes me insane.
The thing is like, I mean, it is just rank Islamophobia. And unfortunately it's not only institutionally permitted, but it's also it's promoted by our institutions in very meaningful ways. I think one of them is the consistent notion that Abdul al-Sayed is this scary guy.
Yeah.
He's a misogynist. He hates Jews.
Right.
Like, I think
which
that's
is
one
false.
element. That's one element of Islamophobia that totally gets unnoticed, like that totally doesn't get covered at all, is the idea that every Muslim is automatically anti-Semitic.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and look, they do it. They did it to Zoran quite a bit, and Zoran is like over the top, as accommodating as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, I watched him dance with the Chabad rabbis.
Yeah, and not only that, but also, I mean, he's always first in line whenever there's anything that is an anti-Semitic attack. I mean, this is a job as the mayor as well.
Really fast about this. This was day 2 of me commenting on this. I really didn't know that much about Abdul at this time.
Okay.
So that's why when she was telling me something, I was like, really? Yeah.
You would vote for him?
Yeah, I would.
You would? After everything we just said?
Yeah, because here's the thing. I think that I understand. When I do this as an analyst from the center. I do this as somebody who's not putting their opinion into it, because I genuinely look at all the sides. I talk to the people who are involved, and I look at it as an analyst. And so,
but how could you vote for somebody who doesn't want Jews in the Democratic Party?
Because I don't think that he doesn't want Jews in the Democratic Party. I think that the media has clipped the wrong pieces, because I've listened to him, and when he says things,
like, that's such an insane assertion.
Yeah.
First of all, no one would be able to exist. Like, anti-Semitism is not institutionally permitted. It's exploding in America. This is true. But at least in the institutions, like, if you say something actually anti-Semitic, you will get punished for it.
Unless you work for Tucker Carlson.
Well, yeah, but again, he's outside of the confines of
mainstream.
normal and mainstream institutions now, right? And that is an insane assertion to make, and yet people are so comfortable making these sorts of assertions, leaning, in my opinion, heavily into the madness surrounding not just Abdul al-Sayed, but just like Muslim candidates in general.
And it really started getting to me. Like, and that's when I went off on Will Cain. But yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. So you defend him, and then she just straight up says, like, Jews should not be allowed in the party, and it's like shocking to you.
Well, no. So the thing that she said was that he said the only reason why a Jew would be in the Democratic Party is if someone paid them to be. And I was like, he said that?
Yeah. No,
and then I did the research on it, and that's not at all what happened at all.
No, of course he didn't say
that. It was not that at all.
I think even like the most critical interpretation of what he said, I think he was talking about like the only reason why people would overlook like Israel's human rights violations is because they're getting paid to.
Yes, it was about human rights.
Yeah, which makes total sense, because like I understand Zionist indoctrination. I've had Simone Zimmerman on the broadcast. Like, I have many anti-Zionist friends who are very close friends of mine, anti-Zionist Jewish friends, who've gone through the process of like going to J camp and going to school and congregating around this sense of community, this identity that revolves around Israel and protecting Israel, and then slowly but surely coming to terms with the reality of what Israel's apartheid actually looks like.
Yep.
And the thing is, outside of that bubble, like the level of fealty and admiration that like a Haley Stevens shows to Israel,
weird, huh?
is strange. To say
weird.
Israel comes to me in my dreams, like.
Did she say that?
I mean,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
it's on my soundboard. But I mean, look, I don't want to clip chimp her. I don't want to clip her out of context. If you want to look.
Oh, I'm
through
not sure any context justifies that one.
That's
a good one.
But that she talks about how like we can look at the full clip. It's even crazier than that. It's not out of context at all. But
that's embarrassing.
But yeah, so the reason why I'm bringing that up is because like she was hired, basically anointed by AIPAC, to take out Andy Levin. Andy Levin at the time was very critical of Israel. Andy Levin was the president of a synagogue, coming from this Levin family that was like a very famous political family in the state of Michigan. And Haley Stevens, not Jewish, got paid millions of dollars by AIPAC to unseat Andy Levin. Andy Levin, of course, was also one of Abdul's first endorsers, ironically enough.
I think I like this guy.
Yeah, no, he's great. Like, I don't fully agree with everything he says. I'm definitely, I definitely have a different perspective on issues, but I have disagreements with Abdul as well. But
I love him.
My point is, yeah, I love Abdul. He's great. But my point is like, Haley Stevens is not Jewish.
It's like, why are you doing this?
Where did this come from?
Yeah, like, I mean, she's getting paid to. And look, it's the same shit with MAGA. It's the same shit. You get into a group and you feel part of the in-group and you're like, yes, welcome. We all share this belief and you can feel at home and welcome here. And we're going to laud and glorify you for doing it, which is why it's so hard to, if that side is not the side of the truth, to be the one that's bringing the truth up to them. Because you literally have to, like, your brain is programmed for cognitive dissonance to reject the thing that makes you question your identity. Like, your brain is literally programmed to push those facts, truth away, you know? So
yeah, but here's the full clip.
United States Congress.
Oh my God.
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
What just happened?
I see Israel's future, and
What
I
just
know
happened?
that Israel will continue to exist for the Jews.
Oh my God.
And in the United
Yeah.
Heal.
So that's like if I was running around saying like
Woo!
Estonia comes to me in my dreams, people would be like, that's weird, man. Like, why do you fucking love Estonia that much? Like, relax. You know, they got great bandwidth. They got great
Oh my God.
internet in the country. They
What
do.
just happened?
But that's like, so that's insane. I don't think that she went through the process of like, indoctrination or anything like that. I think it's just like she's a party apparatchik, and she recognizes maybe
I like that word.
early on that you can't oppose Israel
Yeah.
because if you do, then you don't have a future in the party because they will dump $10 million into your race and you won't get elected. They'll, find an opponent for you and unseat you. AIPAC has done this with Wesley Bell against Cori Bush. AIPAC has done this against Jamal Bowman and numerous others. And one other element of this, I think, is a sophisticated media influencing operation as well. And I think that's part of the reason why Haley Stevens still to this day is talking about how, like, the one thing Abdul needs to do is separate himself from Hasan Piker.
Mm-hmm.
And it's become clear to me that I've somewhere along the line, there were either some big donors or some relatively powerful people that decided, like, this guy is a problem.
Right.
We got to discipline him.
Right.
We either have to like defang his reach in some way, shape, or form, or we have to make sure that people understand that if you actually are a prominent critic of Israel and a bit of a loudmouth, like, we will do everything in our power to make sure that you are ritualistically humiliated.
Yeah. Well, I just joined that team that's going to be the ritualistically humiliated one. So we're all on the same team now, guys.
Yeah. But I think it's also important to have Jewish voices in the process.
I think it's necessary.
But it is. But I do worry that now that you're, like, your criticisms of Israel as as a Jewish person will probably cause you to get blacklisted.
Yeah, and death threats.
I mean, that is a part of the, that's unfortunately always a part of the job, but.
No, I mean, look, it's funny because I get a little bit of a pass because I'm Jewish. Like I get a little bit of a, you know, you're allowed to make that joke, but nobody else is kind of thing. And so I'm less likely to get blacklisted. But the thing is, the only way you get anywhere in this world is with courage. And I have begged every politician I've ever talked to know that. Like I was advising one of the state senators one time, and she was trying to figure out if she was going to walk on a vote, and it was on the police training center, and she didn't know what she wanted to do. And her chief of staff said to her, like, you should just walk. Like, you're not going to get any points for courage. And it was my like second day, and I raised my hand and I was like, excuse me, I actually think that the only thing that you get points for is courage. They don't get it. They don't like that they don't get it. And that's why I was saying earlier, like long term, understanding like this is your strategy, because they don't stand for anything. And that's the problem. They're really the way that politics is working is not that there's like an avatar that rises from amongst the people and speaks the words that everyone is feeling and puts words to it. What's happening is they pick a person and they work fucking backwards. And the Republicans are even worse, actually, because what they did was they took all of our data from Facebook and analyzed it and then figured out how to emotionally manipulate people who live over here and gave them ads specifically for that.
Yeah.
It's all terrible, but it's not how politics should work. How it should work is exactly what Zoran did. He knocked on fucking doors and he said, what do you care about? Because I care about what you care about. And I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. That's what he did.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. So you went on the Will Cain show.
Yes.
And I love Will Cain. I
love that you said he was like, he like accidentally defends.
He's the number one defender of
hysterical
the American socialist movement that's growing in large part due to Will Cain's promotion of it. So you went on Will Cain and you defended me, and he was just as shocked as Batya was when you said you endorse Abdullah al-Sayed.
Yeah.
But then the next day you went on the timeline because we were just watching it, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, because I never expect someone to defend me on mainstream outlets, so it's always a welcomed a welcomed, refreshing perspective.
Yeah. And it was before even Abdul came out and said like the same thing I did. It was before a lot of people got asked about it because it was a Friday, I remember.
So, but then you apologized for it. So what happened in between?
So first of all,
also the Groypers were the Nazis. Were very mad because they were like, how come nobody ever defends Nick Fuentes? It's like, well, because I'm not a fucking anti-Semite.
He's a fucktard, right?
Yeah,
like
because I'm not like an insane Holocaust denier.
Right.
But that's besides the point. But so what happened in that process? Because I feel like it could be very informative for people.
Yeah. And so I'm so grateful that you're giving me the opportunity to talk about this, because I don't work for anyone. I'm literally just a lady that lives in Atlanta that cares about this. And like, that's how I got on TV doing this. I don't get paid a single dollar for doing any of this. I pay for my own travel. I go all these places myself. And what happened here, right? Which I immediately got death threats after I got off Fox, which happens all the time anyways.
Of course.
And so that's not the reason I did this.
You're a woman on Fox.
Right.
That's,
and it happens all the time. That's not the reason that I issued an apology. Here's why. And I want to say this to you. Like, I know but I want to say this to you. So I have spent the last year and a half, 2 years, like desperately trying to reach people who I think got totally bamboozled, like, and in such a way that I believe that people who work for Trump have studied politicians throughout history, like back to Cicero, to figure out how to linguistically manipulate people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm constantly studying how to try to bring them around, because yes, there are some truly evil people, right? But after being on Newsmax for a year and a half, almost every single day, like 1 out of 4 of them is still really, they've been propagandized since the day they were born, right? Like since Jerry Falwell sent syllabuses, plural of syllabus, down from the White House to churches in exchange for tax exempt status. From day one, they were told, if you don't conform to what we believe is a good Christian, a good person, then it's actually a lack of discipline on your part, right? You can show humanity to other people, and actually that means that you have a lack of discipline, not that you're like deny who you are. And that fits with so much of it. But the thing is, when I realized that, I went, okay, so actually my goal isn't to mic drop in all of these things. My goal is actually to bring people around to my side. And I know they're not going to do that in one conversation. I know it's going to take a relationship and time. And so when people do reach out to me, it's usually once they've seen me a couple of times, and then they get so incensed and they don't know why. And like, it's because it's usually elder Republicans that are like, you seem like such a nice young lady. And I am extraordinarily careful with how I present these difficult issues. I do not compromise the truth, though. I don't do that. I will focus on a piece that is still true in order to relate to the person. And I had to spend like a solid 3 months just like writing in a journal before I started doing all this, because I was really scared I would people please and just start giving into what other people said. Like, I just writing down what I believed in so I would never let it go, because I knew in the moment I was going to have to pull them and I was going to have to start from a smaller place, and I didn't want to lean that direction. So the thing that I wanted to be able to say to you humbly, because you invited me here and I'm very grateful for that, is that I also want to change people to our side. And every piece of me wants to get a fucking megaphone and stand on the top of a building and scream how I feel, but I knew that wasn't going to work. And I know that when you said, I don't care about and it wasn't even that phrase specifically, about the Israeli women who were raped.
It doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic of genocide for me.
Exactly. So
like, it doesn't justify genocide.
The thing is, I want everyone to see the genocide that's happening. I want them to not reject the facts that I know are coming into their brain. And I'm trying to feed its breadcrumb into them slowly. And this is the first time I'm telling people that I'm doing that, because I've been quietly doing it. Nobody knows who I am. I'm not like a household name by any stretch. But I was like, all right, well, maybe in 10 years from now, if I do the work starting today, like I'm a fucking housewife. Like I have 2 dogs that I take care of. You know, like I dedicate all my time and love and energy to this, because even as a jury consultant, I saw these manipulative language techniques. I was like, why are the bad guys winning? And then I saw Trump doing it, and I was like, fuck, that's why. So I was like, I need to be able to bring people to my side and not just mic drop. How do I do that? And that's why when I thought, okay, the goal for Abdul al-Sayed, the goal for Francesca Hong, the goal for these people who are DSA candidates who believe in a lot, like 90% of what I believe in, I want us to heal. I want the people who are on my side that are yelling at the other side, right, to start figuring out how to bring them over, because we gotta fucking heal. I'm done. Like, I'm fucking done with the mic dropping. I'm done with, unless someone's not disingenuous. Like, if you're Tucker Carlson, I will mic drop right in your fucking face. But we need to heal. And I know that the goal is to win. The goal is to win the seat, and you only need a certain amount of people to be able to do that. But I didn't come for them. I came for the ones who got bamboozled. I came for the ones who Trump took their religion and twisted it and made it something ugly and evil and to manipulate. Like, I came for them. And so you have a different role. Like, you are an avatar. You are somebody who puts words to how people feel. And now 30,000 people every day watch you say that. And then their hearts feel better because somebody has said it. I mean, people in my family feel that way about you. And that is a role that is necessary. Mine is to try to bring people over who got the wool pulled over their eyes. And so for me, I want people to come over who I knew if I said the truth straight out, right, the way that I wanted to, not hiding the truth, but if I said it the flat fucking out, that their brains would shut off, their minds would shut off, they would stop listening to me.
So you didn't get calls? Like, that's what I was trying to get at, where it was like, no. How could you say this about
No, I
this
didn't want people to stop listening to these politicians, and I didn't want people to stop listening to you because of the way that you were saying things, because I want them to hear what you have to say. Like, when I started listening to you and when I started talking to your followers, I mean, obviously I knew enough to be able to talk about it when I was on with Will Kane, but I mean, people pay me for a living to tell whether people are lying. I know how genuine your heart is. Like, I could see it and I knew it. And I was like, well, fuck, now I think it's my fucking job to tell people this because I know he's getting a bad rap. And you didn't ask me to. Nobody's going to ask me to. Like, you're perpetuating the truthful narrative. And I don't want people to shut that out. And the more you use that language to describe it, the more people are going to shut their minds and their ears off. And I just know that from practice. So that my apology was not related to anybody calling me. It was related to the fact that I feel like sometimes the language that you're using causes people to shut their minds off and their ears off.
Sure. Well, one of the things.
So I'm sorry that I took back the defense too.
I don't care.
Sorry, just one more. Just since then, I have delved very deeply into your work, and I've seen a tremendous amount, and I've collected quotes. I send it to your team. Like, I've collected quotes that I will be able to use next time. Next time somebody says something to me, I'll be able to be like, oh, well, actually, he said this exact opposite fucking thing. So the point is that I'm sorry that I took it back. What I really should have said is I have a nuanced answer to this. I have a nuanced answer that I didn't deliver in the moment because I was so upset about the Islamophobia. But that's really, I didn't mean to retract my entire defense of you. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Hi, I love you. Hi, and you're perfect, and I love you. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
No, seriously, I am.
No, it's fine. I mean, I look again. I didn't even expect anyone to defend me on Will Kane's show.
I know, but
because these guys don't. These guys don't have me on purpose. I think it's because, like, if I
this baby knew my heart was hurting and came to sit with me.
Yeah,
that was just what just. Could you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just
no, it's all good. No, she will. She'll just sit there
That's my
if you pet her
That's
forever.
my pill. Oh my God.
Yeah, she's according to the vet, she's 5 pounds overweight now. So.
I have a fat beagle.
Yeah, she's not fat, but she's getting up there. She's a little chunky.
I brought her some chicken jerky. Listen, I just want to say, like, to your face that I see you and I see your heart. I mean that. And look, if somebody's gonna fucking go out there on the news and defend you, it's gonna be me, because here's the thing. He didn't.
Well, I wouldn't say it that much. I wouldn't say it out loud like this, because this is a one-way.
I'm well aware
to not get
I'm
invited
well aware.
back on any panels.
It's because he never said that he was fine with rapes or 9/11 or any of that. He believes in human dignity. He believes in respect for every human being. That shit all got clipped. You're getting manipulated. You're getting twisted because the media and the Republican Party want to take advantage of you, and the Democratic establishment. And I'm fucking done with it. I'm done. Like, I wanted to be here because I wanted people to know that the things that you're saying are true, even though you shouldn't have said it that way. You should not have said it that way. And also, like, I also am glad that you are trying to show that China is not crazy and random, like that everyone in China isn't insane. But also, like, maybe we get more of a nuanced explanation from you about China. You know, like, maybe there are. That's all I'm saying.
I talk about it all the time. Because the problem is, I don't stream in 20-second increments. I talk for hours on end, and the medium, the platform that I'm on, makes it super easy, especially because, unlike podcasts, there's also a constant back and forth communication that's taking place on these contentious subjects.
Yeah.
So of course there's going to be people. I've made it a policy to allow anyone and everyone who wants to speak to be able to speak in the chat, and I read everything. It's insane. It's very difficult to parse through it, but there are plenty of instances where I'm, like, retaliating against someone, and then they'll clip it out of context. And like, I mean, Scott Jennings did this recently.
He's a fucktard. I debated him once.
Yeah, he's well, the Republican Party strategy, this midterm strategy, is specifically to do the clip show. Basically, they're going to go through all of the the 22,000 hours of live broadcasting that I have out there readily available, and then be like, this guy is bad. This guy is crazy. The DSA is crazy. These guys are, horrible monsters or whatever. And they're just going to try to tie the most negatively framed aspects of our commentary to like bastardize.
And they're going to try to undermine the
truth.
truthful narrative that you are
Yeah.
putting forth. And that's the piece that I'm like, well, nope, I guess we got to defend Hasan Piker now, because the thing that he's trying to explain is getting thrown out. And that's what that's exactly why they're doing this. I mean, you didn't help it with some of the language that you used. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
but,
look, I don't have a polished academic way of. No, but I don't have a polished academic way of, or even a respectful, civil way of discussing some of these things, because at the end of the day, I'm filling 8 hours of broadcast time, and I'm also trying to be entertaining as well.
Yeah.
So that is the reason. That is the reason why there's like high intensity moments and stuff like that. But then there's also moments that are not high intensity where they will straight up clip me reading someone's comment and then make it seem like those are my opinions.
Yep.
Even if I'm like arguing against them.
Yep. I've seen that.
Like, and even the most like the most commonly deployed one about it doesn't matter if rapes happen. That is literally me debating someone who at the time was suggesting that there was, why are you even lending credence to the fact that sexual assaults may have taken place on October 7th? In the longer conversation, I straight up explained to him, like, look, sexual assault is a commonplace in incidents like this, and it doesn't even matter if they happened or not. It doesn't change. It doesn't justify genocide.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. So that I wanted to be able to respond to you about with that. If you're responding and you actually want to bring that person around, right? Which again, you may have a different goal. You have a show, right? If you actually want to bring that person around, you have to disarm them first, right? So validating their concern and saying like
no concerns was
no
that
innocent should be.
No, I know, but their concern wasn't that they were saying, no, their concern was that they were saying no rapes happened. Why are you even lending credence to
Oh,
their
right.
argument?
Yeah.
So like, that's the irony of it, is that I wasn't even engaging in like what they claim I was engaging in.
I know.
So that's what I mean. It's
hurts.
like, it's impossible to get around that. It's just virtually impossible.
But I don't think it is impossible. Like, I just don't accept that, because if you're saying something that's true, and I have the same philosophy as a jury consultant, if you're saying something that's true, you should be able to prove it. Like, and the truth should win. And it doesn't sometimes. And if it doesn't, it's because you didn't show people the full picture.
Yeah.
So I guess we just have to show, like, it's so hard for me as a Jew to try to convince another Jew that there's a genocide and apartheid state happening. And my personal hero is Jimmy Carter. Like, and he's been my hero for a decade because he had the courage of his convictions when nobody else did. It actually didn't have to do with like Israel in particular. It was just the fact that like, it blew my fucking mind that the person who had arguably alive, who had done the most for the state of Israel, was being called an anti-Semite. And he's still, because the Israeli government was siphoning money away from the Palestinian refugees so that they didn't have food and water. Like, he still was willing to be called an anti-Semite so that those like families and children could get water and food that they needed. And I just admired the fuck out of that. And so here's the thing. I think that if people were presented the story in the way that it was meant to be told, in the way where it shows the full picture, then it's undeniable. And if you still deny it at that point, then fuck you. But but let's show them the full picture. That's what they need to see.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, if I'm not allowed on these broadcasts, then there's no way that I can. There's no way that I can actually show my perspective to these people, and I think they realize that it's impossible for them to present me as this dangerous radical in a one-on-one conversation. So they just stick to the clip show.
Yeah.
But all right. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
I'm sorry I talked your ear off.
No, this was great. This was a wonderful experience. Is there anything you want to promote?
You guys can check out Maddie's Hot Take, MADDIE, and it's one take, not multiple takes. I'm on News Nation a lot. And I have a Substack that I share with Marcus Flowers. He's the guy who ran against Marjorie Taylor Greene. And it's called With All Due Respect. And I have a series right now where it's called The War for the Right to Think for Yourself. And it's basically about how all of modern American politics can be traced back to Vatican II and the decision to issue the Dignitas Humanae, which is basically saying that everyone has a right to freedom of conscience, freedom of religion, and the right to think for themselves, which undid like 1,000 years of just war tradition. And so it's tying all of the news stories together. That's the goal, is to be able to show people the full picture. And thank you for having me on. Thank you for bringing me here. I'm sorry if I made things awkward or made you feel weird.
No, not at all.
But, and thank you guys for listening. Thank you for having me on your show.
I mean, people are going to yell at you a lot for even coming on this broadcast.
I didn't say anything I didn't mean. I didn't say anything that wasn't true. Look, again, the shit that you think that Hasan said, he did not say. Thank you. Shabbat shalom. That's what happened.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. I'm going to continue streaming.
I was going to say, you can talk to your people? Yeah. Okay. You can, yeah.
All right. We're going to get back to this. We're going to get back to the Natalie Harp story now.
Access to the president of any aid, in part because she's tireless. She is incessantly around him. The president likes people who like him, and he loves people who love him. And it's hard to find someone who is sort of more devoted to President Trump than Natalie Harp.
To give you a sense of how close Harp is to the president, CBS News reported earlier this month she was one of 3 aides, plus Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who secretly flew with the president out of Turkey on a government plane instead of the larger 747 usually used as Air Force One. Her role and influence has been under renewed scrutiny ever since. Kelly?
All right, Ed, appreciate it. The brother of top Trump aide Natalie Harp is speaking out front tonight. Preston Harp has been estranged from his sister for a few years, but obviously you can see they grew up together. He's sharing these photos with out front of them together as children, weighing in on the intense attention that Natalie is now getting after Democratic Senator John Ossoff raised questions about her role in this White House. Preston, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, and I know you've shared some photos with us, you and your sister Natalie as children. Obviously, there you are, Padres fans. There you are with your parents, and now your sister is front and center in the news. I mean, front and center as it gets. Did you ever think you'd see something like this?
No, it really blows my mind.
I mean, you know, your sister, my understanding is, first became known to Trump back in 2019. And at the time, she credited him, Preston, with helping her beat a tragic battle, but one that she incredibly beat with bone cancer. Here's what she said.
This president pushed that forward and possibly saved your life.
He did. As I like to say, I'm not dying from cancer anymore thanks to President Trump. I'm living with cancer. I'm living the quality of life that I always wanted to have, that it took me 4 years to find because I wasn't offered it here. It took President Trump going to Washington to be able to get that for me.
I don't even understand what the fuck is up with this, like, President Trump gave me a secret potion and saved my life shit. Like, what capabilities does... What capabilities does this potion have?
After that, Preston, she had speaking slots at the Faith and Freedom Conference, at the 2020 RNC, right? She became very high profile and then started working for Trump.
What was that? One of the Clippers Please Don't Post the Segment moments? I don't know if anyone reminded you yesterday. No. No, they can post it if they want. I don't care. The guest appearance, I understand, for YouTube. No, it's fine. New HuffPost piece about you. Oh, damn! I just did this. This morning. By the way, we congratulations to Aisha Wahab. I am fortunate enough to have helped carry her across the finish line. She won 53% of the vote against the 47% coming for Melissa Hernandez. This was another devastating blow to AIPAC. AIPAC dumped, I believe, $6 million into this race. Yeah, or $5 million into this race. Another W for us. It is insane. So, yeah. It is crazy to me. Is she a Democratic Socialist? Just a good progressive? No, she's just she's a progressive. She's not a Democratic Socialist. She is a progressive that was or is critical of Israel, very critical of Israel. And the thing is, it was one of those instances where, like, she was clearly, party bosses in California wanted to clear the runway. This was Eric Swalwell's seat, and they wanted to put up a senior Democrat in this district. But she was intending to run in this district anyway. So the Aisha Wahab story is very interesting. So she's very popular. She's a real fighter. She has a lot of experience in this district and in the state as well, in the state legislature. And the Democratic Party machine comes in and says, Eric Swalwell's out. We want to put our own person here. Okay? She says, fuck that. I'm running for the seat, and I'm not going to stop just because you want an older person with seniority to get this appointment. Okay? And the party did not like that at all. The party did not like that at all. Okay? There was a lot of drama. There was a lot of drama here. California State Senator, she decided, no, we're gonna do democracy. You can't stop it. And so when she ran in the first election, she got like 60% of the vote, right? In the first election, guys, please stop sending me the same Ottoman joke over and over again. I'm trying to collect my thoughts here to explain to you what took place in this fucking race. Just Aisha Wahab related links, please. Okay? Not anything else. Jesus Christ. No one cares about that race? Well, you know who cared about it? The Israel lobby did. So don't come to me and then fucking be like, oh, why is this like random dumbass, like very clearly Republican in the state legislature? How does this happen? How does this happen? How does a person who is like very clearly a Republican, run in these districts and win these seats? This is how it happens because none of you dumb fucks give a shit. Okay? None of you dumb fucks give a shit. You guys think you're above it. You think it's like irrelevant. You think it doesn't matter. AIPAC did not want someone who is an Israel critical candidate to win another congressional district. And they put $6.3 million. $6.3 million in mailers and negative ads beginning August 3rd. Do you understand? $6.3 million in 1 month, less than a month, for a fucking house seat. So while your dumbass doesn't care about this shit, clearly California politics is terrified. Do you understand? This is an unprecedented barrage. She has to win again in November, but this is going to make her chances far better, far easier. You understand? The fact that they dumped $6.3 million into this race now was because they didn't want to they didn't want to have to deal with it in November. And now they're going to have to deal with it in November as well. Expanded to each of the 435 districts, that would be the equivalent of $2.74 billion. And while AIPAC has seemingly unlimited money, they don't actually have unlimited money. Okay? And it's not just 6.3 over the course of like an entire race that spans across a year. This is a special election where they put down $6.3 million in 17 days. $17 fucking days. I don't think you guys understand how psychotic that is. Much tighter margin than her 21-point win over Hernandez in June 2nd primary and her 26-point win in June 26th special election primary. They were able to close the gap from 26 points to first 21 points, and then now down to 6 points. That's how much money plays a role. That's also part of the reason why these motherfuckers hate my ass. Okay? Because no matter how rich you are, at the end of the day, $6.3 million for such a short period of time still got a fucking sting. And it's not like they're hiding this. Like, they're doing it openly. They're doing it out in the fucking open. They're doing it out in the open. They're like, nope, even a special election for one district in the country out of 435 in the House of Representatives is a bridge too goddamn far. She wanted the district I lived in while in California. I felt so shitty about the Swalwell situation because my dad was a huge fan of his and find out that he was crazy. I'm glad I can no longer find a capital L liberal and align more with progressive values. I'm glad to see this win. Thanks for the update. I'm looking to join my local DSA chapter. I think Champaign is the closest. Another Champaign socialist. It's just mind-boggling, man. The amount of fucking money they spend. Yes, I will get the Israel lobby authors on stream, Lustig and Eli. It's crazy. Is this another win on your scoreboard? Yes. Put that W on the leaderboard. Bernard has endorsed Angie Nixon, which is good. Yo, can you DM AIPAC and be like, how about a truce? No. What is this? Estonia comes to me in my dreams? Aisha is out in the community all the time. Melissa comes from the rich ass community on the other side of our hills. Anyway. I don't understand what the fuck these guys are doing, but I just need you to understand we're going to continue fighting, okay? We're going to continue fighting no matter what. That's it. Now let's get back to Natalie Harp.
How much do you think she truly believed that Trump saved her life?
Well, that's an interesting question. But if she thinks about it, what he did was he made experimental drugs legal to try, and that insurance would pay for it. So it's not like he like physically saved her life, you know? It's kind of different. Like, it's like Donald Trump didn't pay his own money to save my sister's life. So it really just depends how you look at it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, and look, I guess it's just one example of everyone trying to understand, you know, who this person is who spends so much time and, you know, is with the president all the time, right? He's the commander in chief and she has such an important role. So there was a series called The Art of the Surge just a couple of years ago, Preston, 2024. And in it, your sister talks extensively about working for Trump. I just wanted to play a clip of it for you. Here she is.
Politics was never something I liked. Business was my background, real estate, MBA. I was very much not interested in politics in California. I feel like you get the same kind of sort of politicians. But when I was sick, I started watching the Republican debates. He was my first exposure to politics, and I loved it. Like, this guy, you know, he gets it.
So she says there, he was her first exposure to politics, right? You guys grew up in the same home, the same family. So you understand where she's coming from in a way that no one else does.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you think drew her to him?
Not her.
Yeah.
Well, my mom raised us with the idea that American exceptionalism was the correct way of looking at things.
Is this guy a HasanAbi head, by the way? I feel like it's kind of wild that because he says some shit on this interview where I'm like, this dude is like he's not only a pothead, but also like a little bit of a socialist.
That the United States is the boss of the world, that, like, you know, slavery was back then, that was normal. People weren't bad because they had slaves. And honestly, and it's like Trump wants to take all those books out of schools. He wants to rewrite history. And so, like, I think that my sister, unfortunately, didn't break out of that delusion that my mom raised us with. And Trump is like everything that my mom taught us to respect. So I think that's where her infatuation for Trump comes from, honestly, because I don't think it's a physical attraction. Let's get real, you know, like, personally, I don't think so.
So when you use the word infatuation, I understand your point about, you know, the nature of it. I mean, she obviously is his assistant. They call her the human printer, right? She prints everything. She takes his social media dictation. She accompanies him on almost every trip, including when he goes to Mar-a-Lago or his golf club in New Jersey on the weekends. And she was, of course, Preston, as we're all now aware, one of the very few people who did not include the Secretary of State or Treasury that Trump took off Air Force One via that catering truck. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like that. If you're really friends and loyal to your team, why would you just go peace out and take another airplane when you think the other airplane's going to get shot down? Like,
what do you think it is about her? I mean, what do you make of how much the
Meanwhile, this guy's a human fax machine, all fax, no printer. No, I love this guy.
president relies on her? We've learned a lot, from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's new book, we've learned, right, about his incredible reliance on her at all hours of the day to post social media posts, just as one example.
Yeah. I think that Trump's best friends are people who are his fan club, and so she's his biggest fan. And so that's probably why he likes her. And like, she's good
he's
looking.
not HasanAbi head, but he's based.
She's got a good personality. Like, I don't know.
Bro, what is he supposed to say? Trump wants to fuck my sister? I mean, if there's one guy who would say some shit like that, that's a little bit out of pocket, it's this guy, right? I mean, am I crazy? It kind of strikes me as the type of dude who would say that on CNN.
I want to ask you, Preston, on something that
she thinks that he saved her life. So, like, somebody living with that kind of gratitude, that must feel pretty good.
I want to ask you about something. I don't know if you knew about this. You probably didn't. But we're just breaking it here at CNN this hour, and that is, two sources, Preston, are telling
Let's see who he follows.
CNN that your sister was involved. Back in October 2023, right? The context here is Donald Trump's motorcade was going to leave Trump Tower for a court appearance, okay? And they were all getting into the motorcade.
Oh, yeah.
There was sort of a screaming match about who was getting in what car.
Yeah, no, he's a socialist. This is anti-imperialista, socialista, internacionalista, músico on his account. And he posts nonstop about Palestine. This guy's the GOAT, man. This guy's awesome. He's posting about Hasan Kanafani.
Turned out that there wasn't room for Natalie. So she insisted, she said no. Trump had personally asked her to come to this court appearance, so she needed to be in the car. Now, according to these sources, the end result is that your sister jumped into the trunk of one of the motorcade vehicles to go to the court appearance in Lower Manhattan.
That's really funny. I didn't even know about that.
I mean, what is your reaction to that? I mean, you're laughing, but I mean, is it funny or what? I mean, you know her, so that's why.
I'm sorry. It's actually kind of sad. That's obsession. That's like an unhealthy obsession with someone. If you're going to jump into the trunk of their car, like.
So I mentioned Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's book, Regime Change, Preston, which of course I know you've heard a lot about it, but in that, Natalie's name became known to a lot of people, right? Prior to the whole NATO plane incident, she was in the book as an important player, and her role, her importance to the president became clear. They report that she left him, the president, a series of letters in personal spaces where she told him, "You're all that matters to me," in one, and another one she writes, "I want to bring you joy." And then they say that Trump said, "Your sister is the only one who loved him as much as his wife and kids." So what is your reaction to this? Does this sound like her, or the person that you knew well, your sister?
Yeah. I mean, basically, I'd say since she was like 16, she's had an obsession with gosh, how do I explain this? She's written letters to other presidents. Let me put it that way.
What the fuck? Hey, yo! She's like one of those like Charles Manson fan type individuals.
And so like her dream came true finally.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying that she had she actually was very aware of politics, right? And that she had written other presidents' letters. Do you happen to know which ones or what they were about or anything?
Bro, that's like, dude, fetishizing every president like this is almost as crazy as being obsessed with like serial killers. Like, what a strange fetish. What a strange thing to just like almost moving like Thomas Crooks. Yeah, true.
Thing, Preston, that you would be able to share here?
I didn't see the letter, but George Bush, obviously, during the Iraq War.
Anything, or
she's like, she's just like really into fucking right-wing presidents? What?
Bush, obviously, during the Iraq War.
And did anything ever come of that? I mean, did the White House ever respond or anything, or she just sort of sent a letter?
No, they never responded.
Yeah. Now, look, I've been emphasizing here, obviously, you know her in a way that no one else does as her brother, but you are obviously estranged from her at this time. But, you know, we see those pictures of you all as children and your family. If she was listening to you right now, is there anything you'd want to tell her?
Yeah, I love you. I hope that you change and that you wake up and you realize that everybody on this earth is part of a human family, and no country is better than any other country. And the history of the United States is unfortunately really sad, and it shouldn't be rewritten. We got to all come together and try to make it better.
Well, I really appreciate your time and taking the time to talk to us. Obviously, you know, your sister is in a position of incredible influence and power, and that's important to all Americans. So thank you for.
In a campaign speech in Atlanta on Sunday, Senator Ossoff turned the corruption focus on his Republican opponent, Mike Collins.
Now, I'm skipping Ossoff.
The stage is set for the Senate race in Florida.
Angie Nixon says Florida is not red. It just has not been invested in by Democrats. And she's right. That's my mentality too. Talk about an inelegant segue. Endorsement tracker updated with Aisha's victory. 9 out of 8 over 9 out of 8 record above 50%. Have you seen this? Karen Bass with the worst opinion ever, stated by someone running for office in Los Angeles. She wanted them off. I do not believe that you should have a food vendor in front of a restaurant, period. Bass shot back, adding that she wanted them off the streets completely, and in brick and mortar locations, their presence near restaurants discourages people from going in, just like you shouldn't have encampments in front of a restaurant or in front of schools. You just should not do that. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with her, bro? What's her problem? What the fuck is her problem? Apparently it was a near career-ending debate. Yeah, I heard it was abysmal. Look, you want to know why I don't fucking touch Los Angeles politics, by the way? Last night, Karen Bass and Nithya Raman debated one another. And you probably didn't hear about it or see it at all. And that's because in the state that gave us Hollywood, there wasn't a working fucking camera equipment or team. It was hosted by the HOA. And it was basically a fucking Zoom call. A Zoom call which cut out in many different parts. So unless you were literally there, you had a very hard time seeing what the fuck was going on. Bass went after Raman in the pettiest, most personal ways. She kept mocking the MIT graduate as a clueless egghead with no idea what's going on in the city, stating twice that Raman governed as if LA were an academic institution. A line that sounded like a MAGA talking point that was originally trotted out by council member Imelda Padilla. Bass tried to paint Raman as a member of the ineffectual city establishment, not a newcomer, which fell flat, considering that Bass has held one elected office after another for 22 years, while Rahman has only been in politics since 2020. Yes, it is the Homeowners Association. Yes, this is a screenshot from the Zoom call. Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association. Yeah, when I said HOA, you were like, oh, that must mean something different, right? No. No, it was literally the Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association. I'm embarrassed. I am so fucking embarrassed. I'm so goddamn embarrassed of my fucking state, of my city. It is abysmal. Every part of this is abysmal. They booed when they mentioned Mamdani. The Hoa sucks so much. Like, you would think this is like Springfield or something. Like, you would think that this is the mayoral race for Springfield, Ohio. What is this? Ex-Biden campaign. Everyone keeps wanting me to watch this fucking...
What kind of a Democratic strategist are you? I mean, you come on a national show and you say that a must-win state like Michigan has an unfit candidate in El Said for Senate. And I can see you saying that maybe in the run-up. You know, I didn't vote for Said. I voted for Stevens. And it's okay. You could have promoted her as well. But now that we're down to the general, and are you trying to get Democrats not to vote for him? You can have your own personal views, which is fine, if you don't like El Said and others. But as a Democratic strategist coming on a national program, I think that's totally unacceptable, and I think that you're doing a disservice. What do you say about
Stanley,
that?
before we talk to Michael, you said you did not vote for Abdul El Said. Will you support him in the general election?
Yes, I most certainly will, which is the reason I'm calling, as I'm calling on the Democratic line. He is not DSA. People try to put him off as DSA. He says he's not DSA. The DSA did not endorse him. And even if he was, I don't understand Michael coming on and doing that. Yeah,
Great. Let's get an answer from Michael LaRosa.
Well, I've never supported a Republican in my life.
Until now.
For the Senate, for the White House, for Congress. And I don't live in Michigan, so, I mean, my opinion really doesn't matter that much. But I could never support El Sayed for a couple of reasons. One, there's certain things that do transcend politics, that do transcend parties. And that's okay. That's what I was saying. Vote blue no matter who. The problem with that is who still matters. At least it matters to me. And I just come from a time when I watched people.
He's like, yeah, I'm a lifelong Democrat. I also am a lifelong racist. Okay. Hey, I'm a lifelong Democrat, but I also think that every Muslim is responsible for 9/11 and loves it. And Abdul El Sayed is Muslim, and therefore I can't see myself voting for him. Sorry, sucks to suck. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to put on my Klan's robe right after this interview is over.
People jumping out of windows on 9/11, 70 miles from when the towers were falling and burning for 3 months. We could smell it from where I was from in Pennsylvania.
You weren't even near the towers? You're saying 9/11 impacted me so dramatically that I hate all Muslims because I was in Pennsylvania? You should have just lied and been like, I was in the towers or something. The fuck's wrong with this guy? What a piece of shit this guy is.
Because of how the wind blew. It's personal to me.
We had a plane crash in PA. Dog, he didn't even mention that. You understand that, right? That's what's so crazy about it. He said 9/11, I could smell the towers from Pennsylvania. Also, none of this has anything to do with Abdul al-Sayed. The fucker's wrong with this guy? New York Times just lost a defamation lawsuit. Wait, what? An Alabama jury says New York Times defamed former college basketball player Kai Spears in a 2023 article, awards $9.25 million in damages. What the fuck? A 2023 article incorrectly reported that the University of Alabama basketball player was at the scene of a deadly shooting. A jury awarded $9.25 million in damages. The Times had not lost a defamation lawsuit brought in the United States over one of its articles in more than 50 years. So, what happened? How did they fuck this up so hard? Why didn't they do a redaction? I don't understand. I got to see the details on this. This is actually kind of shocking because New York Times, I mean, let's be real. They haven't done great reporting when it comes to Israel-Palestine, but like, you know, they have a fairly high standard of reliable reporting, usually. Law, the seminal defamation case is New York Times v. Sullivan. Way to pull an Ethan Klein, New York Times. After it published articles erroneously identifying him as the unidentified passenger in a car at the scene of a high-profile shooting, the Times based its reporting on information from two confidential sources. Spears, who was not in the car, alleged that the Times failed to use reasonable care in publishing false and damaging statements about him. During litigation in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Alabama, Spears sought discovery to uncover the identities of the sources and related information. The Times resisted, invoking Alabama's SHIELD statute, which protect journalists from being compelled to reveal confidential sources. United States District Court for the Northern District of Alabama certified two questions to the Supreme Court of Alabama concerning the scope of the state's SHIELD statute. The first question asked whether the statute protects the identity of a source. The Supreme Court of Alabama addressed the second certified question. I just don't understand why they didn't just like redact it. I'm trying to skip the paywall, but it's not letting me. Or not redact it, sorry, retract it. Oh my God, my fucking brain. Retract it. No, gift links don't work. It still makes me try to fucking it still forces me to create an account. Redacted. Was it a hit piece? They doubled down and failed? I don't know. I don't know what the actual... Crowley is so fucked, it's not even funny. What is this? Candace is rubbing off on me. Yeah, she is. Original suit asked for $75K. Yeah, see, it's like trying to get me to... Fuck. One of these days, I'm just going to take the L and fucking subscribe to the New York Times, bro. Ah! I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. They need money to pay for this lawsuit. Thank you for the on-wall link. Jesus Christ, we found it. Alabama jury determined, dude, it's so funny that they're writing about their own fucking L that they took. 8-person jury awarded $9.25 million in damages after a 9-day trial in U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Alabama. Kai Spears, who played for the University of Alabama men's basketball team, accusing it of libel and false light invasion of privacy, claimed the article, which mistakenly reported he was a passenger in a car involved in a shooting, had caused him emotional distress and forever linked him with a murder. 3 other basketball players in the school were present at the shooting, which killed a 23-year-old mother. The Times corrected the article and added an editor's note after Mr. Spears filed his lawsuit, which disclosed the identity of the passenger in the car for the first time. The Times had not lost a defamation lawsuit brought in the United States for over one of his articles for more than 50 years. The Times and Mr. Spears did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The Times didn't respond to a request for comment. You're the Times. The Times did not immediately respond to requests for comment by the Times. What the fuck? It's you, man. God, it's just what an abysmal situation, man. What are we doing? Actually, what the fuck are we doing? Like, how is the New York Times fucking up this hard? CNN has reached out to Jennings, who works for CNN. Yeah. It's not an Associated Press article. It's a New York Times article. I just don't understand how they hit him with 9.5 milli, dude. What the fuck? 9.5 million is so much. Activist judges. Juries can go almost as overboard as they want. It was linked to a murderer. That's traumatic, I guess. Hasan Piker has reached out to Hasan Piker, who has failed to respond. Good news for your suit against Jennings. I mean, I don't think it works that way. If the dude was draftable, have no clue, he's trying to recoup possible pro pay. Someone said he was asking for 75 grand in damages and the jury gave him 9.5 million. I don't understand how that works, but I don't know. Everyone on jury duty also hates the New York Times paywall. Anyway, speaking of which, so going back to the Karen Bass saga, Karen Bass versus Nithya Raman. Bass frequently resorted to her trademark nervous laughter and repeatedly obviously crafted lines with all the enthusiasm of someone gulping down cod liver oil. Her furrowed brow and exasperated looks, which she had effectively used in her previous debates, made her come off as embittered, tired, and unable to defend the indefensible mess that has been her first term. This is LA Times, by the way. LA Times commentary. They're absolutely flaming her. At one point, the mayor even trashed one of LA's most famous industries, street vending. I really tried to like Bass. Her trajectory from South LA activist to nonprofit founders, Sacramento, Washington, and City Hall is impressive and important. Yet when Angelenos needed her to rise and succeed as their city faced one crisis after another during these last 4 years, Bass stumbled and stumbled again. Her flop of a debate performance left her sounding like someone with no vision or kindness. Career suicide for someone who has made her reputation on both traits. At this point, the architects of Bass's campaign need to burn sage to drive out bad spirits or just bow out altogether. Anytime something could go wrong, it has. Bass placed first in the primary with 34% of the vote, an abysmal number for a Democratic incumbent in a deep blue city. Her campaign's cynical gambit to boost washed-up reality TV star Spencer Pratt into the general election because he'd be an easier opponent than Rahman failed. The lineage fire in Boyle Heights brought back memories of the deadly Palisades Inferno, angering a voting bloc Bass desperately needs, Latinos. Then came news this week that a poll that the Bass campaign had promoted, claiming that she held a commanding lead over Rahman, turned out to be fake. Bass came out looking like someone incapable of overseeing paint dry, let alone running America's second largest city. And now this debate. All the mayor could sputter in her closing remarks was that Rahman does not have the support of any of her colleagues, yet another line she had repeated ad nauseum. When it was her turn, Rahman said she keeps hearing from residents that this city feels rudderless. I have news for you, Angelenos. You're right, she continued. No one is in charge right now. Wait, what? Then, instead of launching another fusillade against Bass, Rahman went for something few people associate with LA nowadays. Hope. You have every right to expect more from your city, Rahman proclaimed, her voice strong and clear. She urged Angelenos to raise our expectations of what's possible and strive for a city that's affordable, functional, safe, joyful, ambitious. A few months ago, that would have sounded like the delusional ramblings of someone with no chance of winning. After Wednesday night's debate, Rahman seems like LA's final best chance. No, I don't want to fucking watch the debate, man. Wait, is this AI? PTC Punjabi USA co-sponsored?
Scale businesses across the entire city. And what they're saying is that they have a city hall and a mayor who has not invited them in and who has not created the supportive environment.
Bro, she's not even fucking in focus, man. What the heliante, bro? God, Karen Bass is so bad. It's just, I don't even want to talk about this. This is your city, dog. You can't pretend it don't exist. I'm pretending. I'm pretending. Isn't this good for Nithya? It is. But also, oh God. I don't know, man. I'm done. I'm done talking about this. I'm not talking about what the fuck do we do for CA? That's gonna be my next mission.
With
There's simply no preparing you for how undignified last night's LA mayoral debate was to pick who leads a city with a GDP larger than many European countries. Yeah, Max Fisher is right. I'm sorry, the Sherman hoax homeowners association didn't pay for a Zoom account that would have allowed more people to watch the unhinged mayor debate that I just watched. Second largest city in the country, home to Hollywood. It was in a rec room and the moderator closed by asking the audience to help put away the chairs. Schumer defended Abdul. Wait, what?
Look, the bottom line is we're going to win Michigan. Let me tell you why we're going to win Michigan. First, El Sayed has brought in new energy and new talent.
Stop. I don't know how I feel about this. No, it's good. It's good.
Into the Democratic Party. But
why did Karen Bass even go to Cuba as a Cuban? This shit is so weird, dude. No, she used to be radical. That's not a joke. She did Venceremos, the Venceremos Brigade. She was actually a radical back in the day. Karen Bass has like a pretty solid track record. Yes. 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 She used to be dope as fuck. Yes. Is this AI? No.
But also in Michigan itself. But second, Michigan, Trump has so bungled the Michigan economy. You know, the numbers for Trump on how well he's doing in keeping costs down in the economy is in the low 30s. In the country, it's in the high 20s in Michigan. Why? He created a trade war with Canada. Anyone who's halfway decent as president knows that the Michigan economy and the Canadian economy are totally intertwined. And he's blown it. We're going to win Michigan.
Thank you, Comrade Schumer. Imperial harem politics, imported Slavic wives, endless wars with Persia, complex relations with Arabs, protector of Jews, ostentatious displays of wealth, endless corruption, extreme state brutality towards rebels. Is Trump the last Ottoman Sultan? Yeah. Sultan concentrating power, territorial expansion, controls trade roads, Slavic wives, luxurious palaces, red hats, dominates the neighboring sea, succession battles, red hats. It's fucking true, dude. Maybe that's why I feel so close to him. Where's your fez? It's behind me. Why do we care about Natalie? It's good to cover lip slop sometimes. Karen Bass said, my life's mission will be accomplished when the Democratic Party is to the left of me, so she just went to the right instead. Well, Karen, mission accomplished. This meme is obviously rent-free in my head, but what really gets me is that Aryan third worldism has an actual material start date, and it's when these guys deployed to Mozambique and Angola to run and train and equip programs for like half a dozen national liberation movements. Hans Dieter and his Prussian friends on his way to materially support the MPLA, Zipla, Frelimo, SWAPO, UMK, and the PLO. You are obsessed with this graphic? It's just true. It's because it's objectively true. The reason why it comes across like I'm obsessed with this graphic is because I'm obsessed with the truth of it. No, it's not. I did a thing. It's Mario Naval or whatever. People always say this is incoherent. What is brown white supremacy? The real truth is it shouldn't be Zoran here. It should be me. I fall somewhere in between both the Aryan spectrum and the brown white and the brown spectrum. And I'm firmly on the woke side. And the only reason why Nick Fuentes is on the chud side of like the center is because he's a white Mexican. He's white-sican. These are white supremacy's strongest soldiers who happen to be brown, who are, who range from liberal to reactionary liberal to reactionary right-winger. Why is Jason the Ween? That's not Jason the Ween, man. That's Ian Miles Chung. He's not even Viet. He's Malaysian. Y'all are just racist, man. Jesus Christ. That's wild. Y'all are coming after nephew aggressively. Matthew Petty said you spent more time analyzing this chart than he did making it. I look back at it all the time. Why is Ludwig from co-working Aryan Chud? He's not. That's not Ludwig. That's a different guy who was trying to debate Mehdi Hasan. I say trying because I don't think he got to do the debate, if I'm not mistaken. I found a good one with you in it. More likely to get bit by a zombie, more likely to bite a zombie. Would tell others they were bitten, more likely to hide a zombie bite. So I'm in the middle. I'm not more likely to get bit by a zombie, but I'm also not. I'm just somewhere in between. I could go in either direction. I could bite a zombie or I could get bit by one, but I'm definitely likely, I would likely tell other people. This one confuses me. Somewhere in between Thomas Massey and Joe Biden. Why is Joe Biden at the true center of this? Like, how am I supposed to understand the compass alignment with Joe Biden as his true center? Consult Joe Rogan. I just don't get why Joe Rogan would be more likely to bite a zombie, but then also not reveal. Or why is he in the center of whether he would tell or not tell? Okay, we're done. We're done with this fucking chart. We're done with charts. We're done. No more political compass memes. We're done. Anyway. 2 minutes of Chinese cinematic soft power nuke trailer. U.S. getting roasted. Yeah, I saw. I already saw this, but fuck it. Let's watch it. This is a trailer. This is a new Chinese movie. Flipping the Hollywood script, casting America as the invader, which, by the way, America is the invader of Afghanistan. So I guess it's not really flipping a script. It's just true. And it shows you the perspective. It shows you the perspective of a Chinese chef that happens to be living in, I guess, is it Afghanistan or is it Iraq? I think it's in Iraq. I don't know. They just say like, I think it's like a random Middle Eastern country. This is genuinely an exceptional movie, says Arnaud Bertrand. Probably the single best movie ever made on the Iraq War. It's called Once Upon a Time in the Middle East, and I just watched it in the Chinese movie theater, but I'm sure it'll be available abroad at some point. It follows the story of a Chinese chef, Xu Fu, who travels to Iraq pre-war to cook at a Chinese restaurant in Baghdad. When the war breaks out, he initially wants nothing to do with it. He's already bought his ticket home, but his boss Zaid, an official at the Water and Electricity Ministry, convinces him to stay and keep supplying meals to the safe zone for high pay. As the occupation descends into chaos, Xu Fu gets pulled deeper into the conflict. He's detained and interrogated by Americans for his ties to Zaid, who's become an insurgent after his family died in the war. Then he gets detained by the insurgency when they attack the U.S. prison where he was held, and he eventually ends up trying to protect a group of orphans from being recruited as child bombers. It's the contrary of pro-war propaganda, as war movies too often are. It's a film about how war swallows everyone who thinks they can stand apart from it. There are no glorious causes in it, no good or a bad side. Only people caught in the madness. Oh my God, only the motherfucking Chinese could make a both sides are kind of in the wrong movie about the Americans invading Iraq. Oh my God. The permanent trade maxing nation, dude. It is the most Chinese attitude on this. Oh my God. The only time where the allowance is given to take a position, a hard stance in Chinese works is if it's China related. If it's related to the party, if it's related to the revolutionary history. Yeah. Chinese movies be like, the real victim was trade. Everyone was kind of a victim in this. But let's not forget who suffered the most, which was the amount of trade opportunities we had with both Iraq and the United States of America. The real victim was business. It's a lot more anti-American than Arnaud presents. Yeah. It's not even anti-American. Dude, China is the most apolitical country, okay? They're just apolitical. They're like, politics, what is that? Is that some form of trade? Politics? Are you talking about a version of trade that we can do? They just banned you on Bilibili? Okay, well, I mean, it's true. What the fuck? China's the Lex Friedman of international relations, okay? True center. No one else has ever tried it. No one else has ever attempted it. And no one else has ever succeeded in it. It's the contrary to pro-war propaganda. It's not even anti-American, at least not in the crude way. The film clearly blames the U.S. for starting the war, which they did, but Xu Fu ends up befriending a group of American soldiers who become patrons of his restaurant and are themselves clearly portrayed as victims of the war, as are Iraqis. As such, there's no hatred in this movie. The only hatred is against the hate itself. Oh my God. Yeah? How about they make a movie like this about the Civil War? I mean, maybe they have. I'd be shocked, you know? When Chiang Kai-shek was transporting metric tons of gold to the island of Formosa, perhaps they were also thinking about both sides, you know? Perhaps there was a good reason for him to do that, right? No, not our Civil War. I'm saying like they wouldn't do that about something related to Chinese history. Because sometimes there is a right side and a wrong side. It's kind of ridiculous. It didn't impact trade. It was. Trade suffered tremendously. Anyway, which makes it very subtle and profound film. It never lectures, never simplifies, and lets the tragedy play out quietly until it overwhelms you. People weary of Hollywood's black and white framing, where wars are always morality plays with designated good guys, will find it deeply refreshing. Here, there are just human beings, which is precisely what makes it so devastating. Look, I will reserve my judgment until I watch it. Oh my God, look at this. This film, in a way, offers a response to those who criticize China for not intervening in certain conflicts in the Middle East, such as the one in Iran, or Africa, such as in Eastern DRC. When a local situation is so complex, how can an outsider claim to know who's right and which side to take? This is why it's tough for me to sometimes sit there and act as though that like Khrushchev was not or did not play a pivotal role in global affairs. Okay? Do you understand? Like people will shit on him for de-Stalinization, but he was there when it mattered. Bro, libs in China are literally criticizing the film, calling it too anti-American. Jesus Christ. All right, well, like I said, I'll reserve my judgment for. I will reserve my judgment for after I watch it. But Arnaud's coverage is leaving much to be desired.
Look at the This is the Chinese chef I was telling you about, Mr. Shu Fu.
Hasan? 我这餐馆现在天天排大队，舒克，不是贼子，这正挣钱好时候。 Mr. Shu, you really think you got nothing to do with this war?
Where do they get the white people for this movie? Bro, it's China. You don't think they have enough white monkeys? Are you crazy? That's a Chinese term for it. Before people yell at me, there's hella white people that, you know, are out of a job in China, okay? Yeah, this seems pretty clear who the baddies are. I mean, the trailer, when I watched it, made it seem like they clearly show who the baddies are as well, but Arnaud's summarization of it is a little bit confusing. every review lands the same. Loosely adapted from real-life accounts, most notably the story of Shui Xun, a young IT programmer from Shaanxi, and his partner, Louis Lei, who left their jobs in Shenzhen to open the Chinese Dragon restaurant in Baghdad's Green Zone in 2004. The film follows the fictional protagonist, Shufu, a cook who travels to Iraq to pay off his debts. He's detained by U.S. troops, captured by insurgents, and ultimately risks everything to save local orphans from being forced to become child bombers. The film takes no sides and preaches no agenda. Restrained yet powerful, it presents war itself as a sole villain. It consumes everyone, and no one can truly stand apart. No winners, only survivors. See, this is why I'm too much of a Westerner. This is it. This is the cultural clash that I was talking about. I am too much of a Westerner to look at this and see it as like a valid or a valiant effort to address the real antagonist is war. I think it comes across as like shallow. It comes across as you want him to take the Afghan side. First of all, it's Iraq. Secondly, I would want them to take the side of the victims, yes, which would be the regular citizens of Iraq. Like, yes, if we're watching, it's third culture POV. I mean, if we're watching a unjustifiable, your mood has an apt coverage of it.
Everyone in China is talking about this movie called Once Upon a Time in the Middle East. It is about the US and UK's invasion of Iraq in early 2000, how extremists were created, and the devastating impact of wars on a country, on ordinary people, especially on children. And I'll
be honest though, I think Lee will probably take a stronger stance about America's invasion of Iraq than the average Chinese netizen.
I strongly encourage you to watch it too. This movie left me shocked, touched, and crying in the cinema. It not only shows the trauma wars leave on people, it also shows China's attitude toward world peace. Let me explain. Spoiler alert if you haven't watched the movie. When you look at posters of the movie, you think it's a comedy about a Chinese restaurant, especially since the lead actor is China's most famous comedian Shen Teng. But I was wrong. I didn't expect to feel so heartbroken by the movie. The movie follows the Chinese chef Xu Fu, who went to run a Chinese restaurant in a country in West Asia. At first, he was purely driven by money, but as wars broke out and the country was torn apart, he and his friends were dragged into the chaos and forced to cook for different forces. He saw
I hate world peace. No, dog. Listen. The Marxist tradition is supposed to be no war but one, okay? Class war. And if that's the case, you talk about the events that unfolded and the build up to this. This is how you frame it, okay? You frame it as these wars are fought and the workers lose no matter what, okay? It's not a centrist summary saying, well, you know, the poor imperial soldiers are also victims in this circumstance, or rather, the real victims in this circumstance also did some crazy shit. The global proletariat is the true victim of war, Hasan. Put on your Maoist glasses. You can't, you fool. It's seriously an amazing and nuanced film. Very anti-war, up there with the greats.
how the US bombed and destroyed a country, how some US soldiers at the front line treated local people as non-human, and how some other US soldiers were just ignorant kids that want to go home. He saw how war orphans in the country were used and trained to be suicide bombers by terrorists, how foreign invaders deprived every
Oh, Jesus.
everything local people had and left them no choice but to join terror groups to revenge. But throughout the movie, Xu Fu keeps telling everyone 好好吃饭 means eat properly. He tried his best to provide decent food for children in the war zone, even if it means risking his own life. The story was inspired by true stories of Chinese people who worked in Iraq, but instead of one person, it was based on several people's stories. You probably know how much Chinese people love and value food, from a country that constantly suffered famine and wars to a country with abundant food for 1.4 billion people. China made a lot of effort. And I think it's a philosophy that any political power should focus on. How to feed its people and let people 好好吃饭. Everyone in
Why do you sound like you've only read Nothing Is to Be Done by Vladimir Liberal? That's because that's my North Star. That's my guiding principle. All I'm saying is it kind of shows you China's non-interventionist attitude around global affairs. You got to see it, bro. It'll certainly be playing in LA. I will 100% see it. Look, my attitude on it is that it'll be unique and it'll be novel regardless. It'll be novel regardless because it's made by... It's not even like Hong Kong cinema at this point. It's Chinese cinema. It's mainland Chinese cinema, which is in many respects not exactly... it doesn't have... it has a pure Chinese attitude. So it will still be... It will still be unique. It's... You know, I'm excited. What is this? Stop. Anyway. Non-interventionism is pragmatism. You as a Western idealist will never understand it. Okay, dude, you're right. You're right. Well, if you have all the power in the world and you do nothing with it, at some point, maybe it is. Maybe I am too much of a filthy Westerner, you know. But it's good to move your weight around a little bit. That's how I feel about this. Highly recommend this one. Atonement Review. Boyd Holbrook and Shattering Him a Boss. Grace, a drama that widens the perspective on survivors of war. This is basically a Chinese movie made for Chinese right-wingers, libs. I don't like it as a left-wing Chinese. Apparently, libs in China thought it was too critical of America. I wish mainstream people knew how often you get hate from people in to the left of you. I don't think mainstream media should know that. And it's not for people to the left of me don't understand that I don't entertain the ideological squabbles as much or like publicize it, because I think it's a cowardly thing to do, to constantly be like, look at me, I'm so moderate in comparison to these real radicals. I don't like that. I only yell at them internally in this community and sometimes on Twitter when I can't stand it because it shows up on my For You page, but often from the perspective of them behaving as weirdos or wreckers. I think it's it's bullshit. I'm pragmatic. I mean, I am pragmatic. Bleeding heart libs equals not socialist. Feeling is idealism. Okay, dude, you're the what? You're the sociopathic socialist? Is that what it is? My roommate is slowly warming up to you, and today they said they're not voting for anyone who doesn't have a smear campaign featuring you. Wait, what? What does that even mean? Like, as in, he's only voting for people who have been smeared for being associated with me? That's interesting. Anyway, a new Chinese psyop, Chung, has emerged. Oh yeah, this is the lady who interviewed. This is the lady who interviewed what's his face, the Odyssey interviewer, right? And then they found out that she has like a bunch of she's like plagiarized a bunch or something. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. Yeah, people online in China already accused her of plagiarizing. Yeah, I saw that. Most people online in China are making fun of the libs who still criticize the film as Wolf Warrior film when it's already so middle of the road. Yeah, I wanted it to be fucking Wolf Warrior. I wish it was. But on the other side, you know what I'm saying? Like, that would be beast mode. That's what I thought. Is Mitch McConnell's wife in China still planning her new life? No, she came back. She came back. Let's look at this. Corbett Dillon. I don't know who this guy is, but he's scared.
I live in Washington, D.C. I hear what people are saying here, and I understand. I know a lot of people are disappointed with the Republican Party. You know, even President Trump himself is pretty annoyed that they can't get the SAVE Act passed. He hasn't been able to deport as many people as he wants. But my concern is that, particularly the young men, if these young men check out, you might be looking at a Democrat takeover of the White House. And we say Democrat, what do we really mean? These are socialists. This is exactly what we're looking at. And that is what happened in Europe. The takeover is very quick, very rapid. And if you think the border was open under Biden, wait until these socialists get in. They will flood the country with these people. It's the only way they can get power. They need
Yeah, how about we just don't flood the country with this person? How about that?
Need these people to rely on government handouts to put them in the country. They'll do a mass amnesty. Everyone will be citizens. It's what we did in England. Every one of these people are becoming citizens. It's a real problem, and I'm scared. You know, we're running out of places to go. Where am I going to move to next if America becomes socialist?
Yuck. This is what you wanted? Yeah, this is what I wanted. Now, this is cinema. This is Chinese cinema. No fucking moderate nonsense. No talk about like, yo, you know, well, both sides has some wrongs. Americans have to pack up and leave. battle at Lake Changjin. This is where your reaction to this with Alexa did a lot of damage to your reputation because no one knew you on Bilibili before that, and your sarcasm did not translate well. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, this is the battle where Mao's son died. You never finished it on stream with the Aussie boys? That's true. When you visiting Australia, man? Soon.
Hi, welcome to Hannity Tonight. Socialism, what? Comes to my free state of Florida? Really?
Oh my God. Every night, this guy
The House Ethics Committee
says
confirmed
the
this week
same shit, bro. I'm so bored of fucking watching Fox News. I've literally lost interest. They say the same shit every damn night, dude.
We're in Austin, Texas, about to meet with 22-year-old Ryan Johnson, a social media influencer, bodybuilder, and transformation coach whose mission is simple.
Tan, jacked, and handsome. Tan, jacked, and handsome.
Be tan, jacked, and handsome.
The number one thing you should be focused on in your 20s
I gotta get on TRT, man.
is becoming as f***able as possible. Because when you look as... Hey.
Hello, Ryan.
What's going on? Yes.
How's it
Isabel, right?
going, Isabel? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Wow, it's a beautiful spot you have.
Oh, yeah. It's a great place.
Gorgeous.
Everything's bigger in Texas here.
Including the men.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
Ryan is big. And that's largely because he uses performance-enhancing drugs. He also spends his time promoting these drugs to his thousands of followers online, who hope to look just like him.
Can we normalize hopping on testosterone in your 20s as a man? I said it once and I'm going to say it again. Staying now.
I think it's incredibly damaging to promote to young men the idea of cycling tea at such an early age. I've always been somewhat open-minded to the utilization of TRT. But I don't think you need to touch it until you're well into your 30s. I'm 35 now. If you do it before, if you do it in your 20s, first of all, it's a waste. It's literally a waste. Your body is already naturally producing incredible amounts of testosterone. And secondly, you age rapidly. You age rapidly. It makes no sense. You look like you go, is this medical advice or vibes? No, I mean, it's vibes. Nothing I'm saying is medical advice. I'm a doctor. I have a doctorate in racism, as you guys know, a doctorate in jihad and a PhD in racism. Nothing about anabolic steroids or anything like that. But your hairline starts receding. Then why would you want to be on it? Because I'm already 35. And once you reach a certain point in your life, your body doesn't naturally produce the same level of testosterone. So once you go over the hump, it can have at least some like, I want to say healing properties, but it just has...
Natural is for losers. If you want to become successful, literally just take steroids, bro. Getting on testosterone will make you the most motivated, productive, unlazy, disciplined individual ever. For all my other health protocols, DM me the word group and I'll send you an invite link to my enhancement community. Okay, so we got a whole stock and a whole supply of peptides right out here. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
He looks so ridiculous.
Holy cow! Oh
Yes.
my god! Whoa.
Whole lifetime supply.
Jesus.
More like a monthly supply for us.
How many different types of drugs do you have
Look at
in
his
this
hairline,
house?
bro.
A lot of peptides, a lot of steroids, I will say that.
Jesus, you're like one big walking guinea pig.
That's the way to look at it. Little lab rat.
Yeah.
Follow me back over here. Come down here as part of the morning routine. And we got some syringes right here. Get the little air bubble out of there. And that's good to go. And all you do is you pick a fat area and you go to
Do you have any fat areas?
Oh yeah. So like right over here is where I'll typically go. It's like the back fat.
Crazy. That's crazy.
You don't even feel it.
Where do you do all your research?
It's online, online, YouTube. There's a lot of good creators out there who know their stuff. Reddit's a great place to hear about, of course.
Oh no. Oh no. This guy is 22 years old. No fucking shot. He looks 42, bro. That's what I'm saying. Yo, what are we watching? I work at a library, Lamau. We're watching Testosterone.
Like to talk on there, but then also real life experiences.
Is that worrying at all that you're taking these drugs but you don't fully understand them?
No. I mean, these all were created by.
Anabolics are not TRT. They're doing anabolics to improve muscle, not to increase testosterone. It shows remarkable gains even in your 20s, but it's still extremely detrimental long term. Yes.
Scientists and stuff like that. They've been out for years.
I guess not everything that scientists make is always good, right?
For my personal research, it's been good.
Okay.
That blue peptide is GHKCU. It's for skin and hair. Shit stinks because it has copper. Bitch, it's not working. Look at his hairline.
I would say when it comes to that, yeah, there's pros and cons.
What even are your credentials, by the way, bro? Credentials? I'm Dr. Life of RLJ, Instagram doctor. Okay, that's fair. No.
Ryan is just one of a dizzying number of male influencers battling for clicks online, while dishing out advice about what cocktail of enhancements delivers the best results.
You need to inject twice a week, period.
TRT is the shit. Any levels above 1100, you're gonna feel like a fucking G.
Check it out. This is my breakfast. This is my lunch. This is my dinner.
Here are all the mandatory supplements I take whenever I'm blasting gear to stay safe.
The push for young men to enhance their appearances is relentless. From looks maxers willing to do virtually whatever it takes to embody a hyper-masculine ideal.
You've been on test since you were 14.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
To podcasters and politicians normalizing the use of drugs like testosterone.
Dude, we're so fucked. We're so goddamn fucked. You take more meds than an 80-year-old, bro.
I'm on an anti-aging protocol from my doctor that includes testosterone replacement.
Your immune system would work better. Everything would work better.
So why isn't everyone just on it?
Well, a lot of people are.
I have never used steroids, period.
In the professional sports world, though, doping has historically been just about the most controversial thing you can do.
I'm going to remember him as a cheater.
But right now, there's a movement in the sports world attempting to rebrand doping into enhancing. One company is attempting to destigmatize these drugs by promising to put on an Olympic-style sporting event, the Enhanced Games, where athletes are allowed, even encouraged, to take performance-enhancing drugs.
We are enhanced.
It's brought ex-Olympic...
These kids are going to vote one day. You don't have to worry about that. I don't think any of them vote. They're all apolitical.
Athletes here to Abu Dhabi to train for the inaugural Enhanced.
Yeah, the same people taking testosterone but don't want trans people to have HRT, that is also true. The same people that inject this shit into their bodies because they saw it on a fucking Reddit thread will also then look you dead in the eye and tell you about the dangers of the vaccine. None of it makes sense. Joe Rogan is the guy, by the way. Joe Rogan is the anti-HRT, only hormone replacement therapy for me, not for the guy. And he's also an anti-vaxxer.
Games. The company pays for their housing, food, medical care, and even a good salary. Shania Collins was a national champion sprinter before she retired 2 years ago. Now, at the age of 29, she's hoping that enhancements will help her shave 32 hundredths of a second off her 100-meter personal best.
A big part of the reason I retired was due to I felt like a lot of the people I was racing against were using performance-enhancing drugs, and I've always been natural and clean myself, so...
That's definitely cope. There is the Cope Olympics.
So it just felt like an unfair advantage all the time.
So you felt like if we can't beat them, join them kind of thing?
Yes, it's funny I said that. If you can't beat them, join them, but do it better than them.
So it's kind of, I assume that you'll be taking kind of a cocktail of different
sprinter
enhancements,
cocktail,
right?
yeah.
You feel like it should take the stigma away from it?
Yes, absolutely.
And you think you're contributing to doing that?
Yes,
Yeah.
so that's more of the role I see, not encouraging drug use.
I've competed in a sport my whole life that is very corrupt and dirty.
Bodhi Santavi is now one of Enhanced's weightlifters. He competed twice at the Olympics for Canada, coming fourth in his weight category in Tokyo 2020.
How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Yeah?
Thank you, yeah.
You haven't even started the drugs yet?
Not yet. I've been natural my whole life.
But will you be enhancing?
I will be enhancing. Yeah, I'm very excited about it.
Swimmer Cody Miller won gold for the US in the 4x100 meter medley relay in Rio 10 years ago. He was 24 years old, the age when most male swimmers are at their peak. But Cody doesn't want to just turn back the clock. He wants to beat it.
I'd like to be faster now at 34 years old than I was 10 years ago when I won medals at the Rio Olympics.
And you think that's possible?
I think that's possible.
And I guess that at your ripe old age, you weren't expecting to compete.
Yeah, the enhanced games was dog shit. None of the athletes were even close to world records. It's all Cope athletes. Honestly, I think that proves one of two things. Either these natural athletes have like this unique ability to outperform even people who are enhanced, or everyone is doping already. Okay. I think that's just because that's what it reminded me of, because I remember looking into the dope Olympics or whatever, because I'm not against steroids as much as like most people are. I'm steroid curious, right? I've never used them because I'm fearful. I have a very addictive personality. And I was worried that I would just like constantly cycle, especially if I really like how it made me feel. Well, yeah.
Another Olympics.
Right, age. Yeah, no, that's true. To me, I think it's exciting for all of us athletes here that, again, are in different stages of their career. How much is this going to help us? Like, how much faster can we go?
Enhance says it's invested $50 million into the event, here in the heart of Las Vegas, where the Enhanced Games will take place. And for Aaron D'Souza, the original founder of the controversial competition, his pipe dream of seeing drugs in sports is finally coming to...
Bro, I started with Retta. Now I'm on 300 mg tests, breaking PRs every week. It's sick. See, this is what I mean.
Here it is.
Oh, here it is. Oh, wow. This is the first time I see it. Yeah. Reaction shot.
Yeah,
reaction shot. Wow.
But this goes much further than sports. This, he claims, is about advancing human potential. So should everyone be enhancing?
I think everyone should have the opportunity to enhance. I think this is a fundamental human right.
Does that not concern you at all, that you might be, glamorizing these drugs and creating more of a desire for them than perhaps there should be?
No. Do you think we should die? I think the point of my life is actually to prevent death, to overcome death, right? And, I believe that aging is a disease that we can treat, cure, and eventually solve.
But how does selling testosterone help with that?
Because it creates a market for and a conversation around overcoming our intrinsic biological limits.
Do you think there should be any limits to, human physical potential?
We're in an existential race between the machines and the humans. This isn't one event. This is a whole movement, right? We are just at the starting line. I hope people look at this and say, you know, in May of 2026 in Las Vegas, it was the start of the enhanced age.
D'Souza's vision is vast. So is his ambition for the enhanced company, which they think could be worth many billions of dollars. Getting there means not just enhancing these athletes, it means enhancing you.
I would say more than half my friends are on some sort of peptide right now.
We're in a point of history where everybody's getting on drugs, peptides.
Damn it, it's just the short version. I would have loved to watch the whole thing.
I mean, like, I don't even know what to say.
Oh, view count not counted as like real. Yeah, I don't care.
Imagine your kid starts getting.
Well, I guess that's. She's so good at these attempted media hits. Oh, I saw this.
Healthcare, right? I don't understand what is wrong with me not wanting people to go bankrupt if they go to the doctor. There are literally people who are dying because health insurance companies want to deny their claims. They want to deny them life-saving health care. Like, that is wrong. Do we not see anything wrong with these companies doing this? They're only doing this because they want to make a profit.
Why join the DSA if you disagree with various parts of their platform? Does it not just become a distraction from your own campaign?
So awesome. Why are you so bent out of shape over it, Kristen? I love that. Her question is literally, why are you letting me turn this into a distraction? Why are you letting me, Kristen, turn this into a distraction? You should have thought twice before joining DSA. You're making me ask you about it. I love unbiased liberal media. Okay. Again, this is NBC News Now. This is not Ellison purchased ZBS. This is not Ellison purchased ZNN. This is NBC News Now. It's like, okay, well, we vote for Democrats. Trust me, I don't agree with a lot of what the Democrats present as well. What are we supposed to do? I think the best question to ask in that situation is to be like, Kristen, I know you're supposed to present yourself as an unbiased journalist, but I'm sure you vote for one of the other, you vote for one party over the other. Do you agree with everything that that party that you vote for represents? Now, obviously, the cop-out is the journalists will always say, oh, I don't vote. I can't.
In your own agenda?
You all are the only ones that are distracted. I'm actually going out talking to voters about the things that matter to them. And so we should make sure that we're pivoting to the right conversations. The fact remains that there are people who are dying because they don't have access to quality health care. Meanwhile, Ashley Moody voted to end the ACA subsidies. As I stated, nearly 300,000 people fell off the Affordable Care Act rolls. There are people who are dying because they don't have access to health care. Also, the fact that Ashley Moody is corrupt, right? She's corrupt. She allowed $10 million that was supposed to go towards the most medically needy kids to be diverted because they wanted to defeat 2 citizen-led ballot initiatives. The status quo is broken. People are losing their minds right now and taking their lives and even taking their children's lives. And the people at the top want to stoke division and want to push this hateful rhetoric. At the end of the day, I have always been about the people of Florida, which is why my campaign is Angie for Florida. I want people to no longer just survive. They deserve to thrive and flourish.
Very quickly, because I know that you have to go.
Beast mode. Lioness.
Congressman.
Oh, my God. Yeah, no, she did that already. Angie Nixon seems like a real talent who comes across very normal person responding to Gayle King's bizarre questions about Hasan Piker. Any more charts we need to learn? All right, dude. Okay, that's all I got for today, folks. Tomorrow I'll be live from a different location. Tomorrow I will be live because we're going on tour, baby. This is the weekend of the tour. This is the weekend of the tour. It's finally here. I will be in San Francisco tomorrow. And then in Seattle on Saturday. And then Portland on Sunday. See you all. Tickets are, of course, at tour.fearand.com. Austin's dreams are finally becoming reality. And yeah, I'll be in your town if you're in either of those towns. Alex Perlman and Philly D will be in Seattle tomorrow. Yeah, I heard. Anyway. Fear and Australian leg of the tour win. Don't even fucking bring that up. Do not even put that word out in the universe because Austin is going to hear you and then he's going to start pestering me before we're even fucking done with this tour. Okay? This is entirely concocted by one man, Austin Show. Okay, Mr. Show. He is the sole person responsible for this tour. Anyway, I am not doing an international tour for Fear N. Don't be fucking ridiculous. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, love you guys and see you tomorrow.
Stunning
from San Francisco.
Introduction,
Peace.
Starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.